Chapter 1 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter number 1. The afternoon had slumbered in the sun, but now the August air freshened with an awakening breath, and ebbing thicks stirred and whispered through a myriad leaves. Far away beyond the heaving greenwoods, distant clouds floated flat on the upper air, and a richer gold grew over the hills as the day went westward. This way and that, between and about trees and undergrowth, an indistinct path went straggling by easy grades to the lower ground by Wormleighton pits, an errant path whose every bend gave choice of green passes toward banks of heather and bracken. It was by this way that an old man and a crippled child had reached the pits. He was a small old man, white-haired and a trifle bent, but he went his way with a sturdy tread, satchel at side and butterfly net in hand. As for the child, she too went sturdily enough, but she hung from a crutch by the right shoulder, and she moved with a jog and a swing. The hand that gripped the crutch gripped also a little bunch of meadowsweet, and the other clasped tight against her pinafore a tattered old book that would else have fallen to pieces. Once on the heathery slade, the old man lifted the strap over his head and put the satchel down by a tree clump at the wood's edge. "Another rest for you, Bess," he said, as he knelt to open his bag. "I'm going o'er the pits pretty close to-day." He packed his pockets with pill-boxes, a poison bottle, and a battered flat tin case, while the child, with a quick rejection of the crutch, sat and watched. The old man stood, slapped one pocket after another, and then, with a playful sweep of the net gauze across the child's face, tramped off among the heather. "Good luck, Grandad," she cried after him, and settled on her elbow to read. The book needed a careful separation, being open at back as at front. Likewise great heed lest the leaves fall into confusion, for, since they were worn into a shape more oval than rectangular, the page numbers had gone, and in places corners of text had gone too. But the main body of the matter, thumbed and rubbed, stood good for many a score more readings, and the story was the Sicilian romance. Round about the pits and across the farther ground of Genesis Slade the old man pushed his chase, now letting himself cautiously down the side of a pit, now stealing softly among bracken with outstretched net, and again running his best through the wiry heather, always working towards sun and wind, and often standing watchfully still, his eye alert for a fluttering spot amid the flood of color about him. Meantime the little cripple conned again the familiar periods of the old romance. Few indeed of its ragged leaves but might have been replaced if lost from pure memory, few indeed, for that matter, of the Pilgrim's Progress, or of Susan Hopley, or of the Scottish chiefs. Worn volumes all in her grandfather's little shelf of a dozen or 15 books, so that now, because of old acquaintance, the tale was best enjoyed with many pauses filled with the smell of the meadow-sweet, and with the fantasy that abode in the woods. For the jangle of a herd bell was the clank of a knight's armor. The distant boom of a great gun at Waltham Abbey told of the downfall of enchanted castles, and in the sudden plaint of an errant cow she heard the growling of an ogre in the forest. The western hillsides grew more glorious, and the sunlight, peeping under heavy boughs flung along the sward, gilt the tree-boles whose shadows veined it, and lit nooks under bushes where the wake-robin raised its scarlet mace of berries. The old man had dropped his net, and for a while had been searching the herbage. It was late in the day for butterflies, but fox-moth caterpillars were plenty among the heather, as well as others. Thus Bessie read and dreamed, and her grandfather rummaged the bushes till the sunlight was gathered up from the turf under the trees and lifted from the tallest spire among the agrimony, as the sun went beyond the hilltops. Then at last the old man returned to his satchel. "The flies ain't much," he observed, as Bessie looked up, But for trade it's best not to miss anything. It's always what you're shortest of as sells, and the blues was out late today. But I've got luck with caterpillars. If they go all right, I ought to have a box full of rosy marbled out of these." "Rosy marbled? It's a late brood, then, and so long since you had any." "2 year, and this is the only place for 'em." The old man packed his bag and slung it across his back. "We'll see about tea now," he added, as the child rose on her crutch, "but we'll keep open eyes as we go." Over the slade they took their way, where the purple carpet was patterned with round hollows, black with heather ash and green with star moss, by the edges of the old gravel pits, overhung with bramble and bush, and so into more woods. A jay flew up before them, scolding angrily. Now and again a gap among the trees let through red light from beyond woodridden. Again and again the old man checked his walk, sometimes but to drop once more into his even tramp, sometimes to stop, and sometimes to beat the undergrowth and to shake branches. To any who saw, there was always a vaguely familiar quality in old May's walk, ever a patient plod, and, burden or not, ever an odd suggestion of something carried over shoulder, matters made plain when it was learned that the old man had been 40 years a postman. Presently, as they walked, they heard shrieks, guffaws, and a discordant singing that half smothered the whine of a concertina. The noise was the louder as they went, and when they came where the white of a dusty road backed the tree stems, they heard it at its fullest. Across the way was an inn, and by its side a space of open ground whereon some 80 bean feasters sported at large. Many were busy at kiss in the ring, some waved branches torn from trees, others stood up empty bottles and flung more bottles at them. They stood, sat, ran, lay, and rolled, but each made noise of some sort, and most drank. Plainly donkey riding had palled, for a man and a boy had gathered their half-dozen donkeys together and were driving them off. The people were Londoners, as Bessie knew, for she had often seen others. She had forgotten London herself, all of it but a large drab room with a row of little beds like her own, each bed with a board on it for toys, and this too she would have forgotten, for she was very little indeed then, but that a large and terrible gentleman had come every day and hurt her bad leg. It was the Shadwell Hospital. But these were Londoners, and Bessie was a little afraid of them, and conceived London to be a very merry and noisy place, very badly broken everywhere, by reason of the Londoners. Other people also came in wagonettes, and were a little quieter and less gloriously bedecked. She had seen such a party earlier in the day. Perhaps they were not real Londoners, but folk from parts adjoining. But these were Londoners proper, wearing each other's hats with paper wreaths on them. "Way-o, old one," bawled one, as the old man, net in hand, crossed toward the wood opposite. "Been catching tiddlers," and he turned to his companions with a burst of laughter and a jerk of the thumb. "D'yer, Bill, here's old grandfather catching tiddlers. Why don't you keep 'em out of mischief?" And every flushed face, doubly reddened by the setting sun, turned and opened its mouth in a guffaw. "You'll cop it for getting your trousers wet," screamed a woman, and somebody flung a lump of crust. Betsy jogged the faster into the wood, and in its shadow her grandfather, smiling doubtfully, said, "They like their jokes, some of them, don't they? But it's always tiddlers." It grew dusk under the trees, and the sky was pale above. They came to where the ground fell away in a glen that was almost a trench, and a brook ran in the ultimate furrow. On the opposing hill a broad green ride stood like a wall before them, a deep moss of trees clinging at each side. Here they turned, and where the glen widened, a cottage was to be seen on sloping ground, with a narrow roadway a little beyond it. A whitewashed cottage, so small that there seemed scarce a score of tiles on its roof, one of the few scattered habitations holding its place in the forest by right of ancient settlement. A little tumult of garden tumbled about the cottage, a jostle of cabbages, lavender, onions, wallflowers, and hollyhock, confined as with difficulty by a precarious fence, patched with wood in every form of manufacture and in every stage of decay. "I expect Mother and Johnny finished tea long ago," Bessie remarked, her eyes fixed on the cottage. "Why, there's a light." The path they went by grew bare of grass as it neared the cottage, and as they trod it, men's voices could be heard from within, and a woman's laughter. "Sounds like visitors," the old man exclaimed. "That's odd. I wonder who—" "There you are, then, father," came a female voice from the door. "Here's Uncle Isaac and a gentleman come to see us." It was Bessie's mother who spoke, a pleasant, fresh, active woman in a print dress, who stood in the doorway as the old man set back the gate. The door opened into the living room, where sat two men, while a boy of 14 squeezed, abashed, and a trifle sulky in a corner. There was the smell of bad cigar, which had almost but not quite banished the wonted smell of the room, a smell in some degree due to camphor, though perhaps more to caterpillar, for the walls were hidden behind boxes and drawers of divers shapes and sizes, and before the window and in unexpected places on the floor stood other boxes, covered with muslin, nurseries for larvae, pupae, and doomed butterflies. And so many were these that the room, itself a mere box, gave scant space to the three people and the little round table that were in it. Wherefore Bessie's mother remained in the doorway, and Uncle Isaac, when he rose, took a very tall hat from the floor and clapped it on his head for lack of other safe place, for the little table sustained a load of cups and saucers. Uncle Isaac was a small man, though with a large face, a face fringed about with gray wisp of whisker, and characterized by wide and glassy eyes and a great tract of shaven upper lip. "Good evening, Mr. May, good evening," said Uncle Isaac, shaking hands with the air of a man faithful to a friend in defiance of the world. "This is my friend, Mr. Butson." Mr. Butson was a tall, rather handsome man of 40 or thereabouts, with curly hair and whiskers, and he greeted the old man with grum condescension. "Mr. Butson," Uncle Isaac continued with a wave of the hand, "is a gentleman at present in connection with the steamboat profession, though above it by family and inclination. Mr. Butson and me has been taking a day's holiday with a select party by name of Beanfest and Breaks." "Oh, yes," responded old May, divesting himself of his bag. "We passed some of 'em by the Dun Cow, and very merry they was, too, with concertinas and kiss in the ring and what not. Very gay." "Oh, damn no," growled the distinguished Butson, "not that low lot. He means that coster crowd in vans," he added, for Uncle Isaac's enlightenment. "I ain't fell as low as that. Lord, no." He sucked savagely at the butt of his cigar, found it extinct, looked vainly for somewhere to fling it, and at last dropped it into a teacup. "No, Mr. May, no, not them lot," Uncle Isaac said with a touch of grave reproach. "As man of some little property myself, and in company of Mr. Butson, by nature genteel disposed, I should be far from mixing with such. We come down with the shipwrights and engineers from Lawsence's." "That was probably Mr. May's little joke, Mr. Butson. Mr. May is a man of property himself, besides a man of science, as I think I told you, this here land and residence being in Pint. If any man was to come and say to Mr. May, 'Get out of that property, Mr. May,' what would the law say to that man? Null avoid. That's what the law it would said. Get out yourself. Your claim's null avoid." Uncle Isaac, checking a solemn thump at the table just in time to save the teacups, took his hat off instead and put it on again. Mr. Butson grunted. "Ah," and Mrs. May, taking the net, squeezed in with Bessie behind her. "I'll put a few of these boxes on the stairs and make more room," she said. "The kettle's still boiling in the back house, and I'll make some more tea." Bessie had a habit of shyness in presence of strangers, and Uncle Isaac ranked as one, for it was 2 years at least since he had been there before. Indeed, what she remembered of him then made her the shyer, for he had harangued her very loudly on the gratitude she owed her grandfather, calling her a cripple very often in course of his argument, and sometimes a burden. She knew that she was a cripple and a burden, but to be held tightly by the arm and told so, by a gentleman with such a loud voice and such large eyes as Uncle Isaac, somehow inclined her to cry. So now, as soon as might be, she joined her brother, and the two retreated into the shadowy corner between the stair-foot and the back-house door. The old butterfly hunter, too, was shy in his more elderly way. Beyond his widowed daughter-in-law and her 2 children he had scarce an acquaintance, or at least none more familiar than the naturalists in London to whom he sold his specimens. So that now, in presence of this very genteel Mr. Buttson, who he feared was already disgusted at the humble character of the establishment, he made but a hollow meal. A half-forgotten notion afflicted him, that it was proper to drink tea in only one of 2 possible ways, but whether from the cup or from the saucer he could not resolve himself. Mr. Buttson had finished his tea, so that his example was lacking, though indeed the lees in his saucer seemed to offer a hint soon triumphantly confirmed by Uncle Isaac, who was nothing averse from a supplementary cup, and who emptied it straightway into his saucer and gulped it ardently, glaring fearfully over the edge. Whereat his host drank from the saucer also, and took heed to remember for the future. Still he was uncomfortable, and a little later he almost blushed at detecting himself inhospitably grateful for signs that Mr. Buttson began to tire of the visit. Meanwhile he modestly contributed little to the conversation. "No," said Mr. Buttson gloomily, after a long pause, and in reply to nothing in particular, "I ain't a man of property. I wish I was, if people got what they was brought up to, but there." He stuck his hands lower in his pockets and savagely regarded vacancy. "Mr. Buttson's uncle," said Uncle Isaac, "is a mayor, and his other relations is of equal aristocracy. But he won't have nothing to say of them, not a word. It's just blood, pride or breedin'. But what I say, it may be proper self-respect, but it ain't proper self-justice. It ain't self-justice in my way of putting it. Why, he won't even name 'em. Won't name 'em, Mr. May." "Won't he?" the old man answered, rather tamely. "Dear, dear." Mr. Buttson laid his head back, jerked his chin, and snorted scorn at the ceiling. "No, won't as much as name 'em. Such is a lofty contempt. Otherwise what would be my path of duty? My path of duty on behalf of self-justice to Mr. Buttson would be to see him and put a pint of argument. Ere I puts it, it's 'im, and 'ere is me. 'Ere is Mr. 'Enery Buttson, your very dutiful relation of fashionable instincts, and a engineer, than which none better, though much above it, and unsuitably enchained by worldly circumstances in the engine-room of a penny steamer." Here Mr. Buttson snorted again. "Likewise, here is me, a elderly man of some small property, and a shipwright of practical experience. Them circumstances being the case, consequently, what more natural and proper than a partnership with capital? That how I'd put the pint, a partnership with capital." "Just so," said old May, and seeing that the other still paused, he added, "Of course." "But he's proud, proud," said Uncle Isaac, shaking his head plaintively. "Perhaps I'm proud," Mr. Buttson admitted candidly. "I suppose I got my faults, but I wouldn't take a penny from 'em, not if they was to beg me on their knees. Why, I'd sooner be beholden to strangers." "Ah, that you would," sighed Uncle Isaac, "but it ain't self-justice. No, it ain't self-justice." "It's self-respect, anyhow," said Mr. Buttson sullenly. "If they like to treat me unnatural, let 'em." "Ah," observed Uncle Isaac, "some families is unnatural and some is natural, and there's a deal of difference between 'em. Look at Mr. May now. He ain't altogether in my family, though my niece is father-in-law by marriage. But what naturalness! His son was an engineer in your trade, Mr. Buttson, fitter at Maidments. He's left my niece a widder, consequence a coat-tail and a cogwheel. What does Mr. May do? Why, he shows his naturalist. He brings her and her children down 'ere on his free old residence, and consequently 'ere they are. Look at that." It was a principle with Uncle Isaac to neglect no opportunity at reciting at large the excellences of any person of the smallest importance with whom you might be acquainted, or the excellences which that person might be supposed to desire credit for, if in his actual presence, so much the better. Nothing could be cheaper, and on the whole it paid very well. At worst it advertised an amiable character, and there remained off chances of personal benefit. Moreover, the practice solidified Uncle Isaac's reputation among his acquaintances. For here, quoth each in his turn, was plainly a man of sagacious discernment. The old postman, however, was merely uneasy. To his mind it was nothing but a matter of course that when his son died the widow and children should come under his own roof, and it was as a matter of course that he had brought them there. But Bessie's mother said simply, "Yes, Granddad's been a good one to us, always." She, as well as the children, called him Granddad. "Yes," proceeded Uncle Isaac, "and 'im with as much to think about as a man of education, too. Wonderful. Why, there's nothing as he don't know in astronomy and in insectonomy. No think." "No, not astronomy," interjected old May, a little startled by both counts of the imputation. "Not astronomy, Mr. Mundy." "I say yes," answered Uncle Isaac, with an emphatic slap on his knee. "Modesty under a bushel's all very well, Mr. May, all very well, but I know, astronomy and medica, and all the other classics, I know. I give best part of my small property, such as it is, for 'alf your education, Mr. May." It was generally agreed in the family that Uncle Isaac was very close as to this small property of his. Nothing could induce him to speak of it with any particularity of detail, and opinions varied as to its characters. Still, whatever it was, it sufficed to gain Uncle Isaac much deference and consideration, the more probably because of its mysterious character. A deference and a consideration which Uncle Isaac could stimulate from time to time by cloudy allusions to altering his will. "Well," observed Mr. Buttson, rising from his chair, "education never done me much good." "No, unfortunately," commented Uncle Isaac, "and I'd prefer property myself." Mr. Buttson made toward the door, and Uncle Isaac prepared to follow. At this moment a harsh female voice suddenly screamed from the darkness without. "Lor, I almost fell over a blessed house," it said, and there was a shrill laugh. "We'll ask him the way back." Old May stepped over the threshold at the sound, but the magnificence was stricken from the face of Mr. Buttson. His cheeks paled, his mouth and eyes opened together, and he shrank back, even toward the stair-foot. Nobody marked him, however, but the children, for attention was directed without. "Jeer, which way to the Dun Cow?" "See the lane," answered the old postman. "Follow that to the right, and you'll come to it. It's a bit farther than through the wood, but you can't go wrong." Right. There were 2 women and a man. The screaming woman said something to the others in a quiet tone, in which, however, the word "tiddlers" was plain to hear, and there was a laugh. "Good night, old chap," she bawled back. "Put 'em in a jam-pot with a bit of water-cress." "Full of their games," remarked the old man with a tolerant smile, as he turned toward the door. "That was the person as said I'd catch it for getting my clothes wet, as we came past the Dun Cow." The voices of the bean-festers abated and ceased, and now Mr. Buttson left no doubt of his readiness to depart. "Come," he said with chapfallen briskness, "we'll have to get back to the others. They'll be going." He took leave with so much less dignity and so much more haste than accorded with his earlier manner that Mr. May was a trifle puzzled, though he soon forgot it. "Good night, Mr. May. I wish you good night," said Uncle Isaac, shaking hands impressively. "I've greatly enjoyed your flow of conversation, Mr. May." He made after the impatient Buttson, stopped halfway to the gate, and called gently, "Nan." "Yes, Uncle," Mrs. May replied, stepping out to him. "What is it?" Uncle Isaac whispered gravely in her ear, and she returned and whispered to the old man. "Of course, certainly," he said, looking mightily concerned as he re-entered the cottage. Mrs. May reached a cracked cup from a shelf, and turning over a few coppers, elicited a half-crown. With this she returned to Uncle Isaac. "I'll make a note of it," said Uncle Isaac, as he pocketed the money, "and send a postal order." "Oh, don't trouble about that, Uncle Isaac." For Uncle Isaac, with the small property, must not be offended in a matter of a half-crown. "What, trouble?" he ejaculated, deeply pained. "To pay my—" "'Ere, come on," growled Mr. Buttson savagely from the outer gloom. "Come on." And they went together, taking the lane in the direction opposite to that lately used by the noisy woman. "Well," old May observed, "we don't often have visitors, and I was glad to see your Uncle Isaac, Nan, and Mr. Butson, too," he added impartially. "Yes," returned Bessie's mother innocently, "such a gentleman, isn't he?" "There's one thing I forgot," the old man said suddenly. "I might ha' asked them to take a drop of beer afore they went. They had some while they was waiting for tea, and I don't think there's much left." She dragged a large tapped jar from under the breeding box at the window, and it was empty. "Ah!" was all the old man's comment, as he surveyed the jar thoughtfully. Presently he turned into the back house and emerged with a tin pot and a brush. "I'm a-going treacling a bit," he said. "Come, Johnny?" The boy pulled his cap from his pocket, fetched a lantern, and was straightway ready, while Bessie sat to her belated tea. The last pale light lay in the west, and the evening offered up an oblation of sweet smells. All things that feed by night were out, and nests were silent save for once and again a sleepy twitter. Every moment another star peeped, and then one more. The boy and the old man walked up the slope among the trees, pausing now at one, now at another, to daub the bark with the mixture of rum and treacle that was in the pot. "It's always best to be careful when you treacle when there's holiday folk about," said Johnny's grandfather. "They don't understand it. Once I've treacled a log or a stump and found a couple sitting on it when I came back, with new dresses and such. It's no good explaining. They think it's all done for practical joking. It's best to go on and take no notice. I've heard 'em say, 'Don't the country smell lovely?' meaning the smell of the rum and treacle they was sitting on. But when they find it, lor, the language I have heard! Awful!" The boy was quiet almost all the round. "Granddad, do you really like that likeness I made of mother?" "Like it, my boy? Why, of course. It's a nobby picture. Uncle Isaac said it was bad." "Oh!" There was a thoughtful pause while they tramped toward the next tree. "That's only Uncle Isaac's little game, Johnny. You mustn't mind that. It's a nobby picture." "I don't believe Uncle Isaac knows anything about it," said the boy vehemently. "I think he's ignorant." "Here, Johnny, Johnny!" cried his grandfather. "That won't do, you know. Not at all. You mustn't say things like that." "Well, that's what I think, Granddad. And I know he says things wrong. When he came before, he said that ship I drew was bad, and I very near cried. He did cry, but that was in secret, and not to be confessed. But now," Johnny went on, "I'm 14, and I know better. I don't believe Uncle Isaac knows a bit about things." They had come again to the tree first treacled, and leaving the pot and brush at its foot, the old man, by help of the lantern, took certain of the moths that had been attracted. From this he carried the lantern to the next tree in the round, and then to the next, filling the intervals between his moth captures with successive chapters of a mild and rather vague lecture on respect for elders. It was dark night now, and the sky all adust with stars. The old man and the boy took their way more by use than by sight amid the spectral presences of the trees, whose infinite whisperings filled the sharpening air. They emerged on high ground, whence could be seen here the lights of Loughton, and there the lights of Woodford, and others more distant in the flatter country. Here the night wind swept up lustily from Essex, and away from far on the Robin Hood road came a rumble and a murmur, and presently the glare of hand-lights red and green, the sign and token of homing bean-festers. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 2. For some while, a problem had confronted the inmates of the cottage, and now it was ever with them, the choice of a trade for Johnny. The situation of the cottage itself made the main difficulty. There was a walk of 2 miles to the nearest railway station, and then London was 12 miles off. It was in London the trades were learnt. But to get there, here the family must stay, for here was the cottage, which cost no rent, for the old man had bought it with his little savings. Moreover, here also were the butterflies and the moths, which meant butter to the dry bread of the little pension. And here was the garden. To part with Johnny altogether was more than his mother could face, and indeed, what was to pay for his lodging and keep? The moths and butterflies could be no living for Johnny. To begin with, though, he was always ready to help in the hatching, killing, setting, and what-not. He was no born insect hunter like his grandfather, and then the old man had long realized that the forest was growing a poorer and poorer hunting ground each year, and must some day, after he was dead he hoped, be no longer worth working. People were hard on the hawks, so that the insect-eating birds multiplied apace, and butterflies were fewer. And there was something else, or so it seemed. Some subtle influence from the great smoky province that lay to the southwest. For London grew and washed nearer and still nearer its scummy edge of barren brickbats and clinkers. It had passed Stratford long since, and had nearly reached Leighton. And though Leighton was 8 miles off, still the advancing town sends something before it, an odor, a subtle principle that drove off the butterflies. The old man had once taken the emperor moth at Stratford, in a place long covered with a row of grimy little houses. Now the emperor was none too easy to find in the thickest of the woodland. And indeed, when the wind came from the southwest, the air seemed less clear in the old man's eyes than was its wont a dozen years back. True, many amateurs came with nets, boys from boarding schools thereabout chiefly, and did not complain. But he who by trade had noted day by day for many years the forest's produce in egg, larva, pupa, and imago, saw and knew the change, so that butterflies being beyond possibility as Johnny's trade, his grandfather naturally bethought him of the one other he himself was familiar with, and spoke of the post office. He knew the postmaster at Loughton, and the postmasters at other of the villages about the forest. By making a little interest, Johnny might take the next vacancy as messenger. But the prospect did not tempt the boy. He protested, and it was almost his sole contribution to the daily discussion, that he wanted to make something. And there was little doubt, if one might judge from the unpleasing ships and figures in colored chalks wherewith he defaced whatever offered a fair surface, that he would most like to make pictures. He never urged the choice in plain terms, for that were hopeless, but both his mother and his grandfather condemned it in all respects as though he did. "There's a good deal more caterpillar than butterfly in this life for the likes of us, my boy," the old man would say as he labored at his setting. "Making pictures and such is all very well, but we can't always choose our own line. I've been a lucky man in my time, thank God. The insects was my hobby long 'fore I made any money of 'em. Your poor grandmother that you never saw. A lot of good them moths and grubs'll be for you. She used to say, why not bees, as you can make something out of? And Haskins, that took the next round to mine. He kept bees. But I began selling a few specimens to gentlemen here and there, and then more. And after that I took 'em to London regular, same as now. It ain't as good as it was, and it's going to be worse, but I'm in hopes that it'll last my time out. It was because I was carrying letters here that I had the chance of doing it at all. If you was to carry 'em yourself, you'd be able to do something else too. These, p'raps. A good few men's boots, but we're a bit off the villages here. Here's the house, yours and your mother's, when I'm gone, and I'm 69, and it's healthier and cleaner than London. You could put up a little bit of glass in the garden and grow tomatoes and cucumbers, them and fowls. You could keep fowls. Would sell very well to the gentlefolk. And they all know the postman. Wages ain't high, but you live cheap here with no rent. And there's a pension, p'raps. That's your line. Depend on it, Johnny. But I should like a trade where I can make something, the boy would answer wistfully. I really should, Granddad. Ah, with the shake of the head, make what? I doubt what you mean in pictures. You must get that notion out of your head, Johnny. Some of them as make 'em may do well, but most awful. I see 'em in London often, drawin' on the pavement, regular clever ones, too, doin' mackerel and bits of salmon splendid, and likenesses o' the Queen, and sunsets with the sky shaded beautiful. Beggin'. Regular beggin', with a cap out for coppers and help gifted poverty wrote in chalk. That won't do, you know, Johnny. The boy's mother felt for him an indefinite ambition not to be realized by a life of letter-carrying, though picture-making she favored as little as did the old man. But there was the situation of the cottage, a hindrance they could see no way to overcome. This being so, they left it for the time and betook themselves to smaller difficulties. Putting the letter-carrying aside for the moment, and forgetting distance as an obstacle, what trades were there to choose from? Truly a good many. And that none should be missed, Johnny's grandfather took paper and pencil and walked to Woodford, where he begged use of a London directory and read through all the trades, from absorbent cotton wool manufacturers to zincographic printers, making a laborious list as he went, omitting with some reluctance such items as bankers, brokers, stock and share, merchants, patentees, and physicians, and hesitating a little over such as aeronauts and shive-turners. The task filled a large part of 3 days of uncommonly hard work, and old David May finished his list in mental bedevilment. What was a shive-turner? Indeed, for that matter, what was an ammeter? The list did but multiply confusion and divide counsel. Nan May sang less at her housework now, thinking of what she could remember of the trades that began with absorbent cotton wool manufacture and ended with zincographic printing. Little Bess neglected the bookshelf and pored over the crabbed catalogue with earnest incomprehension. It afflicted Johnny himself with a feeling akin to terror, for which he found it hard to account. The arena of the struggle for bread was so vast, and he so small a combatant to choose a way into the scrimmage. More, it seemed, all so unattractive. There could be little to envy in the daily life of a seed crusher or a court plaster maker. But the old man would pin a sheet of the list to the wall and study it while he worked within doors, full of patience and simple courage. Bacon powder maker, he would call aloud to whomever it might reach. How's that? That's making something. Sometimes Bob Smallpiece, the forest keeper, would look in on his way by the cottage and be consulted. Bob was an immense being in much leather and velveteen, with a face like a long-kept pippin. When he first came to the forest years back, his amiable peeps into the house may have been prompted by professional considerations, for it was his habit to keep an eye on solitary cottages in his walk, cottages wherein it had once or twice been his luck to spy by surprise some furry little heap that a poke of his ash-stick had separated into dead rabbits. Indeed, had old May's taste lain that way, nothing would have been easier for him than to set a snare or two at night as he hunted his moths. But soon the keeper found that this one at least of the cottages thereabouts was no poacher. and then his greetings were as friendly as they seemed. As to Johnny's trade, he had few ideas beyond one that butchers did very well in London, his sister having married one. And what a shive turner or an ammeter might be, he knew no more than his stick. But he knew well enough what a poacher was, as also perhaps did the stick, if contact could teach it. And he counseled that the boy be kept away from certain lots, as the Blandy lot, the Honeywell lot, and the Hayes lot, who would do him no good. The old butterfly hunter knew these lots very well on his own account, and his perpetual gropings about banks and undergrowth made him no friends among them. They would scarce believe, even after long experience, that grubs alone accounted for his activity. And truly a man with a government pension, who affected scientific tastes, who lived a clean life, who was called Mr. May by keepers, and who, moreover, had such uncommon opportunities of witnessing what passed in the woods, might well be an object of suspicion. In simple truth, the village loafers had small conception of the old man's knowledge of their behavior among the rabbit burrows. He knew the woods as they knew the innards of a quart-pot, and his eyes, aged as they might be, were trained by years of search for things well nigh invisible amid grass, leaves, and undergrowths. He could have found their wires blindfold, and he knew Joe Blandy's wires from Amos Honeywell's better than Joe and Amos themselves. But of all this he said nothing, holding himself a strict neutral, and judging it best never to seem too knowing. Still, it was the fact that when the lots were periodically weeded of members, caught with disjointable guns, wire nooses, or dead things furred or feathered, those left behind were apt to link circumstances together, and to regard the old man with doubt and ill favor. Once, indeed, he hung in doubt for days, much tempted to carry a hint to Bob Smallpiece of a peculiarly foul and barbarous manner of deer-stealing, wherein figured a tied fawn, an anxious doe, a heavy stone, a broken leg, and a cut throat. But it chanced that the keeper was otherwise aware, and old May's doubt was determined by news that the thief, wailed and gory, for he had made a fight for it, had been brought to the police cells with a dripping doe on a truck behind him. Even now, as Bob Smallpiece grinned in at the cottage door, one saw the gap where 2 teeth had gone in that up-and-downer. "No," said the keeper, "it won't do the boy no good to let him knock about with nothin' to do, about here specially. Boys that knocks about this part mostly gets in with them lots as we've been speaking of, something about as bad. Ain't there no gentleman hereabout 'd give him a job?" "I'd like him to learn a trade," the old man said anxiously, "but I don't see how. It's always something to stand by, is a trade, and it's what he wants to make something. That's the way he puts it. Else I'd say post office, same as me." "His father was in the engineering," remarked Mrs. May, who had arrived at the door with certain sticks of rhubarb from the garden. "I'd like him to go to that, I think, but he can't from here." Bob Smallpiece knew nothing of engineering, and little more of any of the several trades read out from the list pinned to the window frame near which the old man worked at a setting stick. And presently he departed on his walk. Bessie, at the casement above, saw him swing away toward the glen, lifting his stick in recognition of Johnny, who bore a bundle of dead sticks homeward. Johnny's mother peeled and cut the rhubarb, revolving impossible expedients for bridging the space between them and London, the space that looked so small on the map, but was so great an obstacle to their purposes, and so wide a division between the two modes of life she knew. Johnny's grandfather pinned and strapped deftly, deep in thought. Presently, looking up, "It beats me," he said, fearful of ignoring some good thing in trades, "to guess what a shive turner is." End of Chapter 2. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 3 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. So life went at the cottage. For a little while, they looked for another visit from Uncle Isaac, since, as he had sent no postal order, it was felt that he must defer the return of the half-crown merely because he contemplated an early payment in person. But weeks passed, and nothing was heard of him, nor seen. Meantime, the problem of Johnny's trade met no solution. He had left school nearly 3 months now, and, the thing seeming desperate, he had well nigh resolved to give in to the post office. At the thought London seemed a far and wondrous place whereto he could never attend, and awe of the terrible list his grandfather compiled from the London Directory became longing for the least inviting trade in the collection. He had his memories of London too, and they were more numerous and more pleasant than Bess's. There he could see, from his bedroom window, the masts of many ships, quite close. In the strong winds, and in his remembered London, the weather was ever cold, brisk, dry, and windy. The masts bent and rocked gravely, the ropes bellied, and the blocks whistled aloud. At nights he lay and heard the yards groan and the cordage creak and rattle. Just by the corner, ships sometimes thrust prying jib booms clean over the dock wall, as if to see what the town was like. And often he had stood in the street to watch men climbing the rigging and hanging bent over spars, like earwigs. He had gone shopping too, gripping tight at his mother's skirts, in flaring market streets, where everybody shouted at once, and there were mountains of bullseyes and peppermints on barrows. There was a street with shops on one side and a blank wall on the other, and over and behind this wall, lifted high in the air, was the monstrous skeleton of a great ship. Men swarmed like ants about the skeleton, and all day hammers went with a mighty clangor, and great lights flared at night. There were big blank walls at all the places where they made ships, and he could remember a little door in one such wall, a door beyond which he greatly desired to see. But it was rarely opened, and then but a little way, by an ill-natured old man, who squeezed through and closed it very quickly, so that Johnny believed he must issue thus to prevent the escape of some small and active animal imprisoned within. All that Johnny remembered of his father was that he wiped his oily hands on cotton waste, a curious stuff, like a great deal of soft sewing thread in a hopeless tangle, that he had never seen since. That and the funeral, when he rode in a carriage with a crape bow pinned to his new jacket, and his mother held his hand very tight at the graveside. Most of his memories were of the streets, and some revived after long oblivion, as when the smell of roasted chestnuts brought a vision of a glowing coke fire by the corner of the shipyard wall, with a pockmarked man behind it whom he would know anywhere now. And he was not to return to this place of wistful memory, after all, nor to learn to make a ship nor an engine, let alone a picture. The weeks went, and berries hung where flowers had been. Johnny and Bessie made their yearly harvest of blackberries, some for puddings and jam at home, some to sell at such kitchen doors as might receive them, until an afternoon in early October, when, with an order from a lady at XVIII, they betook themselves in search of sloes. Warm colours touched the woods to a new harmony, and seen from high ground, they lay like flower beds in green and red, yellow and brown. The honeysuckle bloomed its second time, and toadstools stood in crimson companies in the shade of the trees. Sloes were rare this year near home, so the children searched their way through the Wake Valley to Honey Lane quarters, and there they found their sloes, though few. It was a long and scratchy task, and, when it was finished, they were well up in St. Thomas's quarters, and the sun was setting. They made the best of their way back as far as the road near the Dun Cow, and there parted, for Bessie was tired and hungry, and though Johnny was little better, he resolved to carry his sloes fresh to XVIII and get the money, since he was already a little on the way. So Bessie turned up the lane that led to the cottage, and Johnny took to the woods again for XVIII, by way to right of Wormington Pits. Dusk was growing to dark, but the boy stepped fearlessly, well knowing his path. The last throstle sang his last evensong for the year, and was still. The shadowy trees, so living and so silent about him, the wrestling trunks of beeches, the reaching arms of oak and hornbeam, all struck a gaze as though pausing in their everlasting struggle to watch and whisper as he passed. And the black depths between them might well have oppressed the imagination of such a boy from other parts. But Johnny trampled along among them, little heeding, thinking of the great ship-haunted London he longed for, and forecasting nothing of the blow that should fall but in that hour, and send him the journey sorrowing. Presently he was aware of a light ahead. It moved a foot or two from the ground, and Johnny knew its swing. Then it stopped, resting by a tree root. "You, Grandad?" called Johnny, and "Hello," came the old man's voice in answer. The old man had cut a leaf with a caterpillar on it from a shrub, and was packing it in a pillbox. "Out for a few night feeders," he explained, as the boy stopped beside him. "But you ain't been home to tea," he added. "Taking home the sloes? Might have left them till the morning, John, easy. Now you've got 'em." "Oh, come up from over there." Johnny made a vague toss of the arm. "And I thought I might as well cut across to XVIII first." Bess went up the lane. "I'll be home for ye now, Grandad, unless you're going back straight." "I won't be long behind ye. I'm just going to the pits. I can't make nothing of them I took last night, under the brambles and heather. Never saw the like before quite. So I'm going to see if there's more, and get all I can." They walked together a few yards till the trees thinned. "You'll go, cross the slade," said the old man. "Step it, or you'll be beat." "I'll step it," the boy answered. "I want my tea." He was trotting home by the lane from XVIII, with his empty basket on his arm, and his hands, and the sixpence, in his trousers pockets, when he checked a sound, as a cry from the wood, but he heard no more, and trotted on. Probably the deer were fighting somewhere. Rare fighters were the bucks in October. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gray Clayton. To London Town by Arthur Morrison, Chapter 4. Johnny had finished his tea and was lying at his ease in the old easy chair, whistling, rattling his heels on the hearth, and studying a crack in the ceiling that suggested an angry face. Mrs. May had put the sixpence the Slows had brought into the cracked teacup that still waited the return of Uncle Isaac's half-crown, had washed the tea things and was now mending the worn collar of Grandad's greatcoat in readiness for the winter. Bessie had fallen asleep over her book, had been wakened, had fallen asleep again, and in the end had drowsily climbed the stairs to early bed. But still the old man did not return. "I wonder Grandad ain't back yet," Johnny's mother said for the third time. "He said he'd be quick so as to finish that case tonight." This was a glass-topped mahogany box, in course of setting with specimens for all the Svengees of special private order. "'Spect he can't find them caterpillars he went for," Johnny conjectured. "That's what it is. He's forgot all about racing me home." Mrs. May finished the collar, lifted the coat by the loop, and turned it about in search of rents. Finding none, she put it down and stood at the door, listening. "Think you're too tired to go and look for him, Johnny?" she asked presently. Johnny thought he was. "It's them caterpillars, safe enough," he said. "He never saw any before, and it was just a chance last night. Tonight he can't find 'em, and he's keeping on searching all over the pits and the slade. That's about it." There was another pause, till Mrs. May remembered something. "That bit of candle he had in the lantern wouldn't last an hour," she said. "He'd have had to come back for more. Johnny, I'm getting nervous." "Why, what for?" asked Johnny, though the circumstances of the short candles startled his confidence. "He might get a light from somewhere else, instead of coming all the way back." "But where?" asked Mrs. May. "There's only the dun cow, and he might almost as well come home. Besides, he wouldn't ask 'em." Johnny left the chair and joined his mother at the door. As they listened, a more regular sound made itself plain amid the low hum of the trees. Footsteps. "Here he comes," said Johnny. But the sound neared, and the steps were long, and the tread was heavy. In a few moments, Bob Smallpiece's voice came from the gloom, wishing them good night. Mrs. May called to him. "Have you seen Grandad anywhere, Mr. Smallpiece?" The keeper checked his strides and came to the garden gate, piebald with the light from the cottage door. "No," he said. "I ain't run across him nor seen his light anywheres. Know which way he went?" "He was just going to Wormleton Pits and back, that's all." "Well, I've just come straight across the pits, and as straight here as ever I could go, past the dun cow, and ain't seen ne'er a sign of him. One in particular?" "I'm getting nervous about him, Mr. Smallpiece. Somehow I'm frightened tonight. He went out about 6, and now it don't want much of 9, and he only had a bit of candle that wouldn't burn an hour. And he never meant stopping long, I know, 'cause of a case he's got to set. I thought perhaps you might have seen—" "No, I see nothing of him. But I'll go back to the pits now if you like, and welcome. I'd be sorry to bother you, but I would like someone to go. Here, Johnny, go along, there's a good boy." All right, the keeper exclaimed cheerfully. "We'll go together. I expect he's invented some new speeches of moth, and he's forgotten all about his light. Thinking out the improvements. It ain't the first time he's been out at night about here, anyhow. Not likely to lose himself, Mrs. May." Johnny had his cap and was at the gate, and in a moment the keeper and he were mounting the slope. "Mother's worrying herself over nothing tonight," Johnny grumbled. "Grandad's been later than this many a time, and she never said a word. Why, when he gets after caterpillars and things, he forgets everything." They walked on among the trees. Presently, "How long is it since your father died?" Bob Smallpiece asked abruptly. 9 years now, and more. Mother might have married again, I suppose. I don't know. Very likely. Never heard her say nothing. Bob Smallpiece walked on with no more reply than a grunt. Soon a light from the dun cow twinkled through the bordering coppice, and in a few paces they were up to the wood's edge. No light along the road, the keeper said, glancing to left and right and making across the hard gravel. There's somebody, Johnny exclaimed, pointing up the pale road. Drunk, objected the other, and truly the indistinct figure staggered and floundered. And going the wrong way, chap's just out of the dun cow. Come on. But Johnny's gaze didn't shift. It's Grandad, he cried suddenly and started running. Bob Smallpiece sprang after him, and in 20 paces they were running abreast. As they neared the old man, they could hear him talking rapidly in a monotonous, high-pitched voice. He was hatless, and though they called, he took no heed, but stumbled on as one seeing and hearing nothing, till, as the keeper reached to seize his arm, he trod in a gully and fell forwards. The shock interrupted his talk, and he breathed heavily, staring still before him as he regained his uncertain foothold and reeled a step further. And then Bob Smallpiece grasped him above the elbow and shouted his name. "What's the matter, Grandad?" Johnny demanded. "Ill?" The old man glared fixedly and made as though to resume his course. "Why, what's this?" said Bob Smallpiece, retaining the arm and lifting a hand gently to the old man's hair. It was blood, dotted and trickling. "Lord, he's had a bad wipe over the head," said Bob, and with that lifted old May in his arms as a nurse lifts a child. "Thaden's nearest. Run, Johnny boy, run like the blazes and fetch the doctor, Tantivy." "Take him into the dun cow?" "No, home's best, and save shifting him twice. Run it!" "Purple emperors and small coppers," began the old man again in his shrill chatter. "Small coppers and masked ringlets everywhere, and my bag full of letters at the beginning of the round, but I finished my round, and now they're all gone, 'cause of London coming, and I give in my empty bag, and so he tailed off into indistinguishable gabble, while Bob Smallpiece carried him into the wood. To Johnny, scudding madly towards Thaden, it imparted a grotesque horror, as of some absurd nightmare, this baby babble of his white-haired grandfather, carried baby fashion. He blinked as he ran and felt his head for his cap, half believing that he ran in a dream in very truth. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Gray Clayton. Chapter 5 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gray Clayton. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 5. Mrs. May still stood at the cottage door, and the keeper, warned by the light, called from a little distance. "Here we are, Mrs. May," he said, as cheerfully as he might. "He's all right. Just had a little accident, that's all, so I'm carrying him. Don't be frightened. Get a little water. Think he's got a bit of a cut on his head, but it's nothing to fluster about." And so, assuring and protesting, Bob brought the old man in. The woman saw the staring grey face and the blood. "Oh, my God!" she quavered, stricken sick and pale. He's... No. Keep steady and help. Shift the table. I'll put him down on the rug." She mastered herself and said no more. The old man, whose babble had sunk to an indistinct mutter, was no sooner laid on the floor than he made a vague effort to rise, as though to continue on his way. But he was feebler than before, and Bob Smallpiece pressed him gently back upon the new-mended coat, doubled to make a pillow. Nan May, tense and white, curbed her agitation, ministering and suffering in silence. Years before, a man had been carried home to her thus, But then all was over. And after the first numbness, grief could take its vent. Once she asked Bob Smallpiece in a whisper how it had happened. He told how little he knew, and save for passing the words to Bessie, wakened by unwanted sounds, Mrs. May said nothing. Bessie, in her nightgown, sat on the stairs, hugging her crutch and sobbing with what quietness she could compel of herself. There was a little brandy in the quartern bottle, and the keeper thought it well to force the spirit between the old man's teeth, while Mrs. May bathed the head and washed away the clotted blood. As they did so, the wheels of the doctor's dog-cart were heard in the lane, and soon the doctor came in at the door, pulling off his gloves. Johnny stood, pale, helpless, and still almost breathless, behind the group, while the doctor knelt at his grandfather's side. There was a contused wound at the top of the head, the doctor could see, a little back, not serious, but blood still dripped from the ears. And the doctor shook his head. "Fracture of the base," he said, as if to himself. Reviving a little because of the brandy and the bathing, the old man once more made a motion, as if to rise. His eyes grew brighter, though fixed still, and his voice rose distinctly as ever. "Took the bag in? Yes. London's coming fast. London's coming and a-frightening out the butterflies. London's a-driving the butterflies out of my round, and butterflies can't live near it. London's out of my round, and I've done my round, and now I'll give in the empty bag. Take the bag and look for the pension. That's the vantage of the post office, John. Some gets pensions, but some don't. But the butterflies will last my time, I hope, and Haskins has kept bees, but I'm hoping to finish my round," and so on, till the voice fell again, and the muttering was fainter than before. Bob Smallpiece stood awkwardly by, unwilling to remain a useless intruder, but just as reluctant to desert friends in trouble. Presently he bethought himself that work was still to do in inquiry how the old man's hurt had befallen, whether by accident or attack, perhaps indeed to inform the police, and that in good time. So he asked, turning his hat about in his hands, if there was anything else he could do. "Nothing more, Smallpiece, thanks," the doctor said, with an unmistakable lift of the brows and a glance at the door. "God bless you for helping us, Mr. Smallpiece," Mrs. May said as she let him out. "I'll let you know how he is in the morning if you can't call." And when the door was shut, "Go to bed, Johnny, my boy, and take a rest." But Johnny went no further than the stairs and sat there with his sister. The old man's mutterings ceased wholly, and he breathed heavily, stertorously. The doctor rose to his feet and turned to Mrs. May. "Won't you tell me, sir?" she said. Is it? "It is very serious," the doctor said gravely, and added with impressive slowness, "very serious indeed." The woman took a grip of the table and caught 3 quick breaths. "You must keep yourself calm, and you must bear up. You must prepare yourself in case of something very bad indeed." Twice she tried to speak, but was mute, and then, "No hope," she said, more to sight than to hearing. He put his hand kindly on her shoulder. "It would be wrong of me to encourage it," he said. "As for what I can do, it is all over. But you must bear up," he went on firmly, as, guided to a chair, she bent forward and covered her face. "Drink this." He took a small bottle from his bag, poured something into a cup, and added water. Drink it up, all of it." "I must go. You've your children to think of, remember. Come to your mother, my boy." He was gone, and the children stood with their arms about their mother. The old man's breathing, which had grown heavier and louder still, presently eased again, and his eyes closed drowsily. At this the woman looked up with an impossible hope in her heart. Truly the breath was soft and natural, and the drawn lines had gone from his face. He must be sleeping. Why had she not thought to ask Bob Smallpiece to carry him up to bed? And why had the doctor not ordered it? Softly she turned the wet cloth that lay over the wound. The breath grew lighter and still lighter, and more peaceful the face, till one might almost trace a smile. Quieter, and still more peaceful, till all was peace indeed. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Gray Clayton.
Chapter 6 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town, by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 6. Bob Smallpiece and a police inspector busied themselves that night at worm-laden pits. The pits were none of them deep, 6 feet at most. At the bottom of the deepest, they found old May's lantern, with the glass broken and the candle overrun and extinguished, and the gravel was spotted with marks which, in the clearer light of the morning, were seen to be marks of blood. It was useless to look for footprints. The ground was dry, and except in the pits themselves, it was covered with heather, whereon no such traces were possible. And this was all the police had to say at the inquest, whereat the jury gave a verdict of accidental death. For the old man had died, as was medically certified after post-mortem examination, of brain laceration produced by fracture of the base of the skull, and the fracture was caused by percussion from a blow on the upper part of the head, a blow probably suffered by falling backward into the pit and striking the head against a large stone embedded at the bottom. Everything suggested such an explanation. Above the steepest wall of the pit, over which the fall must have chanced, a narrow ledge of ground ran between the brink and a close clump of bramble and bush, and this ledge was grown thick with tough heather, as apt, almost, as a tangle of wire, to catch the foot and cause a stumble. It was plain that, stooping to his occupation on this ledge, and perhaps forgetting his situation in the interest of his search, he had fallen backward into the pit with the lantern. He had probably lain there insensible for some while, and then, developing a crazed half-consciousness, he had crawled out of the easy slope at the farther end and staggered off whithersoever his disjointed faculties might carry him. Nobody had seen him but his grandson and the keeper, so that the verdict was a matter of course, and the dismal inquiry was soon done with. And indeed the jury knew all there was to know, unless it were a trivial matter of some professional interest to Bob Smallpiece, about which the police preferred to have nothing said, since it could not help the jury, though it might chance, later, to be of some use to themselves. It was simply the fact that several very fresh peg-holes were observed about the pits, hinting a tearing away of rabbit snares, with no care to hide the marks. The days were bad dreams to Johnny. He found himself continually repeating in his mind that Grandad was dead, as though he were forcing himself to learn a lesson that persistently slipped his memory. Well enough he knew it, and it puzzled him that he should find it so hard to believe, and, mostly, so easy a grief. As he woke in the morning, the thought struck down his spirits, and then, with an instant revulsion, he doubted it was but the aftertaste of a dream. And there lay the empty half of the bed they were wont to share, and the lessons began again. He went about the house. Here was a sheet of Grandad's list of trades, pinned to the wall. There the unfinished case of moths, for which the customer was waiting. These, and the shelves, and the breeding boxes, all were as parts of the old man, impossible to consider apart from his active, white-headed figure. In some odd, hopeless way, they seemed to suggest that it was all right, and that Grandad was simply in the garden, or upstairs, or in the back house, and presently would come in as usual and put them all to their daily uses. And it was only for dint of stern concentration of thought that Johnny forced on himself the assurance that the old man would come along his cases no more, nor ever again discuss with him the list of London trades. Then the full conviction struck him sorely, like a blow behind the neck, the heavy stroke of bereavement, and the sick fear of the world for his mother and sister together. But there he was merely torturing himself. He took refuge in a curious callousness that he could call back very easily when he would. So the days went, but with each new day the intermissions of full realization grew longer, till plain grief persisted in a leaden ache, rarely broken by a spell of apathy. His mother and sister went about household duties silently, not often apart. They were comforted in companionship, it seemed, but solitude brought tears and heartbreak. Nan May's London upbringing caused her some thought of what her acquaintances there would have called a proper funeral. But here the machinery of such funerals must be brought from a distance, thus becoming doubly expensive, and this being the case, cottagers made very little emulation at such times, and a walking funeral, perhaps at best a cab from the rank at Lawton Station, satisfied most. Moreover, the old man himself had many a time preached strong disapproval of money wasted on funerals, had indeed prophesied that if any costliness were wasted on him, he would rise from his coffin and kick a mute. So now that time had come. A Thaden carpenter made the coffin, and a cab from Lawton was the whole show. The old man's relations were not, and of Nan May's most still alive were forgotten. For in the forest cottage the little family had been secluded from such connections, as by sundering seas. At first they had seemed too near for correspondence, and then they had been found too far for visiting. Uncle Isaac came to the funeral, however, and though in the beginning he seemed prepared for solemn declaration, something in the sober grief at the cottage made him unwontedly quiet. It was a short coffin, accommodated under the cabman's seat, with no great protrusion at the ends, what there was being covered decently with a black cloth, and the cab held the mourners easily, Johnny and Bessie in their Sunday clothes, their mother in hers. They had always been black since she was first a widow, and Uncle Isaac in a creasy suit of lustrous black, oddly bunched and wrinkled at the seams, the conventional Sunday suit of his generation of artisans, folded carefully and long preserved, and designed to be available alike for church and for such funerals as might come to pass. A brisk wind stirred the trees and flung showers of fallen leaves after the shabby old four-wheeler as it climbed the lanes that led up to the little churchyard, where the sexton and his old man waited with the planks and ropes by the new-dug grave. It was a bright afternoon, but a fresh chill in the wind hinted at the coming of winter. A belated red admiral seemed to chase the cab, fluttering this way or that, now by one window, now by the other, and again away over the hedge-top. Nothing was said. Now and again, Johnny took his eyes from the open window to look at his companions. His mother opposite sat, pale and worn, with her hands in her lap, and gazed blankly over his head at the front window of the cab. She was commonly a woman of healthy skin and colour, but now the skin seemed coarser, and there was no colour but the pink about her red eyelids. Uncle Isaac, next her, sat forward, and rubbed his chin over and round the knob of his walking-stick, a bamboo topped with a Turk's head of tarred cord. As for Bessie, sitting at the far end of his own seat, Johnny saw nothing of her face but her handkerchief and the crutch handle. But she was very quiet, and he scarcely thought she was crying. For himself, he was sad enough, in a heavy way, but in no danger of tears, and he turned again and looked out the window. At last the cab stopped at the lych gate. Here Bob Smallpiece unexpectedly appeared to lend a hand with the coffin, so that with the sexton and the carpenter, who was the undertaker, Uncle Isaac, and the keeper, the cabman's help was not wanted. The cabman lingered a moment to shift clothes and aprons, and to throw a glance or two after the little company as it followed the clergyman, and then he hastened to climb to his seat and drive after a young couple that he spied walking in the main road, for they were strangers, and looked a likely fare back to the station. Johnny found the church much as it was on Sunday, except that today they sat near the front, and that he was conscious of a faint sense of family importance by reason of the special service, and the coffin so conspicuously displayed. A few neighbours, women mostly, were there too, and when the coffin was carried out to the grave, they grouped themselves a little way off in the background, with Bob Smallpiece farther back still. From the grave's edge one looked down over the countryside, green and hilly, and marked out in meadows by rows of elms with hedges at foot. The wind came up briskly and set the dead leaves going again and again, chasing them among the tombs and casting them into the new red road. Bessie was quiet no longer, but sobbed aloud, and Nan May took no more care to dry her eyes. Johnny made an effort that brought him near to choking, and then another, and then he fixed his attention on the cows in a meadow below, counted them with brimming eyes, and named them, for he knew them well, as accurately as the distance would let him. He would scarce trust himself to take a last look, with the others, at the coffin below and its bright tin plate, but fell straightway to watching a man mending thatch on the barn, and wondering that he wore neither coat nor waistcoat in such a fresh wind. And so, except for a stray tear or two which nobody saw overflowing from the brimming eyes, he faced it out, and walked away with the others under the curious gaze of the neighbours who lined up by the path. And Smallpiece went off in the opposite direction with the carpenter, who carried back the pall folded over his arm like a cloak. The four mourners walked back by the lanes in silence. Uncle Isaac bore the restraint with difficulty and glanced uneasily at Nan May's face from time to time, as though he were watching an opportunity to expound his sentiments at length. But Johnny saw nothing of this, for affliction was upon him. Now that Grandad was passed away indeed, was buried, and the clods were rising quickly over him. Now that even the coffin was gone from the cottage, and would never be seen again, it seemed that he had never understood before, and he awoke to the full bitterness of things. More, his effort at restraint was spent, and in the revulsion he found he could hold in no longer. He peeped into the thickets by the lane-side as he went, questing for an excuse to drop behind. Seeing no other, he stooped and feigned to tie his bootlace, calling, in a voice that quavered absurdly in trying to seem indifferent, "Go on, mother. I'm coming presently." He dashed among the bushes, flung himself on the grass, and burst into a blind fury of tears, writhing as though under a shower of stinging bolts. He had meant to cry quietly, but all was past control, and any might hear that chanced by. He scarce knew whether the fit had endured for seconds, minutes, or hours, when he was aware of his mother sitting beside him and pressing his bursting head to her breast. Bessie was there too, and his mother's arms were around both alike. With that he grew quieter and quieter still. "We mustn't break down, Johnny boy. There's hard struggles before us," his mother said, smoothing back his hair. "And you must be very good to me, Johnny. You're the man now." He kissed her and brushed the last of his tears away. "Yes, mother, I will," he said. He rose, calmer, awake to new responsibilities, and felt a man indeed. Nothing remained of his outbreak but a chance-coming shudder in the breath. And as he helped Bessie to her feet, he saw 5 yards off among the bushes Uncle Isaac, under his very tall hat, gazing blankly at the group and gently rubbing the Turk's head on his stick among the loose grey whiskers that bordered his large face. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 7. Nan May rose another woman in the morning, for there was work before her. The children marveled to see her so calm and so busy, so full of thought for the business in hand, so little occupied with sorrowful remembrance. The old man, prudent ever, had arranged years since for what had now befallen. There was a simple little will on a sheet of notepaper. There was a great complicated list, on odd scraps of paper thickly beset with additions, alterations, and crossing outs of the specimens hoarded in the cottage, with pencil notes of values, each revised a dozen times as the market changed. There was a post office savings bank deposit book, with entries amounting to £8.10, and a nomination form whereby Nan May might withdraw the money. There was no life insurance, for the old man had surrendered it years ago to secure the few pounds he needed to make up the full price of the cottage. The will gave Nan May all there might be to take, and left her to execute. Uncle Isaac, on the return to the cottage the day before, had at length broken into speech, and by devious approaches, cunningly disguised and ostentatiously casual, had reached the will. But he got little by his motion, for though his niece told him the will's purport, she protested that till tomorrow she should do nothing with it, nor did she even offer to produce it. Of course he had scarcely expected a legacy himself, but still he was Uncle Isaac, profound in experience, learned in the law, and an oracle in the family. It seemed, to say the least, a little scandalous that he should not have had the handling of this property, the selling, the control, the doling out, with such consideration the exertion might earn, and the accidents of arithmetic detach. "It's an important thing, is a will," said Uncle Isaac sagely. "A thing is ought to be seen by an experienced person. You might just look and see how it's wrote. If any's wrote in pencil, it's null void." "No," replied Miss May, without moving. "It's all in ink." Then, after a long pause, "Lawyers come very expensive with wills," Uncle Isaac observed. "They come expensive always, and mostly they rob the property according to form of lawyer. It's best to get a man of experience, as you can trust to go straight to Somerset House, in form of purpose. It's the cheapest way, and safe. He takes the will, just as it might be me, and he goes to the authorities, and he talks to 'em known and confidential. 'Here I am,' says he, as it might be me, on behalf of the last will and Holy Testament, as it might be, Mr. May, and I've come in a form of purpose, having objections to lawyers. In form or purpose? Uncle Isaac repeated, impressively tapping a forefinger on the table, as was his way of blazoning an etrude phrase that else might have passed unregarded. Poor Grandad told me what to do about going to Somerset House and all that, answered Nan May, in case anything happened. But I'd take it very kind if you'd come with me, Uncle Isaac, me not understanding such things. But I can't think about it today. And with so much of his finger in the pie, Uncle Isaac was fain to be content. And soon he left, declining to stay for the night, to Johnny's great relief, because his cheap return ticket was available for the day and no more. And now Johnny, having brought sheets of foolscap paper from Loughton, was set to work to make a fair copy of the amazing list of specimens, at work at great length accomplished in an unstable round hand, but on the whole with not so many blots. And Nan May's series of visits to Somerset House was begun, saddening her with the cost of 1 and 9 each visit for fares in train and omnibus. The first indeed cost more, for Uncle Isaac's fare from Millwall was also to be paid. But he came no more, for in truth his failure as a man of business was instant and ignoble. To begin with, the shadow of the awful building fell on him as he neared it, extinguishing his confidence and stopping his tongue. In the quadrangle, the very tall hat distinguished an Uncle Isaac of hushed speech and meek docility, and along the corridors it followed Nan May deferentially, in unresting pursuit of room 37. The room was reached at last, and here Uncle Isaac found himself constrained to open the business. For Nan May herself held back now, and the young man in gold-rimmed glasses fixed him with his eye. So, taking off his hat with both hands, Uncle Isaac in a humble murmur began, Good morning, sir. We've come, as it might be, in form or purpose. What? As regards to a will, Uncle Isaac explained desperately, dropping his technicality like a hot rivet. As regards to a will, and dying testament, which the late deceased did write out. Very well. Are you the executor? Well, sir, not as it might be executor, no, but as uncle to Mr. May's daughter-in-law by marriage. Are you? The gentleman turned abruptly to Nan May, who gave him the will, whereupon Uncle Isaac, in a hopeful way of recovering nerve and eloquence, was thrust out of the business, and told that Nan May alone would be dealt with. And he retired once more into the shadow, with a little relief to leaven a great deal of injured dignity, so that for the rest Nan May relied on herself alone, and hardened her face to the world. When the specimens came to be sold, a smart young man came from the London firm of naturalists to make an offer. He examined the trays and cases as hastily and carelessly as was consistent with a privily sharp eye to all they held, and with the air of contempt proper for a professional buyer. For in such a matter of business, the widow and the orphan needing money are the weak party, humble and timid, watching small signs with sinking hearts, and easy to beat, and a man of business worth the name of one takes advantage of the fact for every penny it will bring. So the smart young man, looking more contemptuous than ever, and dusting his fingers with his pocket-handkerchief, flung Nan May an offer of £5 for the lot. No, thank you, sir, the woman answered with simple decision. I'm sorry you've had the trouble. Good morning. Which was not the reply the young man had looked for, and indeed not a reply easy of rejoinder. So he was constrained to some unbending of manner, and a hint that his firm might increase the offer if she would name a sum, and the whole thing ended with a letter carrying a cheque for £40, which was very handsome indeed, for the young man's firm would scarce have paid more than £80 for the collection, in the ordinary way of trade. And so the old man's little affairs were gathered up, and the inland revenue took its bite out of the estate, and there were no more journeys to Somerset, but nobody would buy the cottage. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of the London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Just such a day as Johnny's London memories always brought, cold and dry and brisk, found him perched on the cart that was to take him to London again. Besides himself, the cart held his mother and his sister, and the household furniture from the cottage, while Banks, the carrier, sat on the shaft. Bessie was made comfortable in the armchair. Her mother sat on a bundle of bedding, whence it was convenient to descend when steep hills were encountered, and Johnny sat on the tailboard and jumped off and on as the humour took him. All through Long Lawton village there was something of a triumphal progress, for people knew them and turned to look. Bessie alone remained in the cart for the long pull up Bughurst Hill, while Johnny, tramping beside and making enough excursions into the thicket, flung up into her lap sprigs of holly with berries. Already they had plenty, packed close in a box, but it is better to have too much than too little, so any promising head was added to the store. For it was December, and Christmas would come in 3 weeks or so, and ere that Nan May was to open shop in London. It was to be a chandler's shop, with aspirations towards grocery and butter. Chandlery, grocery, and butter being things of the buying and selling, whereof Nan May knew as little as anybody in the world, beyond the usual retail prices at the forest villages. But something must be done, and everything has a beginning somewhere. So Nan May resolutely set face to the work, to play the world with all the rigour of the game, and her figure, as she trampled sturdily up the hill beside the cart, was visible symbol of her courage. Always a healthy, clean-skinned, almost a handsome woman, active and shapely. She walked the hill with something of steadfast fierceness, as one joying in trampling an obstacle, her eyes fixed before her, and taking no heed of the view that opened to Bessie's gaze as she looked back from under the tilt of the cart, but busy with thought of the fight she was beginning. A little fearful, but by so much the gamer. Meanwhile, it was a good piece of business to decorate a shop with holly at Christmas, and here Johnny found holly ready for the work. It would cost money in London. The cart crowned the hilltop, and still Nan May regarded not the show that lay behind, whereof Bessie took her fill for the moments still left. There Lawton tumbled about its green hills, beset with dusty trees, like a spilt boxful of toys, with the sad-coloured forest making the horizon line behind it. Away to the left, seen between the boughs of the near pines, high beech steeple lifted from the velvety edge, and as far to the right on its own rose the square church tower that stood by Grandad's grave. And where the bold curve of Staples Hill lost itself among the woods, some tall brown trees uprose above the rest and gave good-bye, for invisible beyond them lay the empty cottage in its patch of garden, grown dank and waste. Then roadside trees shut all out, and the cart stopped on the level to take up Nan May. And now the old mare jogged faster along to Woodford Wells and through the green, fringed with a wonder of big houses and many broad miles of country seen between them. Then, farther down the easy slope of Rising Sun Road, with thick woods at the way's edge on each side, their winter austerity softened by the sunlight among the brown twigs, and so on and on, till they emerged in bushy Leighton Flats, and turned off for Leytonstone. And now they were nearing London indeed. Once past the Green Man, they were on a trammed line road, and there were shops and houses with scarce a break. Where there was one bricklayers on scaffoldings were building shop fronts. The new shops had a raw, disagreeable look, and some of these, a little older, were just old enough to be dirty without being a witless, disagreeable, and raw. Some were prosperous, brilliant with gilt and plate glass. Others, which had started even with them, stood confessed failures, poor and mean, with a pathetic air, almost an expression of disappointment in every window. Older buildings, some very old, stood about Harrow Green, but already the wreckers had begun to pull a cottage down to make room for something else. And then the new shops began again, and lined the road without a check, till they were new no longer, but of the uncertain age of commonplace London brick and mortar, and Maryland Point railway station was past, and it was town indeed, with clatter and smoke and mud. Stratford Broadway lay wide and busy, with the church and the town hall imposing and large. But soon the road narrowed, and grew fouler, and the mouths of unclean alleys dribbled slush and dirty children across the pavement. Then there were factories, and the road passed over narrow canals of curiously iridescent sludge, too thick to the casual eye for the passage of any craft, but interesting to the casual nose. And there was a great low misty waste of the dullest possible rubbish, where grass would not grow, a more hopelessly desolate and dispiriting wilderness than Johnny had ever dreamed of, or Bessie ever read, with a chemical manure works in a far corner, having a smell of great volume and range. They topped Bower Bridge and turned sharply to the left. Now it was London itself, London by Act of Parliament. There was a narrow way with a few wharf gates, and then an open space, with houses centuries old, fallen on leaner years, but still grubbily picturesque. Hence the old mare trotted through a long and winding street that led by dirty entries, by shops, by big distilleries, by clean, dull houses where managers lived, by wooden inns, swinging ancient signs over canal bridges, to a place where many streets lying regularly at right angles, all of small houses, all clean, every one a counterpart of every other. And then the docks and the ships, at least the great dock gates, with the giant pepper-box and the clock above them, and the high walls, with here and there a mask. And at intervals, as the houses permitted, the high walls and the masks were visible again and again, in the short way yet to go, past Blackwell Cross. Till, at last, the cart stopped before a little shut-up shop, badly in want of paint, in a street where one gained the house doors down areas maybe, or up steps, or on the level, from a pavement a little more than 2 feet wide, while the doors themselves and the wooden rails that guarded all the steps were painted in divers, unaccustomed and original colours, and had nothing in common but a subtle flavour of ship's stores. Over the way was the wall of a shipyard, and wheresoever there might be a view of houses from the back, there were small flagstaffs rigged as masks, with gaffs complete. The door of the little shop opened, after a short struggle with the rusty lock, and Nan May and her children were at home, in London. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 9. The shop in Harbour Lane had been a greengrocer's, a barber's, a fried fishmonger's, and a tripe seller's, but chiefly it had been shut up, as it was now. Nobody had ever come into it with much money, it is true, but all had gone out of it with less than they brought. It was said, indeed, that the greengrocer had gone out with nothing but the clothes he wore, but as he went no farther than the end of the street, where he drowned himself from a swing bridge, he needed no more, nor even so much. Mr. Duncan, the landlord, had bought the place at a low price, as was his way in buying things. But he got very little out of his investment, which was not his way at all. It was a novelty that surprised and irritated Mr. Duncan. He was a substantial tradesman who had long relinquished counter-work, for there were a dozen assistants in the 2 departments of his chief shop, 8 for grocery and butter, and 4 for oil and saucepans, paint and mousetraps, and there were half a dozen branches, some in the one trade and some in the other, scattered about in as many neighbouring parishes. He was a large man of vast sympathy. The tone of his voice, the grasp of his wide pulpy hand, told of infinite tenderness toward the sorrows and sins of the world. Even in the early days, when he had but one shop, a little one, and no shopman, he would weigh out a pound of treacle with so melting a benignity that the treacle seemed balm of Gilead, and a bounteous gift at the price. He would drive a bargain in a voice of yearning beneficence that left the other party ashamed of his own self-seeking, as well as something the poorer by the deal. It was a voice wherein a purr had a large part, a purr that was hoarse yet soothing, and eloquent of compassion, so that no man was so happy but a talk with Mr. Duncan would persuade him that the lot was hard indeed. That entitled him to such a wealth of sympathy. It was a wealth that Mr. Duncan squandered with no restraint but this, that it carried no other sort of wealth with it. On the whole, Nan May had counted herself fortunate in falling in with Mr. Duncan, for when, in his fatherly solicitude, he discovered that she had a little money in hand, he undertook to supply her with stock and to give her certain hints in the mystery of chandlery. He, also, felt no cause for complaint, for he had hoped for a tenant merely, and here was a tenant and customer in one. More, she was a widow, knowing nothing of trade, so that it might be possible to sell her what others would not buy, at a little extra profit. As to rent, moreover, he was doing well, for on the day the deposit was paid, Mrs. May had found little choice among vacant shops, and this was in a situation to suit her plans as to Johnny and his trade. And as she was tired and nervous, full of plain anxiety, sympathetic Mr. Duncan saw his chance of trying for an extra shilling a week, and got it. And Nan May was left to pay for what painting and cleaning the place might need. It needed a good deal, as Mr. Duncan had ruefully observed 2 days before, in expectation of a decorator's bill if ever a tenant came. And now Nan May addressed herself to the work. First, the house must be cleaned. The paint could be considered after. She had swept one room into a habitable state on her last day in town, and here her little store of furniture was stacked. Then her sleeves and her skirt turned back, and a duster over her head. She assailed walls and ceilings with the broom, and after these the floors. So far Johnny helped, but when scrubbing began he hindered. So it was that for a day or so, until it was time for him to help with the windows, he had leisure wherein to make himself acquainted with the neighbourhood. It was a neighbourhood with a flavour distinct from that of the districts about it. There the flat rows of 6-roomed cottages, characterless all, stretched everywhere, rank behind rank, in masses unbroken except by the busier thoroughfares of shops. Here each little house asserted its individuality by diversity of paint as much as by diversity of shape. It was indeed the last stronghold of the shipwrights and mast-makers, fallen from their high estate since the invasion of iron ships and northern competition. In fact, Shipwrights Row was the name of a short rank of cottages close by, with gardens in front, each with its mast and flag complete. In other places, where the backyards were very small, the flagstaff and stays were apt to take to their use the whole space, the pole rising from the exact centre, and a stay taking its purchase from each extreme corner, so that anybody essaying a circuit must perform it with many sudden obeisances. The little streets had an air of cleanliness all their own, largely due to the fresh paint that embellished whatsoever there was an excuse for painting. Many front doors were reached by 2 stone steps, always well whitened. And whether there were steps or not, the flagstones before each threshold were distinguished by a whited semicircle 5 feet in diameter. Noting this curious fact as he tramped along one such street, Johnny was startled by an angry voice close at his elbow, a voice so very sudden and irate that he jumped aside ere he looked for the source. A red-faced woman knelt within a door. "Idle young faggot," she said, "stomping your muddy boots all over my clean step." And she made so vigorous a grasp at a broom that Johnny went 5 yards at a gallop. Now truly there was no step of any sort to the house, and Johnny had but crossed the semicircle because he conceived the footpath to be public property, and because it was narrow. But he learnt afterwards that the semicircle was a sacred institution of the place, in as high regard among the women as its fellow fetish the flagstaff was among the men. Also, that none but grown people, and those of low habits or in drink, dared trespass on it, and that it was always called the step. He learnt much, too, in the matter of paint. Every male inhabitant of Harbour Lane, Shipwrights Row, and the neighbouring streets, carried, in his leisure moments, a pipe, a pot of paint, and a brush. He puffed comfortably at the pipe, and stumped about his back or front garden with the paint pot in one hand and the brush in the other, touching up whatever paint would stick to: rails, posts, water butts, dustbins, clothes posts. All were treated not because they needed it, for they were scarce dry from the last coat, but because there was the paint, and there was the brush, and there was the leisure. And this was the only way to use all 3, so that most things about the gardens took an interesting variety of tints in the run of the year, since it was rarely the case that the same colour was used twice in succession. When all wooden surfaces were covered, it was customary to take a turn at window-sills, rain-water pipes, and the stones or oyster shells that bordered the little flower beds. And when nothing else was left, then the paint pot and the brush and the pipe were conveyed to the front, and the front door, which had been green, became royal blue or flaming salmon, as did the railings, if there were any, and the window frames. 2 things alone were not subject to such changes of complexion: the flagstaff and the brick pavings. For it was a law immutable that the flagstaffs should be speckless white, and the bricks a cheerful vermilion. This last a colour frequently renewed, because of nailed boots, but done in good oil paint, because of wet weather. Everything else took the range of the rainbow, and something beyond, so that it was possible in those houses where 2 families lived to tell at a glance whether the upstairs family were on terms of intimacy or merely of distant civility with the downstairs, by the colours, uniform or diverse, of the sills and the model fences that guarded the flower pots on them. For the token and sign of friendship in Harbour Lane was the loan or the exchange of paint. It was the proper method of breaking the ice between new acquaintances, and was recognised as such by general sanction. The greeting, "Bit of blue paint any use to you?" and the offer of the pot across the back fence were the Harbour Lane equivalents of a call and cards, and the newcomer made early haste with an offer of yellow or green paint in return. Indeed, it was in this way that the paint arrived which afterwards made Nan May's little shop a bedazzlement to the wayfarer, and furnished Johnny with the first painting job he ever grew tired of. But newcomers were rare in the neighbourhood, for it was a colony apart, with independent manners and habits of thought. True, it had its own divisions and differences, as for instance on the question whether or not the association of the paint pot and brush with the Sunday paper was sinful, but these divisions were purely internal, and nothing was heard of them beyond the boundaries. But paint was something more than a recreation and an instrument of social amenity. It furnished the colony with an equivalent of high finance, wherein all the operations proper to money and credit, as spelt with capital initials, were reflected in paint. For it was a permanent condition of life in Harbour Lane and thereabouts that everybody owed everybody else some amount of paint, and was owed paint in his turn by others, so that a complicated system of exchange prevailed, in which verbal bills and cheques were drawn, as thus, to make a simple case, "Hello, Bill, what about that pot of paint?" "Well, I was going to bring it round tonight." "All right, well, don't bring it to me, take it to George. You see, I owe Jim a bit of paint, and he owes Joe a bit, and Joe owes George a bit, so that'll make it right all round. Don't forget." With many such arrangements synchronizing, crossing, and mixing with each other, and made intricate by differing degrees and manners of debit and credit between Bill and George and Jim and Joe, the unlikely subject of paint became involved in a mathematical web of exceeding interest. A small image of the money market, a sort of chaos by double entry wherein few operators were able to strike a balance at a moment, and most were vaguely uncertain whether their accounts inclined toward an affluence of paint or toward sheer bankruptcy. An exciting result, attained without the aid of capital, and with no serious hurt to anybody. But these were things that Johnny learned in the succeeding weeks. In his walks while his mother scrubbed floors at home, he observed one or two matters. As to costume, he perceived that the men wore blue dungaree jackets with large bone buttons, and outside these, now that it was winter, short pilot coats of dark blue stuff, thick and stiff like a board. The trousers were moleskins, perhaps once white, all stained with very shiny black patches, and all of one cut, which placed the seat, very baggy, a few inches above the bend of the knee, and there was a peaked cap of the same shiny black all over that distinguished parts of the trousers. He also saw that whereas yesterday the backyards were brisk with fluttering linen, today they held scarce any. For yesterday was Monday, and it was a matter of pride among the energetic housewives of the place to get washing done at the beginning of the week, for a woman fell in her neighbour's respect the later in the week her washing day came. So Johnny explored the streets with wide eyes and a full heart. For here was London, where they made great things, ships and engines. There were places he fancied he recognized, great blank walls with masts behind them. But now the masts seemed fewer and shorter than in the old days. As in truth they were, for now more of the ships were steamships, filling greater space for half the show of mast. Then in other places he came on basins filled with none but sailing ships, and here the masts were as tall and fine as ever, stayed with much cordage, and had their yards slung at a gallant slope, like the sword on Sir Walter Raleigh's hip. And at Blackwall Stairs, looking across the river, stood an old house that Johnny stared at for minutes together. A month or two later he heard the tradition that Sir Walter Raleigh himself had lived there. It was first of a row of old waterside buildings, the newest of which had looked across and almost fallen into the river, when King George's ships had anchored off Blackwall, and King Charles's for that matter. There, too, stood the Artichoke Tavern, clean and white and wooden, a heap of gables and windows all out of perpendicular, a house widest and biggest everywhere at the top, and smallest at the ground floor, a house that seemed ready to topple into the river at a push. So far did its walls and galleries overhang the water, and so slender were the piles that supported them. Here, in the square space on the quay, brown men in blue jerseys sold bloaters by the score, stringing them through the gills with tarry yarn, and half the brown men wore earrings. Below, on the foreshore, lay many boats, and children ran among them, or raked for river mussels among the stones. In another place he came on just such market streets as he remembered to have trotted along at his mother's side in the old London life, though now, indeed, they seemed something dirtier and meaner, and the people seemed less cheerful. But this was a place away from Harbour Lane, a neighbourhood of dull and dingy rows of little houses, range on range, and still farther he found another street of shops, or rather half a street, for one side was a blank wall. But no great skeleton ship lifted its ribs above the bricks, and no hammers clanged behind them, for it was a shipyard abandoned, and a painted board thick with grime offered the place for sale or hire. Some of the shops opposite were abandoned too, and the others were poor and dull. Johnny walked a few steps backward, looking at the shops, and when he turned about at a corner, he almost scorched himself at a cook fire where chestnuts were roasting. And there, behind the fire, stood the pock-marked man himself, not a whit altered. There he stood, with his hands deep in his pockets, and tapped the curb with his clogged boots, just as he had stood when the great ship was making and the lights flared round it, and the shops were all open and busy. Perhaps the pitted face was a trifle paler, but that was all. But Harbour Lane and thereabout were the most interesting parts and the pleasantest for Johnny. Just beyond the stairs and the old houses and the Artichoke Tavern was a dock inlet with an extraordinary bridge that halved in the middle and swung back to each of two quays to let ships through. Men worked it quite easily with a winch, and Johnny could have watched for an hour. But just here he caught sight of an acquaintance, for down on the quay below the bridge end, sitting on a mooring post, was Mr. Butson. A trifle seedy and fallen in condition, Johnny fancied, and grumly ill-used as ever. As Johnny looked, Mr. Butson took a pipe from his pocket and a screw of paper. The paper yielded nothing. Mr. Butson raked through both jacket pockets and scowled at his empty hands. In the end, after a gloomy inspection of the pipe, he put it away and returned to savage meditation, and Johnny went home. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 10. It was at Maidment and Hurst's engineers that Johnny's father had met his death, and it was to Maidment and Hurst that Nan had resolved to take the boy and beg an apprenticeship for him. True, the firm had at the time done more than might have been expected of it, for the accident had been largely a matter of heedlessness on the victim's part, and the victim was no old hand, but had taken his job only a few months before. It had seen that nothing was lacking for the widow's immediate needs, nor for a decent funeral, and it had offered to find places in an orphanage for the children. But Nan May could not bring herself to part with them. Bessie, indeed, was barely out of the hospital at the time, and then the lonely old butterfly hunter had cut matters short by carrying them off all three. So that now, if Johnny were to learn a trade, Maidment and Hurst's was his best chance, for it was just possible that the firm would take him apprentice without premium, when it was reminded of his father. In this thing Nan May wasted no time. The house once clean within, and something done towards stocking the shop, Johnny was made ready, in the best of his clothes, for inspection. It was a muddy morning, and Mrs. May had fears for the polish on Johnny's boots. Gladly would she have carried him across the miry streets as she had done in the London of years ago, though she knew better than to hint at such an outrage on his dignity. So they walked warily, dodging puddles with mutual warnings, and fleeing the splashes of passing vans. Truly London was changed, even more in Nan May's eyes than in Johnny's. The people seemed greyer, more anxious, worse fed than when she lived among them before, a young wife in a smiling world, with the best part of 38 shillings to spend every week. The shops were worse stocked, and many that she remembered well were shut. True, some flourished signs of prosperity, but to her it seemed prosperity of a different and a paltrier sort, vulgar and trumpery. Once out of the Harbour Lane district, the little houses lacked the snug, geranium-decked, wire-blinded, rep-curtained comfort of aspect she remembered so well. The air that suggested a red fire within, a shining copper kettle, a high fender, and muffins on a trivet. Things were cheap and cold, and grubby. Above all, the silent shipyards oppressed her fancies. Truly, this looked an ill place for new trade. In her hunt for the vacant shop, she had encountered no old friends, and now, though she walked through familiar streets, she had little but fancied recognition now and again of some face at a shop door. Presently they turned a corner and came upon a joyful crowd of boys. They ran, they yelled, they flung, and in their midst cursed and floundered a rusty rag of a woman, drunk and infuriate, harried, battered, and bedeviled. Her clothes were of decent black, but dusty and neglected, and one side of her skirt dripped with fresh mud. Her hair was draggled about her shoulders, and her bonnet hung in it, a bunch of mangled crape, while she staggered hither and thither, making futile swipes at the nimble rascals about her. She struck out feebly with a little parcel of bacon rashers rolled in a paper, and already a rasher had escaped, to be flung at her head, and flung again by the hand that could first snatch it from the gutter. "Yah, old mother born drunk!" shouted the young savages, and two swooped again with the stretched skipping rope that had already tripped their victim twice. but she clasped the post with both arms and cursed at large, hoarse and impotent. Nan May started and stood, and then hurried on, for she had recognized the face at last, grimed and bloated though it had grown. "Law," she said, "it's Emma Pacey. To think of it!" Indeed, the shock was great, and the change amazing. It was a change that would have baffled recognition by an eye that had less closely noted the Emma Pacey of 17 years ago. But Emma Pacey was a smart girl then, though fast and forward, Nan May had always said, and had caused some little disturbance in a course of true love which led, nevertheless, to Nan's wedding after all. In such circumstances, a woman views her rival's face as she views her clothes, with a searching eye, and remembers well. "And to come to that," mused Nan May, perplexed at a shade of emotion that seemed ill-turned to the occasion, wherein the simple soul saw nothing of womanish triumph. But the changes seemed not all for the worse. There were busy factories, and some that had been small were now large. Coffee stalls, too, were set up in 2 or 3 places, where no such accommodation was in the old time. Always a sign of increasing trade, but on the whole the walk did nothing to raise Nan's spirits. Johnny saw little. The excursion was to decide whether he should learn to make steam engines or not, though what manner of adventure he was to encounter he figured but vaguely. He was to come into presence of some gentleman, presumably gentleman who would settle his whole destiny offhand, on a cursory examination of his appearance and manner. He must be alert to show his best behavior, though what things the gentleman might do or say, and what unforeseen problems of conduct might present themselves, were past guessing, though he guessed and guessed, oblivious of present circumstance. Only once before had he felt quite that quality of trepidation, and that was 3 years back, when he trudged along the road to Woodford to get a tooth drawn. But he came off very well, though the preliminaries were solemn, rather more portentous, he thought, than anything in the dentist's waiting room. There was a sort of counter, with bright brass rails, and a ground-glass box with an office boy inside it. The unprecedented and unbusinesslike apparition of Mrs. May, with a timid request to see Mr. Maidment or Mr. Hurst, one was dead and the other never came near the place, wholly demoralized the office boy, who retired upon his supports in the depths of the office. Thence there presently emerged the junior clerk, who, after certain questions, undertook to see if the acting partner were in. Then came a time of stealthy and distrustful inspection on the part of the office boy, who, having regained his box, had gathered up his wits, began to suspect Johnny of designs on his situation. But at last Johnny and his mother were shown into an inner room, furnished with expensive austerity, where a gentleman of 30 or 35, himself expensively austere of mien, sat at a writing table. The gentleman asked Mrs. May 1 or 2 rather abrupt questions about her dead husband, dates, and so forth, and referred to certain notes on his table after each answer. Then Nan offered him 1 of 3 papers which she had been fiddling in her hand since she first passed the street door, her marriage lines. "Oh, yes, of course," said the gentleman with some change of manner. "Of course, quite right. Best to make sure. Can't remember everybody. Sit down, Mrs. May. Come here, my boy. So, you want to be an engineer, eh?" "Yes, sir, if you please." He never thought it would be quite so hard to get it out. "Ah, plenty of hard work, you know. Not afraid of that, are you?" "No, sir." "How old are you?" 15 next month, sir." "Get on all right at school? What standard?" "Past 7th, sir." Mrs. May handed over her other 2 papers, a character from the schoolmaster, and another from the rector. When the gentleman had read them, Yes, very good indeed," he said. "But you've not finished learning yet, you know, my boy, if you're to be an engineer. Fond of drawing?" "Yes, sir." And Nan May chimed in. "Oh, yes, sir, very fond." "Well, if you stick well at your drawing in the evenings and learn the theory, you'll be a foreman some day, perhaps a manager. It all depends on yourself. You shall have a chance to show us what you're made of. That's all we can do. The rest is for yourself, as I've said." "Yes, sir, thank you, sir. I'll try." And Mrs. May was audibly thankful too, and confident of Johnny. "Very well, it's settled." The gentleman rang a bell, and bade the junior clerk, "Just send for Cottam." "I have sent for the foreman," he went on, "whose shop you will be in. He'll look after you as long as you behave well and keep up to your work. You won't see me very often, but I shall know all about you, remember." And he turned to his table and wrote. Presently there was a sudden thump at the door, which opened slowly and admitted the foremost part, it was the abdomen, of Cottam the foreman. He was of middle height, though he seemed short by reason of his corpulence, deliberate in all his movements, yet hard, muscular, and active. He turned, as it were on his own axis, at the edge of the door, shut it with one hand, while he dangled a marine-peaked cap in the other, and looked with serene composure from over his scrub of grey beard, first at Mrs. May, then at Johnny, and last at his employer. "Oh, Cottam," the gentleman said, writing one more word, and letting drop his pen. "This lad's name is John May. I expect you'll remember his father. Bad accident, I believe, in the heavy turning shop. Died, in fact." This with a slight glance at Nan May. The foreman turned his whole person, for his head was set on his vast shoulders with no visible neck between, bent a trifle, and inspected Johnny as he would have inspected some wholly novel and revolutionary piece of machinery. "Yes," he said, with a slowly rising inflection, expressive of cautious toleration, as of one reserving a definite opinion. "Yes. Well, he's come on as apprentice, and I'd like him to come into your shop. There'll be no difficulty about that, will there?" "No." "Then you'd better take him down and tell the timekeeper. He may as well begin on Monday, I suppose." "Yes," tuned once more in an ascending scale, and with that the acting partner bade Mrs. May good morning, turned to his writing, and the business was over. Cottam the foreman put his cap on his head and led the way through the outer office, along a corridor, down the stairs and across the yard, with no indecent haste. It was a good distance to go, and Johnny was vaguely reminded of a circus procession that had once passed through Loughton, and that he had followed up for nearly 3 miles behind the elephant. Halfway across the yard, the foreman stopped and made a half-turn so as to face Nan May as she came up. He raised an immense leathery fist and jerked a commensurate thumb over his shoulder. "That's the young governor," he said in a hoarse whisper, with a confidential twitch of one cheek that was almost a wink. "That's the young governor, that is. Smart young chap. Knowed him so I." He brought down his hand to the level of his lowest waistcoat button, twitched his cheek again, nodded, and walked on. The timekeeper inhabited a little wooden cabin just within the gates, and looked out of a pigeon-hole at all comers. Mr. Cottam put his head into this hole, a close fit, and when he withdrew it, the timekeeper, a grey man, came out of his side door and stared hard at Johnny. Then he growled, "All right," and went in again. 6 o'clock o' Monday morning," Mr. Cottam pronounced conclusively, addressing Mrs. May. 6 o'clock o' Monday morning. 'Ere," with a downward jerk of his thumb, to make it plain that somewhere else would not do. Then, without a glance at Johnny, whom he had disregarded since they left the office, he turned and walked off. Johnny and his mother were opening the small door that was cut in the great gate, when Mr. Cottam stopped and turned. "Morning," he roared, and went on. Mother and boy went their way joyously. Here was one of Nan May's troubles dissolved in air, and as for Johnny, a world of wonders was before him. Now he would understand how steam made engines go, and all day he would see them going. He would make engines himself, in fact. And for this delightful pursuit he would be paid. 6 shillings a week was what apprentices got in their first year, a shilling for every day of work. Next year he would get 8 shillings, and then 10, and so on. And at 21 he would be a man indeed, an engineer like his father before him. More, he was to draw. The gentleman had told him to draw in his spare time. The clang of hammers was a merry peal from the works that lined their way, and the hoots of steamships on the river made them a moving music. Nan May wondered to see such merry faces about the streets on the way home. Truly, the place was changed, but perhaps, after all, it was no such bad place, even now. The street was quiet where they had seen the drunken woman, though 2 very small boys were still kicking a filthy slice of bacon about the gutter. But 3 streets beyond, they saw her for a moment. For the blackguard boys had contrived to topple Mother Born Drunk into a hand-barrow, which they were now trundling along at such a pace that the bedraggled sufferer could do no more than lie and cling to the rails, a gasping, uncleanly heap. Truly, Emma Pacey's punishment was upon her. Bessie brightened wonderfully at the news of Johnny's success, for she was thoughtful and old-fashioned, even among the prematurely sage girl-children of her class, and she had been fretting silently. Now she hopped about with something of her old activity. She reported that the next-door neighbor on the left had been persistently peeping over the wall, and that just before their arrival, the peep had been accompanied by a very artificial cough, meant to attract attention. So Mrs. May went into the backyard.
"Morning, Mum,"
said the next-door neighbour, a very red-faced man in a dungaree jacket.
"Weather's cleared up a bit. I've been having half a day off, touching up things."
He sank with a bob behind the wall and rose again with a paint pot in his lifted hand.
"Bit of red paint any use to you?"
End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 11. The red paint pot and a blue one from the same quarter, together with a yellow one from the neighbours on the other side, a white one from an old lighterman in the house behind, and a suitable collection of brushes subscribed by all three, were Johnny's constant companions till the end of that weary week. The shop shutters grew to be red with a blue border. The window frames were yellow, the wall beneath was white, so was the cornice above, and the door and the doorposts were red altogether, because the red paint went farthest, and the red pot had been fullest to begin with. Not only did the length of the job work off Johnny's first enthusiasm, but its publicity embarrassed him. Perched conspicuously on a stepladder, painting a shop in such stirring colours as these, he was the cynosure of all wayfaring folk, the target of whatever jibes their wits might compass. 3 out of 4 warned him that the paint was laid on wrong side out. Some, in unkindly allusion to certain chance splashes, reminded him that he hadn't half-painted the window panes, and facetious boys, in piteous pantomime, affected to be reduced to instant blindness by sudden knowledge of Johnny's brilliant performance. But he was most discomfited by those who merely stood and stared, invisible behind him. If only he could have seen them, it would not have been so bad. The oppressive consciousness that some contemptuous grown man behind and below, possibly a painter by trade, was narrowly observing every stroke of the brush, shook his nerve and enfeebled his execution. Most of these earnest spectators seemed to have no pressing business of their own, and their inspections were prolonged. One critic found speech to remark, as he turned to go his way, "Well, you are making a bloomin' mess up there." But most, as if at a loss for words by mere amazement, sheered off with, "Well, blimey!" It was discouraging to find that all these people could have done it so much better. And, long before the job was finished, Johnny was sore depressed and very humble, as well as tired. Only one of all his witnesses offered help, and he was a surprising person, very tall, very thin, and very sooty from work, with splay feet, sloping shoulders, a long face of exceeding diffidence, and long arms, which seemed to swing and flap irresponsibly with the skirts of his long overcoat, and to be a subject of mute apology. He saw Johnny tiptoeing at the very top of the steps, making a bad shift to reach the cornice. He stopped, looked about him, and then went on a step or two, stopped again, and came back, with a timorous glance at the shop window. And when Johnny turned and looked, he said, in a voice scarce above a whisper, "Can't you reach it?" "Not very well." "Let's come." And when Johnny descended, the long man, with one more glance about the street, went up 3 steps at a time and laid the paint on rapidly, many feet at a sweep. He came down and shifted the steps very easily with one hand, and they were heavy steps, went up again, and in 3 minutes carried the paint to the very end of the cornice. Then he came down, with a sheepish smile at Johnny's thanks, and shambled as far as next door, where he let himself in with a latch key. And on Friday at dinner time, perceiving Johnny's progress from his window on the upper floor, he was a lodger it seemed, he came stealthily down and gave the cornice another coat. On Saturday morning the shop was opened in form, though Johnny's painting was not finished till dusk. Very little happened. A few children stopped on their way and stared in at the door. The first customer was a boy from among these, who came in to beg a piece of string, and infested Harbour Lane for the rest of the day, swinging a dead rat on the end of it. Hours passed, and Nan May's spirits fell steadily. A few pounds, a very few, they could scarce be made to last 3 weeks, was all her reserve, and most of her scanty stock was perishable. If it spoiled, it could never be replaced, and unless people bought it, spoil it must. What more could she do? Industry, determination, and all the rest were well enough, but when all was said and done, nothing could make people come and buy. Near noon, the second customer came, a little girl this time. She wanted a bottle of ink for a halfpenny. There were 6 little bottles of ink in a row in the window, but the price was a penny, so the little girl went away. It was a dull dinner that day. Bessie invented ingenious conjectures to account for the lack of trade, and prophesied a change in the afternoon, or the evening, or perhaps next week, or at latest the week after. Her mother could not understand. Customers came to other shops, why not to this one? She had seen nothing of Uncle Isaac since he had come to Harbour Lane, though he knew where to find her. She had hoped he would lend a hand with the painting, or with the display of the stock, but no doubt he had been too busy. True, Johnny thought he had seen him once from the steps, some way down the street, but that must have been a mistake, for Uncle Isaac would not have come so near them without calling, nor would he have bolted instantly round the nearest corner at sight of the boy and his work, as Johnny had fancied he had. The afternoon began no better than the morning. Nobody came but a child, who asked for 6 penn'orth of coppers, till about 4. Then a hurried woman demanded a penn'orth of mixed pickles in a saucer, and grumbled at the quantity. She wouldn't come into the shop again at any rate, a threat so discomposing, for was not the woman the first paying customer, that for hours Nan could not forgive herself for her illiberality, though indeed she gained but a weak fraction of a farthing by the transaction. Half an hour more went, and then there came a truly noble customer. He looked like a bricklayer, and he was far from sober, so far indeed that Johnny, on the steps, spying the mazy sinuosity of his approach, got a step lower and made ready to jump in case of accidents. But the bricklayer, conscious of the presence of many ladders, steered wide into the roadway, and there stopped, fascinated by the brilliancy before him. Some swaying moments of consideration resolved him that this was a shop, and after many steps up the curb, and as many back in the gutter, he picked a labyrinthine path among the myriad ladders, narrowly missing the real one as he went, shouldered against the wet door-post, and stumbled toward the counter. Here he regarded a bladder of lard with thoughtful severity, till Nan timorously asked what he wanted. "Some for kids," he replied sternly to the lard. "Some for kids." For some moments his scowl deepened. Then he raised his hand and pointed. What's that?" he demanded. "Lard." "That'll do." He plunged his hand into his trousers pocket. "That'll do. How much?" 7 halfpenny a pound." "All right, gives hold of it." He reached an unsteady hand, imperiling bottles, but Nan was quicker, and took the bladder of lard from its perch. "How much?" she asked. "How much? That's what I want to know. You give it here, go on." His voice rose disputatively, and he fell on the bladder of lard with both hands. "How much?" Nan reflected that it weighed more than 3 pounds, and that she had paid Mr. Duncan 18 for it. 2 shillings, she said. 2 shilling, all right. And instantly what remained of the new customer's week's wages was scattered about the counter. Mrs. May took 2 shillings and returned the rest, which with some difficulty was thrust back into the pocket, and the new customer, after looking narrowly about him in search of his purchase, and at last discovering it under his arm, sallied forth with a wipe against the other doorpost, and continued his winding way. A solemn and portentous bricklayer, with red paint on his shoulders and whiskers, and a bladder of lard that slipped sometimes forward and sometimes backward from his embrace, and was a deal of trouble to pick up again. Here was a profit of 6 at a stroke, unlikely as the chance was to recur, and it raised Nan's spirits, unreasonably enough. Still, the bricklayer brought luck of a sort, for there were 3 more customers within the next hour, 2 bringing a halfpenny and 1 a penny, and in the evening 5 or 6 came, 1 spending as much as 4. This was better, perhaps, but poor enough. At 10 that night, Nan reckoned her profit for the day at 9 farthing, including the bricklayer's 6, and she was sick with waiting and faint with fear. At 10:30, Uncle Isaac turned up. "Ahem," he said. "Been painting? Might have laid it on a bit evener. There's right ways of laying on paint, and there's wrong ways, and one way ain't the same as the other." He raised his finger at Johnny instructively. "Far from it and contrary, there's a great difference." Uncle Isaac paused, and no further amplification of his proposition occurring to him, he turned to Mrs. May. "How's trade?" he asked. Nan May shook her head sadly. "Very bad, Uncle," she said. "Hardly any at all." and she felt nearer crying than ever since the funeral. "Ah," said Uncle Isaac, sitting on a packing case, empty but intended to look full. "Ah, what you want's enterprise. Enterprise, that's what you want. What is it as stimulates trade and encourages prosperity to the latest improvements? Enterprise. Why is commercial opulentness commercial opulentness wafted round the old world? Consequence of what? Consequence of enterprise." Uncle Isaac tapped the counter with his forefinger and gazed solemnly in Nan May's troubled face. "Consequence of enterprise," he repeated slowly with another tap. Then he added briskly with a glance at the inner door. "Had your supper?" "No, Uncle," Nan answered. "I never thought of it. But now you're here, perhaps you'll have a bit with us." "Don't mind if I do," Uncle Isaac responded cheerfully. "That looks like a nice little bit of bacon. Now a rasher off that, and a egg. Got a egg? Oh, yus." He saw a dozen in a basin. "A rasher off that, and a egg or two, would be just the thing. With a drop of beer, wouldn't it?" Johnny fetched the beer, and Uncle Isaac had 2 rashers and 4 eggs, and he finished with a good solid piece of bread, and the first slice, a large one, out of the Dutch cheese from the counter. Nan May made no more than a pretense at eating a little bread and cheese. When at last the jug was empty, and Uncle Isaac was full, he leaned back in his chair and for some minutes exercised his lips in strange workings and twistings, with many incidental clicks and sucks and fizzes, while he benignantly contemplated the angle of the ceiling. When at last the display flagged, he brought his gaze gradually lower till it rested on the diminished piece of bacon. "None so bad, that bacon," he observed, putting his head aside with a critical regard. "Though perhaps rather more of a breakfast specie than a supper." He laid his head to the other side, as one anxious to be impartial. "Yus," he went on thoughtfully. "More of a breakfast specie, as you might say." Then after a pause he added, with the air of one announcing a brilliant notion, "I believe, yus, I do believe I'll try a bit for breakfast tomorrow morning." "If you like, Uncle," Nan answered a little faintly. But, timidly, "I was thinking perhaps it'll make it look rather small to put on the counter." So it would, Uncle Isaac admitted frankly, and indeed the remaining piece was scarce of 4 rashers' capacity. "Pity to cut it, as you say, Nan. Thanks, I'll just wrap it up as it is. It'll come in for Monday, too, and that large bit of streaky'll look a deal more nobler on the counter." Uncle Isaac's visit swept away the day's profits and a trifle more. But certainly, Uncle Isaac must not be offended now that things looked so gloomy ahead. Bessie lay and strained her wits far into the night, inventing comfortable theories and assurances, and exchanging them with her mother for others as hopeful. But in the morning each pillow had its wet spot. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 12. But Monday saw another beginning. Johnny must rise soon after 5 now to reach his work at 6, but on this, the first morning, he was awake and eager at 4:30. Early as he was, his mother was before him, and as he pulled his new white ducks over his everyday clothes, he could hear her moving below. Nan May was resolved that the boy should go out to begin the world fed and warm at least, and as cheerful as might be. For this one morning, Johnny felt nothing of the sleepy discomfort of any house in pitch dark a little before 5. 2 breakfasts were ready for him, one for the present moment, which he scarce touched for he was excited, and another in a basin and a red handkerchief, for use at the workshop, with a new tin can full of coffee. For the half-hour allowed for breakfast would scarce suffice for the mere hurrying home and hurrying back again, and the full hour at midday would give him bare time for dinner with his mother. Bessie was infected with the excitement, and stumped downstairs to honor Johnny's setting out. He left the shop door half an hour too soon, with a boot flung after him. The darkness of the street seemed more solid at this hour than ever at midnight, and it almost smothered the faint gaslights. Now and again a touch of sleet came down the wind, and the little dirty half-melted snow of yesterday made the ways sloppy. Nobody was about to view the manly glory of Johnny's white ducks, and he was not sorry now that his overcoat largely hid them, for the wind was cold. And he reflected with satisfaction that the warming of his coffee on a furnace would smoke the inglorious newness off the tin can ere he carried it home in the open day. The 1 or 2 policemen he met regarded him curiously, for workmen were not yet moving. But the coffee stall was open by the swing bridge, and here the wind came over the river with an added chill. The coffee stall keeper had no customers, and on the bridge and in the straight street beyond it nobody was in sight, till presently a small figure showed indistinctly ahead, and crossed the road as though to avoid him. It moved hurriedly, keeping timidly to the wall, and Johnny saw it was a girl of something near his own age. He tramped on, and the girl, once past, seemed to gather courage, turned, and made a few steps after him. At this he stopped, and she spoke from a few yards off. She was a decently dressed and rather a pretty girl, as he could see by the bad light of the nearest lamp, but her face was drawn with alarm, and her eyes were wet. "Please, have you seen a lady anywhere?" she asked tremulously. "Ill?" Johnny had seen no lady, ill or well, and when he said no, the young girl, with a weak thank you, hastened on her way. It was very odd, thought Johnny, as he stared into the dark where she vanished. Who should lose a lady, ill, in Blackwall streets at this time of a pitch-dark morning? As he thought, there rose in his mind the picture of Grandad, straying and bloody and sick to death, that night that seemed so far away, though it was but a month or 2 since. Maybe the lady had wandered from her bed in some such plight as that. Johnny was sorry for the girl's trouble, and would have liked to turn aside and join in her search, but this was the hour of great business of his own, and he went his way about it. The policemen were knocking at doors now, rousing workmen who answered with shouts from within. An old night watchman, too, scurrying his hardest, for he had farther to go than the policemen, banged impatiently at the knockers of the more conservative and old-fashioned. And as Johnny neared Maidment and Hurst's, the streets grew busy with the earliest workmen, those who lived farthest from their labour. Maidment and Hurst's gate was shut fast. He was far too soon. He tried the little door that was cut in the great gate, but that was locked. He wondered if he ought to knock, and did venture on a faint tap of the knuckles, but he might as well have tapped the brick wall. Moreover, a passing apprentice observed the act and guffawed aloud. "Try down the airy, mate," was his advice. So Johnny stood and waited, keeping the new tin can where the gaslight over the gate should not betray its unsmoked brightness, and trying to look as much like an old hand as possible. But the passing men grinned at each other, jerking their heads toward him, and Johnny felt that somehow he was known for a greenhorn. The apprentices, immeasurable weeks ahead of him in experience, flung ironic advice and congratulation. "Hooray! Extra quarter for you, mate," 2 or 3 said, one earnestly advising him to chalk it on the gaffer's hat so's he won't forget. And still another shouted in tones of extravagant indignation, "What? Only just come? They've been a-waiting for you ever since the pub's shut." At length the timekeeper came, sour and grey, and tugged at a vertical iron bell handle which Johnny had not perceived. The bell brought the night watchman, with a lantern and a clank of keys, and the timekeeper stepped through the little door with a growl in acknowledgment. He left the door ajar, and Johnny, after a moment's hesitation, stepped in after him. "Mr. Cottam told me to come this morning, sir," he said, before the timekeeper had quite disappeared into his box. "My name's May." The timekeeper turned and growled again, that being his usual manner of conversation. "All right," he continued. "You wait there till he comes in, then." And it was many months ere Johnny next heard him say so much at once. The timekeeper began hanging round metal tickets on a great board studded with hooks, a ticket to each hook in numbered order. Presently a man came in at the door, selected a ticket from the board, and dropped it through a slot into what seemed to be a big money box. Then 3 came together, and each did the same. Then there came a stream of men and boys, and the board grew barer of tickets and barer. In the midst came Mr. Cottam, suddenly appearing within the impossibly small wicket as by a conjuring trick. He tramped heavily straight ahead, apparently unconscious of Johnny. But as he came by, he dropped his hand on the boy's shoulder, and, gazing steadily ahead, "Well, me lad," he roared, much as though addressing somebody at a window of the factory across the yard. "Good morning, sir," Johnny answered, walking at the foreman's side by compulsion, but the hand, however friendly, was the heaviest and strongest he had ever felt. Mr. Cottam went several yards in silence, still gripping Johnny's shoulder. Then he spoke again.
Mother all right?
He asked fiercely, still addressing the window. Yes, sir, thank you. They walked on and entered the factory.
This here,
said Mr. Cottam, turning on Johnny at last and glaring at him sternly.
This here's the big shop. Heavy work. There's a big cylinder for the new Red Star boat.
He led his prisoner through the big shop, this way and that among the great lathes and planers, lit by gas from the rafters, and up a staircase to another workshop.
Here we are,
said Mr. Cottam, releasing Johnny's shoulder at last.
You ain't a fool, are you? Know what a lathe is, don't you? And belting and shafting? All right. Needn't do nothing for breakfast. Look about and see things, and don't get in mischief. I got me eye on you.
The foreman left him, and began to walk along the lines of machines, and the nearest apprentice grinned at Johnny and winked. Johnny looked about as the foreman had advised. This place, where he was to learn to make engines, and where he was to work day by day till he was 21 and a man, was a vast room with skylights in the roof, though this latter circumstance he did not notice till after breakfast, when the gas was turned off, and daylight penetrated from above. A confusion of heavy rafterings stretched below the roof, carrying belted shafting everywhere, and every man bent over his machine or his bench, for Cottam was a sharp gaffer. Johnny watched the leading hand scribing curves on metal along lines already set out by punctured dots. "Lining off," said the leading hand, seeing the boy's interest, and then, leaning over to speak, because of the workshop din, "Center dabs," he added, pointing to the dots. That, at least, Johnny resolved not to forget. Lining off and center dabs. For some reason, perhaps the usual reason, perhaps another, 3 or 4 of the men were losing a quarter that Monday morning, and some of them were men with whom young apprentices had been working. Consequently, Cottam, in addition to his general supervision, had to keep particular watch on these mentalist lads, and Johnny learnt a little from the gaffer's remarks.
"Well, what you doing with that file?" he would ask of one. "You ain't a-playing cat's cradle now, me lad. Look here, keep her level, like this. It's a file, it ain't a rocking horse."
Or he would come behind another who was chipping bimetal and using a hammer with more zeal than skill. He would watch for a moment and then break out.
"Well, you are fond of exercise, I must say. Good job you're strong enough to stand it. I ain't. My constitution won't allow me to hold a hammer like this here."
This with the burlesque of the lad's stiff grasp and whole arm action.
"It'd knock me up, being a more delicate sort of person."
His arm was near as thick as the boy's waist.
"I hold a hammer like this, see?"
And he took the shaft end loosely in his fingers and hammered steadily and firmly from the wrist. Johnny saw that and remembered. Again, half an hour later, stopping at the elbow of another apprentice, a little older than the last.
"Come," said the foreman. "That's a new idea, that is. Taking off the skin from cast iron with a brand new file. I hope you've patented it, and I hope you won't come and want another file in about half an hour, 'cause if you do, you won't get it."
Whereat Johnny, astonished to learn that cast iron had a skin, resolved not to forget that you shouldn't take it off with a new file, and made a mental note to ask somebody why. Presently, as he came by the long fitting bench, Johnny grew aware of a fitter, immensely tall and very thin, who grinned and nodded in furtive recognition. It was indeed the next-door lodger who had painted the cornice. He was very large, Johnny thought, to be so shy. He positively blushed as he grinned. "You come to this shop?" he asked in his odd whisper, as he stooped to judge the fit of his work. "I'm bedding down a junk ring. Perhaps the gaffer'll put you to help me after breakfast." Bedding down a junk ring sounded advanced and technical, and Johnny felt taller at the prospect. He would learn what a junk ring was probably when he had to help bed it down. Meanwhile, he watched the tall man as he brought the metal to an exact face. "Stop in to breakfast?" the man asked as he stooped again. "Yes." "Some of the boys'll try a game with you, perhaps. Don't mind a little game, do you?" "No." "Ah, I couldn't stand it when I was a lad. Made me miserable. When you go in the smith's shop to get your breakfast, look about you if there's special kind finding you a seat. Up above, for instance." Johnny left the long man and presently observed that the foreman was not in the shop. There was an instant slackness perceivable among the younger and less steady men, for the leading hand had no such authority as Cottam. One man at a lathe, throwing out his gear, examined his work, and, turning to Johnny, said, "Look here, me lad, I want to true this here bit. Just you go and ask Sam Wilkins, that man up at the end there, in the serge jacket. Just you go and ask him for the round square." Johnny knew the tool called a square, used for testing the truth of finished work, though he had never seen a round one. Howbeit he went off with alacrity. But it seemed that Sam Wilkins hadn't the round square. It was Joe Mills, over in the far corner. So he tried Joe Mills, but he, it seemed, had just lent it to Bob White, at the biggest shaping machine near the other end. Bob White understood perfectly, but thought he had last seen the round square in the possession of George Walker, whereas George Walker was perfectly certain that it had gone downstairs to Bill Cook in the big shop. Doubting nothing from the uncommonly solemn faces of Sam and Joe and Bob and George, Johnny set off down the stone stairs, where he met the ascending gaffer on his way back from the pattern maker's shop.
"Hello, boy," he said. "Where you going?"
"Downstairs, sir, for the round square." Mr. Cottam's eyes grew more prominent, and there were certain sounds as of an imprisoned bullfrog from somewhere deep in his throat. But his expression relaxed not a shade. Presently he said,
"Know what a round is?"
"Yes, sir."
"Know what a square is?"
"Yes, sir."
"Suppose somebody wanted a round square drawed on paper. What would you do?"
There was another internal croak, and somehow Johnny felt emboldened. "I think," he said with some sly hesitation, "I think I'd tell 'em to do it themselves." Mr. Cottam croaked again, louder, and this time with a heave of the chest.
"All right," he said. "That's good enough. Better say something like that to them as sent you. That's a very old ave, that is."
He resumed his heavy progress up the stairs, turning Johnny round by the shoulder and sending him in front. There were furtive grins in the shop, and one lad asked, "Got it?" in a voice cautiously subdued. But just then the bell rang for breakfast. Most of the men and several of the boys made their best pace for the gate. These either lived near or got their breakfasts at coffee shops, and the half-hour began and ended in haste. The few others, more leisurely, stayed to gather their cans and handkerchiefs, some to wipe their hands on cotton waste, that curious tangled stuff by which alone Johnny remembered his father. As for him, he waited to do what the rest did, for he saw that his friend, the long man, had gone out with the patrons of coffee shops. The boys took their cans and clattered down to the smith's shop, Johnny well in the rear, for he was desirous of judging from a safe distance what form the little game might take that the long man had warned him of, in case it came soon. But a wayward fate preserved him from booby traps that morning. In the first place, he had come in a cap, and so forfended one ordeal. For it was the etiquette of the shop among apprentices that any bowler hat brought in on the head of a new lad must be pinned to the wall with the tangs of many files, since a bowler hat, ere a lad had 4 years at least of service, was a pretension, a vainglory, and an outrage. Next, his lagging saved his new ducks. The first lads down had prepared the customary trap, which consisted of a seat of honour in the best place near the fire, a seat doctored with a pool of oil, and situated exactly beneath the rafter on which stood a can of water taken from a lathe, a string depending from the can, with its lower end fastened behind the seat, so that the victim accepting the accommodation would receive a large oily embellishment on his new white ducks, and, by the impact of his back against the string, induce a copious christening of himself in his entire outfit. But it chanced that an elderly journeyman from the big shop, old Ben Cutts, appeared on the scene early, wiping his spectacles on his jacket lining as he came. He knew nothing of a fresh prentice, saw nothing but a convenient and warm seat, and hastened to seize it. The lads were taken by surprise.
"No, not there,"
shouted one a few yards away.
"First come, first served, me lad,"
chuckled old Ben Cutts, as he dropped on the fatal spot.
"Here I am, and here I—"
With that the can fell, and Johnny at the door was astonished to observe a grey-headed workman with a pair of spectacles in his hand and a vast oily patch on his white overalls, dripping and dancing and swearing and smacking wildly at the heads of the boys about him, without hitting any. There were no more tricks that breakfast time, for when at length old Ben subsided to his meal, he put a little pile of wedges by his side, to fling at the first boy of whose behaviour he might disapprove, and as his spectacles were now on his nose, and his aim thus aided was known to be no bad one, and as the wedges, furthermore, were both hard and heavy, breakfasts were eaten with all the decorum possible in a smith's shop. Johnny's new can was satisfactorily blackened, and his breakfast was well disposed of. Such youths as tried him with verbal chaff he answered as well as he might, though he had as yet little of the Cockney boy's readiness. And at last the bell rang again, and the breakfasters went back to work. Mr. Cottam, casting his glance about the shop in search of the simplest possible job for Johnny to begin on, with a steady man at hand to watch him, stopped as his gaze reached Long Hicks and sent Johnny to help him with his bolts. And so Johnny found the tall man's surmise verified, and the tall man himself received him with another grin, a little less shy. He set him to running down bolts and nuts, showing him how to fix the bolt in a vise and work the nut on it with a spanner. Johnny fell to the task enthusiastically, and so the morning went. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 13. When Nan May opened shop, she saw that men were pulling down as much of the shipyard wall opposite as stood between two chalk lines. She thought no more of the thing at the time, not guessing how nearly it concerned her. For this was to be a new workman's gate to the shipyard, and passing workmen might change the fortunes of a shop. For that day, however, there was no sign but the demand of a bricklayer's laborer for a penn'orth of cheese. It was as bad a day as Saturday in the matter of trade. Indeed, there was no drunken man to buy lard, and the woman's heart grew heavier as the empty hours went. Bessie stood at the back parlor door, pale and anxious, but striving to lift a brave face. Before 1 o'clock there was dinner to be prepared, not that either Bessie or her mother could eat, but for Johnny. And at 1:15 both met him at the door as cheerfully as they could. And indeed they were eager to hear of his fortunes. They wondered to see him coming with the long man who lived next door, and the long man, for his part, was awkward and nervous when he saw them. At first he hung back, as though to let Johnny go on alone, but he changed his mind and came striding ahead hastily, looking neither to right nor to left, and plunged in at his door. Johnny was hungry and in high spirits. He and Long Hicks, it seemed, had been bedding down a junk ring for a piston, Johnny easing the bolts and nuts, and Long Hicks doing the other work. He said nothing of the round square, but talked greatly of slide valves and cranks, till Bessie judged him a full engineer already. Between his mouthfuls he illustrated the proper handling of hammer and file, and reprehended the sinful waste of spoiling the surface of a new file on the outer skin of a fresh iron casting. It cheered Nan May to see the boy taking so heartily to his work, through all her secret dread that she might lack the means to keep him at it. Johnny glanced anxiously at the clock from time to time, and at last declared that he must knock for Long Hicks, who was plainly forgetting how late it was. And in the end he rushed away to disturb the tall man 10 minutes too soon, and hurried off to Maidment and Hurst's, there to take his own new metal ticket from the great board and drop it duly into the box. The afternoon went busily at the factory, and busy days followed. Johnny acquired his first tool, a steel foot rule, and carried it in public places with a full quarter of its length visible at the top of its appointed pocket. It was the way of all young apprentices to do this, the rule, they would say, thus being carried convenient for the hand. But it was an exact science among the observant to judge a lad's experience inversely by scale of the inches exposed, going at the rate of half an inch a year. A lad through 2 years of his time would show no more of his rule than 2 inches. By the end of 4 years, 1 of these inches would have vanished. As his 21st birthday approached, the last inch shrank to a mere hint of bright metal, and nobody ever saw the foot rule of a full journeyman except he were using it. Johnny's christening, postponed by the accident of Old Ben Cutts, came when he was first put to a small lathe to try his hand at turning bolts. For when returning from breakfast, he belted his lathe. He did not perceive that the water can had been tied to the belt, realizing it, however, the next instant, when it flew over the shafting and discharged the water on his head. Then he was free of the shop, suffering no more than the rest from the workshop pranks habitual among the younger lads, and joining in them, gammoning newer lads than himself with demands for the round square, and oppressing them with urgent messages to testy gaffers, that a cockroach had got in the foo-foo valve, that the donkey man wanted an order for a new nosebag, and the like. Grew able, moreover, in workshop policy, making good interest with the shopkeeper, who might sometimes oblige with the loan of a hammer. For a lost hammer meant a fine of 3 6/10, and when yours was stolen, everybody stole everybody else's hammer. A borrowed one would tide you over till you could steal another. Making friends, too, with the toolsmith, at a slight expense in drinks, though able to punish him also, if necessary, by the secret bedevilment of his fire with iron borings. Learned to manufacture an apparent water crack by way of excuse for a broken file, a water crack made with a touch of grease well squeezed between the broken ends. In short, became an initiated prentice engineer. In the trade itself, moreover, he was not slow, and Mr. Cottam had once mentioned him, though Johnny did not know it, as none so bad a boy, one as can work his own ed. Until his first enthusiasm had worn off, he never ceased from questioning Long Hicks, in his hours of leisure, on matters concerning steam engines, so that the retiring Hicks grew almost out of touch with the accordion that had been the solace of his solitude. The tall man had never met quite so inquisitive an apprentice. Engineering was in the blood, he supposed. He had guessed the boy's mother an engineer's wife when first Johnny came to his bench, because of the extra button Nan May had been careful to sew on his jacket cuff, a button used to tighten the sleeve, that it might not catch the driver on a lathe. It was early in Johnny's experience. Indeed, he had been scarce a fortnight at the engine shop, when a man coming in from an outdoor job just before dinner told Cottam, the foreman, that an old friend was awaiting him at the gate, looking for a job. "And who's the old friend?" asked Cottam, severely distrustful. "Mr. Enery Butson, Esquire," the man answered with a grin. "What? Butson?" the gaffer ejaculated, and his eyes grew rounder. "Butson? Again? Ah, damn me! I'd as soon have a brass monkey." And Mr. Cottam stumped indignantly up the shop. "Singler that," observed a laborer who was helping an erector with a little yacht engine near Johnny's bench. "Singler like what I heard the gaffer say at Lumley's when Butson wanted a job there." "What?" says he. "Butson? Why, I'd rather have a Cheney dog off my grandmother's mantelpiece," he says. "He wouldn't spile castins," he says. There were grins between the men who heard, for it would seem that Mr. Butson was not unknown among them. But when Johnny told his mother at dinner, she thought the men rude and ignorant, and she was especially surprised at Mr. Cottam, For some little while Johnny wondered at the girl who was hunting for a sick lady in the street on that dark Monday morning. He looked out for her on his way to and from his work, resolved, if he met her, to ask how the search had fared and how the lady was. But he saw nothing of her, and the thing began to drop from his mind, till a Saturday afternoon, when he went to see a new ram launched. For halfway to the shipyard he saw a pretty girl, and surely it was the same. In no tears nor trouble now, indeed, but most disconcertedly composed and dignified, yet surely the same. Johnny hesitated and stopped, and then most precipitately resumed his walk, for truly this was a very awful young person, icily unconscious of him. Her casual glance flung serenely through his head and over it. Perhaps it wasn't the same, after all, and if not, well, it was lucky he had said nothing. Nevertheless, his inner feeling was that he had made no mistake. More, that the girl remembered him, but was proud and would not own it. It didn't matter, he said to himself. But the afternoon went a little flat. The launch was less interesting than one might have expected. There was a great iron hull, tricked out with flags, and when men knocked away the dog shores with sledgehammers, the ship slid away, cradle and all, into the water. There wasn't much in that. Of course, if you knocked away the dog shores, the ship was bound to slide, plainly enough. That wasn't very interesting. Johnny felt vaguely resentful of the proceedings, but still he wondered afresh at the lost lady who was ill out of doors so early in the morning. End of Chapter 13. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 14 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gray Clayton. To London Town by Arthur Morrison, Chapter 14. But this launch was when Johnny's prentice teeth were cut, when the running down of bolts and pins was beneath his notice, and he could be trusted with work at a small nibbling machine, when he had turned stop-valve spindles more than once, and felt secretly confident of his ability to cut a screw. Meantime, history was making at the shop, very slowly at first, it is true. The holly had been made the most of, but it seemed to attract not at all. Penn'orths and ha'porths were most of the sales, and even they were few. Nan May grew haggard and desperate. Uncle Isaac had called once soon after the opening Saturday, but since had been a stranger. He had said that he was about to change his lodgings. He was a widower, but Nan knew nothing of his new address. In truth, such was Uncle Isaac's tenderness of heart, that he disliked the sight or complaint of distress, and, in the manner of many other people of similar tenderness, he betook himself as far as possible from the scene whereof, and kept there. It was within a few days of Christmas when things seemed hopeless. Johnny, indeed, had never ceased to hope till now. He had talked of the certainty of struggling on somehow till his wages were enough for all. Indeed, even the 6 shillings a week seemed something considerable now, though he knew that the rent alone came to 10. But even Johnny's cheerfulness fell in the face of the intenser dejection, the more open tears of his mother and sister as the days wore on. Long Hicks found him a quieter, less inquisitive boy, and a duller help than at first, and dinner at home was a sad make-believe. Each knew that the other two were contrasting the coming Christmas with the last. Then Grandad was with them, hale and merry. To look out of window was to look through a world of frosty twigs to woody deeps where the deer waited timmy and shadowy for the crusts flung out afar for them from the garden. But it was just at this desperate time that a change came, as by magic. The men who pulled down the wall at the opposite side of the street gave place to others who built a mighty brick pier on each side of the opening, a pier designed to carry its half of the new gate. But ere the work was near complete, men and boys from the yard found it a convenient place to slip out and in at on breakfast time or dinner time errands. Now it chanced at the time that one of these men was in a domestic difficulty, a difficulty that a large part of the 800 or 900 men of the shipyard encountered in turn at more or less regular intervals. His wife inhabited the bedroom in company with a monthly nurse, while he roosted sleeplessly at night on a slippery horsehair couch in the parlour, or wallowed in a jumble of spare blankets and old coats on the floor, spending his home hours by day in desolate muddling in the kitchen, lost and incapable, and abject before the tyranny of the nurse. On dark mornings he made forlorn attempts at raking together a breakfast to carry with him to work, but as he had taken no thought to put anything into the cupboard overnight, he found it no easy matter to extract a breakfast from it in the morning. So it came to pass that on the second day of his affliction, this bedevilled husband, his hunger merely aggravated by the stale lumps of bread he had thought to make shift on, issued forth at the new gate in quest of breakfast. There was little time, and most of the shops were a distance off. But just opposite was a flaming little chandler's shop, newly opened. It was thinly stocked enough, but it would be hard luck indeed if it did not hold something eatable. And so Nan May's first customer that day was the starved husband. "Got anything to eat?" he asked, his ravening gaze piercing the bare corners of the shop. "Got any bacon?" "Yes, sir," Nan May answered, reaching for the insignificant bit of streaky that was all she had. "No, cooked, I mean. Ain't you got any cold-boiled ock?" "No, sir." "You ought to have some cooked ock. Lots that have it in the yard." "I can't eat that. The smith's shop's the other end of the yard, and I got nothing to toast it with. Ain't you got nothing else?" Nan May grasped the situation and conceived an instant notion, for indeed she had inborn talent as a shopkeeper, though till now it had had no chance to show itself. "Will you wait 5 minutes?" she asked. Yes, he would wait 5 minutes, but no more. And he sat on the empty case from which Uncle Isaac had delivered his recommendation of enterprise. Nan May cut 2 rashers and retired to the shop parlour. In 3 minutes the hungry customer was hammering on the counter, declaring that he could wait no longer. Pacified by assurances from within, he resigned himself to a minute and a half more of patience. When Mrs. May returned with a massive sandwich, wherein the 2 rashers, freshly frizzled, lay between 2 thick slices of bread. Lifting the top slice for a moment as a guarantee of good faith, Nan May exchanged the whole ration for 3d. "If you'd like any cold-boiled bacon, sir," she said, "I shall have some at 1 o'clock." He heard, but was offered a trot with his sandwich. In 5 minutes Nan May's bonnet was on, and in 5 more Bessie was minding shop alone, while her mother hastened to Mr. Duncan's for a hock of bacon. Here was a possible chance of fortune, and Nan May was not a woman to waste a chance. Boiled and cooled, or cooled enough for the taste of hungry riveters, the hock stood in a dish on the counter at 1 o'clock, flanked by a carving knife and fork. A card bearing the best 10 that Bessie could draw advertised the price, and the first quarter-pound of slices was duly cut for the desolate husband, who came back a little later for 2 ounces more, for he had been ill-fed for 2 or 3 days, and the new baby made an event wherewith some extra expense was natural. Boys came for 2 other quarter-pounds, so that it was plain that the first customer had told others, and a loaf was cut up to go with the bacon. Mrs. May announced the new branch of trade to Johnny when he came to dinner. And though as yet the returns were small enough, there was a new chance, and his mother was hopeful of it. So he went back to the lathe with a lighter heart. That night the riveters worked overtime, and the bacon was in better demand still. More, at night 2 or 3 men took home a snack in paper for supper, and from that day things grew better daily. The hock was finished by the afternoon of the next day, and the establishment was out of pickles, for men and boys who brought their own cold meat with them came now for pickles. Trade was better as the days went on, and Christmas, though it found them poor enough, was none so sad a festival after all. And in a month, when the gate had been formally opened for some time, and the men streamed by in hundreds, 3 large hocks would really last 2 days, and there was an average profit of 3 shillings a hock. More, the bread came in daily in batches at trade prices, and cheese and pickles went merrily. But what went best, and what increased in sale even beyond this point, was the bacon. Some customers called it ham, which pleased Nan May, for indeed her cooking hit the popular taste, and she began to feel a pride in it. Men who went home to dinner would buy bacon to take home for tea, and as many of these lived in Harbour Lane and thereabout, customs soon came from their wives in soap and candles, treacle and pepper and blacking. Nan May's trade instinct grew with exercise. She found the particular sort of bacon that best suited her purpose and her customers' tastes. She had regular boilings throughout the week. She quickly found the trick of judging the quality of whatever she bought, and she bought to the best use of her money. But here it must be said that Nan May, in her new prosperity, behaved towards one benefactor with an undutiful forgetfulness that was near ingratitude, for she bought almost nothing of Mr. Duncan. He was reasonably grieved. True, she had begun by getting her first stock of him, but even then her critical examination of what was sent showed an unworthily suspicious attitude of mind. She even sent back things and demanded better, wilfully blind to the fact that Mr. Duncan could turn her out of the shop at a week's notice if he pleased. Though indeed in his own mind he was not vindictive, for another new tenant would be hard to find. He even submitted to outrage, ending in actual loss and humiliation, for a large tin of mustard was Mrs. May's first supply, and it was a tin from among those kept for sale to small shopkeepers, and not on any account to be sold from retail across Mr. Duncan's own counter. But something in the feel and taste of this mustard did not please Nan May, though indeed she was not asked to eat it, and it went back. Now it chanced that Mr. Duncan had taken on a new shopman that week, and this bungling incapable straightway began selling mustard from the returned tin. He had served 3 customers before his blunder was perceived, and then the matter came to light purely because the 3rd customer chanced to be a food and drug inspector. This functionary gravely announced himself as soon as he had good hold of the parcel, and handsomely offered the return of a 3rd part of the mustard in a sealed packet. And the upshot was a fine of £5 and costs for Mr. Duncan, on the opinionative evidence of an analyst who talked of starch and turmeric and ginger, all very excellent substances, as anybody knows. Truly it was a vexatious blow for Mr. Duncan, and an unjust, for certainly the fault was not his, and to sell such an article retail was wholly against his principles. But he never complained, such was his forbearance, never spoke of his hardship for a soul, in fact, except when he sacked the new assistant. It was even said that he had offered a reporter money to keep it out of the papers, and though it did get into the papers, and at good length too, yet the effort was kindly meant. For truly it could but give Mrs. May pain to learn that she had been the cause of Mr. Duncan's misfortune, if she were a woman of any feelings at all. But as time went, he began to doubt if she were, for her custom dropped away to nothing. The rate at which bacon was handed in from a cart of a firm somewhere in the borough was scandalous to behold. Before his very eyes, too, when he called for the rent. He employed a collector, but presently took to coming for the rent himself, that by his presence and his manner he might shame so thankless a tenant into some sense of decency, some order for bacon and mustard. He coughed gently and stared very hard at the incoming goods, but Nan May was in no wise abashed, and gave the carman his directions with shameless composure. With his sympathetic stop full out, Mr. Duncan asked how trade was, and Nan May answered in a proper shopkeeper terms that she mustn't grumble. With hums and purrs that led back through casual questions and answers to the stock he had first supplied, and asked her how she had done with this, and how that had gone off. But her answers were so artlessly direct, and so inconsiderately truthful, that good Mr. Duncan was clean baffled, and reduced at last to a desperate hint that if anything were wanted, he could take the order back with him. But he got no ordered. So he purred and hummed his way back into Harbour Lane, and so away. And after a time the collector came in his stead. Mr. Duncan resolved to wait. He had some doubts of the permanence of this new prosperity in the shop. The place had never brought anybody a living yet, and he should not feel convinced till he had seen steady trade there for some time. Nan May's activities could always be kept from flagging by judicious increases of rent, and if the thing grew well established by her exertions, and was certain to continue a paying concern, why, here would be a new branch of Mr. Duncan's business ready-made. It needed but a week's notice, given unexpectedly at a properly chosen time, when no neighbouring shop was to let, and a good stroke of business was happily completed. Mrs. May would vanish, a man would go in to manage at £1 or 25 shillings a week, and his quarters. There would be no interruption to trade, for the outgoing tenant would naturally keep at work till the last minute to get every little she could, and Mr. Duncan would have a new branch, paying very excellently, with no trouble to himself. Mr. Duncan had established other branches in the same way, and found it a very simple and cheap arrangement. There was no risk of his own capital, no trouble in working up the trade, no cost of goodwill, and rent was coming in regularly, while the tenant laboured with the zeal of a man who imagines he's working on his own benefit and his children's. The important thing was to give nothing but a weekly tenancy, else the tenant might find some time to get going somewhere near at hand, and so perhaps deprive Mr. Duncan of the just reward of his sagacity, foresight, and patience. But there was little difficulty in that matter. Beginners were timid and glad of a weekly tenancy, fearing the responsibility of anything longer at first. And afterwards, well, things were in a groove, and Mr. Duncan was so very kind and sympathetic that it wasn't worthwhile to bother about a change. And by this method, Mr. Duncan, judiciously selecting his purchases in shop property, had acquired 2 or 3 of his half-dozen branches, and flourished exceedingly, which all kindly souls rejoiced to see. In the beginning he had no thought of this plan for the Harbour Lane shop, being mainly concerned to get a tenant, no matter in what trade, and indeed in his eye the place was as little suited for chandlery as for anything. Even now he must wait, for he doubted the lasting quality of the new prosperity. Better a few years of forbearance than a too hurried seizure of a weakening concern, to find little more than the same tenantless shop on his hands after all. And if it seemed that the trade owed anything to the personal qualities and connections of Mrs. May, well, it will be a simple thing to keep her on to manage instead of a man. It will be an act of benevolence, moreover, to an unfortunate widow, and come cheaper. But that was a matter for the future. Meanwhile, Nan May, active and confident, filled her shop by purchase from whatsoever factor sold best and cheapest, and travellers called for her orders. The hungry husband who first came for cooked bacon she always treated with a particular consideration, finding him good cuts. He ceased his regular visits in 3 weeks or less, and Nan May, taught by experience in her earlier London life, well guessed the cause of his coming. In the spring, 3 months or so later, great crowds thronged about the shipyard to see the launch of the battleship that, over time, had so long been worked on. And when the launch was over, this man and his wife, the man carrying the baby, came into the shop for something to celebrate the occasion at tea. The parents did not altogether comprehend Nan May's enthusiasm over the baby, which she took from its father's arms and danced merrily about the shop while customers waited. But they set it down to admiration of its personal beauty, though truly it was an ordinary slobbery baby enough. But he went away down the street in great state, triumphantly stabbing at its mouth with a sugar stick gripped by one hand, and at its father's whiskers with that brandished in the other. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Gray Clayton.
Chapter 15 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison, Chapter 15. On a Saturday afternoon about this time, Uncle Isaac, in his best black suit and very tall hat, and with the Turk's head walking stick in his hand, started out to see a foreman. Work was rather slack just now. Shipwright's work was slack everywhere, and the 3 holidays a week that once were the glory and boast of a free and independent shipwright were now apt to be a woeful compulsion. Uncle Isaac had been of late poorer because idler than he liked, and in such case it was his way to seek the chance of meeting his foreman out of hours, in order to a display of rhetoric, oblique flattery, and dexterous suggestion that might influence a distribution of short time that would be more favorable to the orator. He had wondered much as to the fortunes of Nan and her children, but as it has been said, his tenderness of heart kept him as far as possible from what he believed must now be a scene of sheer failure and destitution, if indeed the shop were not abandoned, and he was by no means anxious that his poor relations should discover his new lodgings. So now he picked his way with circumspection, and with careful cogitation of a mental map of the streets, because a thoughtless, straightforward journey would take him much too near to Harbor Lane. He crossed a swing bridge that gave access to 150 yards of roadway, ending in another swing bridge. But there was a crook in the road, and when he passed it, he found that the second bridge was open. Now, in Blackwall, an open bridge did not mean one that the passenger could cross. That was a shut bridge. The open bridge was one swung aside to let a ship through, as a pair of gates is open for a carriage. So Uncle Isaac resigned himself to wait, with an increasingly impatient group, till the bridge should swing into place again and give passage. He stood behind the chain that hung across the road to check traffic, and meditatively rubbed his nose with the Turk's head. Presently, he grew conscious of a rusty figure on his left, edging unsteadily a little nearer. "How do, Mr. Mundy?" came a hoarse whisper. And Mother, born drunk, a trifle less drunk than usual, but careful to grasp a post, leered a grimy leer and waved her disengaged hand in his face, as one saluting a friend at a great distance. Uncle Isaac emitted a non-committal grunt, one that might be taken for an accidental cough by the bystanders, and sidled a foot or two away. For he, too, had known Emma Pacey in her more decent days, and with other acquaintances of that time was sometimes put to shifts to avoid her. Mother Born Drunk left the post and followed her victim. "Don't run away," she ejaculated unsteadily. "I'm old pal, Mish Mundy." She thrust out a foul paw and dropped her voice coaxingly. "Lend ye twopence." Uncle Isaac gazed uneasily in another direction and took more ground to the right. The waiting passengers, glad of a little amusement, grinned one at another. "Jeer, Mr. Mundy?" This in a loud voice with an imperious gesture. "Jeer, can't you answer when a lady speaks t'ye?" "Go on, governor," said a boy encouragingly, sitting on a post. "Where's your manners? Take off your hat to the lady." And there was a snigger. Uncle Isaac shifted farther still and put a group of men between himself and his persecutor. But she was not to be so easily shaken off. Drawing herself up with a scornful majesty that was marred by an occasional lurch and the bobbing of the tangled bonnet hanging over one ear, she came after Uncle Isaac through the passage readily made by the knot of men. "Oh, so it's this, is it?" she declaimed, with a stately backward sweep of the arm. "If a lady asks a trifling favor, you insult her. Ye low common scoundrel." This very slowly, with a deep tragic hiss and a long pause. Then with a piercing note of appeal, "Mr. Mundy, I demand an answer once more. Will you lend me twopence?" The people, a small crowd by this time, forgot the troublesome bridge and turned to the new diversion. "Give the lady twopence," roared the boy on the post in a deep bass. "Arf a pie did save her life." Uncle Isaac looked desperately about him, but he saw no sympathy. Dockmen, workmen, boys, all were agog to see so much fun as possible in the time at disposal. The pursuing harpy came a step nearer and bawled out, "Will you lend me twopence?" "No," cried Uncle Isaac, driven to bay at last. "No, I won't. Go away. Go away. You infamous creature." "You won't?" "No, not by no means. Go away. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You obstreperous faggot." "Calls itself a gentleman," she said, lifting her gaze to the clouds. "Calls hisself a gentleman, and uses such language to a lady." "Shocking," said one in the hilarious crowd. "What a wicked old bloke." Uncle Isaac gave another unquiet glance about him and moved another yard. The woman brought her eyes to earth again, and "Won't give me twopence," she proclaimed, "and I'm an orficer's widow. Never mind, lend me a penny. Only a penny, Mr. Mundy, do. There's a dear. Oh, you are a old duck." And Mother Born Drunk stumbled toward Uncle Isaac with affectionately extended arms. The crowd shrieked with joy, but Uncle Isaac turned and ran. One hand clapped to the crown of his very tall hat. He would wait for no bridge now, but get away as best he could. The boys yelled and whistled, and kept up an easy trot with a quick scuttle of his short legs. Behind them came Mother Born Drunk, tripping and floundering, spurred to infuriate chase by sight and sound of her unchanging enemies, the boys, and growing at every step more desirous of clawing at one of them than of catching Uncle Isaac. As for him, he dropped his hat once and nearly fell on it in looking behind. so he thrust it under his arm as he scurried past the bend in the road, and there despair seized him. For now the other bridge was open too. Which escape might he make first? At the end from which he had turned back, a great liner was being towed through at a snail's pace, funnels and mast scarce seeming to move across the street. But at this end a small coaster went out briskly, and her mizzen was more than half over now. The woman was less than 20 yards off, but though she still staggered nearer, she was engaged with boys. Uncle Isaac put panic aside and resolved on dignity. He took his hat from under his arm and began to brush it on his sleeve. Mother Born Drunk was in the hands of her enemies. Though there were fewer than usual, she swore and swiped at them, and they flung and yelled and danced. But they drew nearer Uncle Isaac, for it was a new variation in the sport to involve an old gentleman with his Sunday clothes on. Then shouted the woman breathlessly, "Please, please, Miss Mundy, I'll give you in charge for annoying me. Cheer?" She came very near and made a catch at him, when he dodged without regard to dignity. "Miss Mundy, stand a drop. Just a little drop for old times. If you don't stand a drop, I'll give me in charge." The coaster was through, and soon the bridge would shut. Uncle Isaac moved up toward the chain amid shouts and jibes. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," bawled the woman. "An old man like you annoying a lady." But the men were at the winch, and the bridge swung. First of all, the impatient passengers. Uncle Isaac sprang on the moving iron, and got across at peril of life and limb ere the sections were still. He heard a louder shout of laughter from behind, where Mother Born Drunk, forgetting the chain as she made for the bridge, had sprawled over it where it hung low in the middle, and he quickened his pace. Now it chanced that Johnny May had been taken that week to his first outdoor job on a large steamer, and full of the wonders of the ship, he had made interest with Shippy, who was officially called the shipkeeper, to bring Bessie on board on Saturday afternoon. The visit was a pure delight for both, with more than a spice of danger for Bessie in climbing gangways, companions, and greasy engine-room steps. Indeed, the Shippy carried her down the lower flights of these last, Johnny explaining the prodigious engines with all the extreme technicality of a new hand, and with much pride pointed out the part whereon he, with the help of 3 or 4 journeymen, had been at work. Bessie stared and marveled, and her admiration for her brother waxed into reverence. For was he not an engineer, master of these massy, shining immensities, so amazingly greater than any engines she had dreamed of, so awful in their monstrous stillness? Bessie peeped along the tunnel of the great shaft, and then, a minute after, up into the towering complexities above. And she was almost afraid, would have been afraid to stay there alone. They walked home gay and talkative, and Bessie's face had a light and a color that it had lacked since Johnny and Granddad had seen it together. For she had seen great things and had walked in passenger saloons more wonderful than all her palaces of romance. It struck Johnny for the first time in his life that Bessie was rather pretty, and as to her lameness, though some would call it a blemish, as it certainly was a misfortune, yet she carried it trimly, and he almost thought it suited her. And so they went, till at a corner a hurried little man with a moon face ran into them, hat first, for he was brushing it again. Now both Johnny and Bessie wore their best clothes, and both looked happy and well. So at a glance Uncle Isaac guessed that things had gone all right at Harbor Lane after all. Just as distress troubled and repelled him, so good fortune pleased his amiable genius and attracted his regards. So though he was still a little flushed and uneasy, he was glad of the encounter. He had been unwell, it seemed, and busy and all that. But how was trade at the shop? Johnny and Bessie told the tale of the new shipyard gate, and of the cold bacon and pickles and the new prosperity. Uncle Isaac was greatly pleased. He was sorry, very sorry, he said, that he had not been able to call lately. But he would delay no longer. He would be round that very evening. And indeed he came, and immensely approved of the bacon. And he came again and approved immensely of the cheese and the pickles, and whatever else there was for supper. And again after that. And usually carried something home for trial in the calmer mood of the morning. And thus family ties were made whole, and avuncular love continued. "Just to think," Uncle Isaac would say with a wave of his fork, "what a quantity of blessings you owe to my advice, Nan. What was my words a counsel to you prefatory? Enterprise, says I. Enterprise is what you want. I says there's always money in enterprise. And what's the result? Enterprise representin' biled ock of bacon. It's done the trick wonderful. But in regards to enterprise, why not call it M?" End of chapter 15. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 16 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 16. With the spring, the steady application of paint in Harbor Lane burst into a fury. Everywhere the houses and the flagstaffs and the fences took new coats of many colors, changing as the season went, and the paint pot traffic fell into a vaster confusion. As tops were in among the boys, the smell of paint grew day by day, and when the marble season began, little else could be smelt. With July came Fairlop Friday, and Bessie wondered at the passing of a great model of a rigged ship on wheels drawn by horses, and filled with jubilant shipwrights on their way to Epping Forest, in accord with yearly custom. She had grown to consider the forest as a place so far off, though indeed she knew the distance in mere miles, that it came almost as a surprise to see people starting out to drive there in a few hours with so slow a vehicle and to return the same night. Bob Smallpiece had written once or twice. He kept an eye on the empty cottage and looked out for a tenant, but he had never made a visit, as Nan May had asked him. The last news was that his bedridden old mother was worse and not expected to live. The trade went well, better than ever, indeed, and scarce a month passed but Nan May put a sovereign or two in the post office savings bank, and Uncle Isaac began secretly to look upon the shop in Harbor Lane as a convenient retreat for his later years. Already he took as many meals there as possible, for, as he said, he could get no proper attention in his new lodgings. Of his old friend Mr. Butson he had seen nothing for months, for Butson he knew had lost his berth on the steamboat and had fallen on evil times, and Uncle Isaac never intruded on private griefs of this description. But later this year, when the anniversary of Johnny's apprenticeship was nearing, and when Johnny himself was near a head taller, for he grew quickly now, Uncle Isaac saw Butson from afar as he crossed the docks, and Butson saw him. There was no escape, but Uncle Isaac, with a grin and a wave of the hand, tried to pass on hurriedly, as though urgent business claimed his time. But Mr. Butson rose from his bollard. Bollards had been his most familiar furniture for months now, and intercepted him. "You've had about a year now to get that hurry over," he said, with something not unlike a sneer. "If you're going that way, I'll come along, too. Got any bacca?" Uncle Isaac, with a bounteous air that scarce covered his reluctance, pulled out a screw of paper, and Mr. Butson filled his pipe. For some little way he smoked in silence, for tobacco was an uncommon luxury with him just now, and he enjoyed a succession of puffs with no interruption. Then he said, "Workin' at Turton's now?" "No," Uncle Isaac replied with a slight cough. No, I ain't working there." "Thought not. Looked out for you often. And you moved, too?" Butson smoked again for a space and then went on. "I've had a pretty awful year," he said. "Why, I was very near going stoking once or twice." He had not quite gone, because the chief engineer always sent him ashore. Nice thing that, for a man of my bringing up. They walked on. Truly the bad year had left its marks on Mr. Butson. The soles were 3/4 gone from his boots, and the uppers were cracked. He wore a mixture of ordinary and working clothes, frayed and greasy and torn, and he shivered under a flimsy dungaree jacket, buttoned so close to the neck as to hint an absence of shirt. His bowler hat was weather-beaten and cracked, and the brim behind was beginning to leave the crown because of rain rot. Presently, Uncle Isaac, impelled to say something, asked, "Been out all the time?" "Very near. Got a job on a drollick. But the chap began jawing me about something. I wasn't going to stand that, so I just walked out." "Nothing else?" "Not much. 1 or 2 things I got onto, but they didn't last. Know the laundry over the cut? Well, they took me on there to run the engine and sacked me in a week. Said I was asleep. Measly swine. Much the same at other places. Seemed to want to treat me like any common feller. But I showed 'em different to that." "Ah," commented Uncle Isaac absently. He was wondering which way to lead the walk and how to take leave of his companion. But his invention was at a stand, and presently the other went on. "Well," he said, "you ain't got so much to say as you used. Know any job you can put me on to?" "No, I don't," replied Uncle Isaac with gloomy simplicity. "Trade's bad, very bad. I've been working short time myself, and standing off day after day. Stood off today. Well, then, lend us a bob." Uncle Isaac started and made the space between them a foot wider. "Really, Mr. Butson, All right, make it 2 bob, then, if you'd rather. You've had more'n that out of me one time and another. But I tell you, I'm unfortunate myself. I've been standing off day after day. Seems to me you're trying to stand off as much as you can now. Look here." Mr. Butson stood and faced Uncle Isaac. "I'm broke, clean broke, and worse, I'm hungry." It's very bad," said Uncle Isaac, "but why not go to your rich relations?" Butson frowned. "Never mind them," he said. "I'd rather try and tap your small property. What am I to do? I'm at the end of me tether, and I've tried everything." "Ah, enterprise is what you want," Uncle Isaac said, being at a loss what else to recommend. Enterprise. I recommended Enterprise before with wonderful results. Wonderful. And how about Marion? There's the landlady at the Mariner's Arms. She was always very friendly. And that's a life as ought to suit ye. Krrr. Mr. Butson turned his head with a growl and took to walking again, Uncle Isaac by his side. She'd want to make a potman of me, and, well, that ain't much catch, anyhow. If you won't lend me a bob, stand me a feed of some sort. Ain't had your tea, have ye? Plainly something must be sacrificed to Butson, and it struck Uncle Isaac that the cheapest article would be some of Nan May's bacon. So he said, Well, I was thinking of popping round to my niece's to tea. I'm sure she'd make you very welcome. All right. Same niece as give us tea over in the forest that time? Yes. She's round in Arbor Lane. The lamplighter scuffled past into thickening dusk, leaving his sparse trail of light spots along the dock wall. The two men came through streets where little sitting rooms, lighted as yet by fires alone, cheered Butson with promise of the meal to come. And when at last he stood in Nan May's shop, now no place of empty boxes, but ranged close with bacon, cheese, candles, sausages, brawn, spiced beef, many eggs, and a multitude of sundries, there was some shadow of the old strut and sulky swagger hanging oddly about the broken-up Butson of these latter days. Uncle Isaac did it with an air, for an air was an inexpensive embellishment that won him consideration. Good evening, Nan. I've took the liberty, which I'm sure you'll call it a pleasure, to introduce a friend to tea which we well remember, with happier circumstances. Mr. Butson is come to see you. Duller eyes than Nan May's would have seen Butson's fallen condition at a glance, and it afflicted her to know that while fortune had favored her, it had stricken him so sorely. She led them in, offering Butson a cordiality in some sort exaggerated by her anxiety not to seem to see his poor clothes, nor to treat him a whit the worse for his ill luck. As for Mr. Butson, he found a good fire and a clean hearth, with an armchair beside it, in a better room than he had seen for long. Old Mr. May's photograph hung over the mantelpiece, and below it was the sole remaining butterfly trophy, a small glass case set when the old man was young. The ragged books that were Bessie's solace stood on a sideboard top, and Bessie herself, disturbed in reading, was putting one of them carefully in its place. The kettle sang on the hob, and when Johnny came from work, he was astonished to find a tea party of great admiration. Johnny was a big lad now, though he was scarce 16 years of age, and Mr. Butson condescended to shake hands with him, to condole with him on the choice of the wretched trade that had so ill supported himself, and to exchange a remark or two on the engineering topics of the week. But chiefly Mr. Butson attended to the meal. Nan May had never seen two men together eat such a meal as his. Plainly he was famished. She was full of pity for this unfortunate, so well brought up, thought the simple soul, so cruelly neglected by his well-to-do relations. She cut more slices of bacon and still more bread and butter, quietly placing them to his hand, till at last he was satisfied. Mr. Butson was refreshed, filled his pipe again from Uncle Isaac's paper, and gave some attention to the conversation. But the conversation took to itself the property of rarely traveling far from Mr. Butson and his troubles. He had no false modesty about them. He had parted with almost all his clothes, and hadn't a shirt to his back. His tools were in pawn, and a man felt discouraged from looking for a job when his tools were put away, as he had no money to redeem them. But he would starve sooner than apply to his unnatural relations. He would take the help of strangers first. When at last Mr. Butson took leave and went shivering into the gusty night, Uncle Isaac was careful to let him go alone and to remain himself in the shop parlor till his friend was clear away. But Nan May ran down the street after her departed guest. There were a few hurried words of entreaty in the woman's voice. "Here, Mr. Butson. Do, you really must." And she scurried back, breathless and a trifle shamefaced. She reached across the counter and shut the till ere she came into the shop parlor. Uncle Isaac looked up sharply in her face as she entered, but went on with his pipe. End of chapter 16. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 17 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. This visit was but for the first of many from Mr. Buxton, until after a very few months he came as regularly as Uncle Isaac himself. He recovered his old appearance a little at a time, one new article of clothing coming after another, but he seemed to have no luck in his quest for a job, or very little. What small success he found was ever brought to naught by the captiousness, even the rudeness, of those in direction, or their unreasonable exactions in the way of work. To simple Nan May he seemed the most shamefully ill-used of exemplars. Johnny and Bessie were less enthusiastic. Bessie said nothing, but avoided Mr. Butson as much as possible, sitting in the shop when he was in the back parlour. Johnny went for walks in the evening and grumbled, wondering why his mother encouraged this stranger cadging suppers, as he uncivilly put it. Nan May was hurt at the expression, and feared that the workshop was spoiling Johnny's manners. News came from Bob Smallpiece that his poor old mother was dead at last, and buried in the high churchyard where Johnny's grandfather lay. Also that Bob would come to London now, for a visit at the first opportunity. Now it was a fact that Bob Smallpiece, for a year or two, had been inclined to marry, though it was a thing he might never have thought of if he had seen less of Mrs. May. But he was a man of practical temperament, making up in his common sense for a great lack of agility of mind. There were certain obstacles he saw, obstacles that must remove of themselves, or not at all. First, his old mother. It would not seem fair to bring a wife to nurse a bedridden old woman. At any rate, it was scarce an attraction. More, the old woman herself had a dread of it. She feared the chance of being thought a burden by a newcomer, and would often beg Bob not to marry till she were gone, sometimes with the assurance that she would not be long now. Then, to say nothing of old Mr. May, there had been the children, who, familiar as he was with them, afflicted him in this particular matter alone with an odd shyness. Again, when the old man died, the May family must needs come to London, if only that Johnny might go to his trade, while Bob Smallpiece must stay at the forest, but he was ever patient and philosophical. Now that some difficulties were gone, another arose. Nan May, all unaware of his slow designs, was settled in London, with ties of business. But perhaps after all, the business was not flourishing. Might be a burden better laid down. And as to Johnny, he was earning wages of some sort now, and at most his apprenticeship would be out when he was 21. Bob Smallpiece had reserved one piece of news till he could deliver it in person. This was that at last he had let the cottage, at 3 and 6pence a week, to a decent woodman and his wife. And so, wearing a new neckcloth, and with 3 weeks' rent in his pocket, Bob Smallpiece appeared in Harbour Lane one spring morning. A vast astonishment of leather and velveteen, such as had never before brought a Blackwall housewife to attention in the midst of her dusting and sweeping. No name was painted over the shop, but no stranger could pass its red and blue and green without stopping to look. Least of all Bob Smallpiece, in quest of the place itself. Nan May saw him and ran to the door, and Bessie, with her crutch and her book, met him halfway to the back parlour, gay and laughing. Bob regarded the well-filled shop, the neat room, with some mixture of feelings. Prosperity was excellent in its own way, but it made the new obstacle more formidable. Further, Mrs. May, though she was pleased to hear that the cottage was let, and grateful enough for his trouble in letting it, was not so overjoyed as she might have been if the weekly 3 and 6pence had come at a time of pinching more. She handled the half-sovereign almost as disrespectfully as the 6pence, and dropped it into a part of her purse where it fell among other gold. Poor Bob saw the obstacle not only bigger, but double. Not merely was Nan made tied to London by her trade and by Johnny's apprenticeship, but she was a well-to-do tradeswoman, with whom a poor forest keeper could expect no more than respectful acquaintance. He half feared she might even offer to pay him for his trouble with the cottage, and grew red and hot with the apprehension. But this affliction was spared him, though Nan did venture to ask if his care of her property had involved out-of-pocket expenses, a suggestion which Bob repudiated desperately. Neither Bessie nor her mother could understand why their visitor's manner was so constrained and awkward, nor why he announced that he must be going, after sitting for 20 minutes. But that, of course, was not to be allowed. Johnny would be home in half an hour, and there would be some dinner, so Bob Smallpiece, who wanted to get away somewhere by himself and think things over, remained, and made his part of the conversation as well as he could. Johnny came smudgy and hungry, surprised to find that his old friend, big man as he was, seemed to be scarcely so big as when he saw him last, 18 months ago. For Johnny himself was grown surprisingly, and seemed like to stand as high as Bob Smallpiece's shoulder by his 17th birthday. Bob found more to talk of now that Johnny had come, and he ate even better than Johnny himself, for nothing spoiled the keeper's appetite. When could they all come to the forest again for a day? Nan May shook her head. She had no days free but Sundays. She might come some day, perhaps some Sunday in the vague future, but Johnny might get a day off at a slack time, and he and Bessie would come. Bessie beamed over with delight at the prospect. Every day since she had left it, the forest had seemed a more wonderful and more distant dream. Every day, some forgotten circumstance, some moment of delight, some long-dead bunch of wildflowers, trifles all. And daily commonplaces once had come back to lend one more touch to the fairy picture her memory made ever more radiant as the simple facts fell farther into the past. And Johnny, little burdened with pictures of fancy, for he put his imagination away from him now as a childishness unworthy an engineer, nevertheless thought that as soon as a certain large job was completed at Maidment and Hurst's, the gaffer would doubtless let him lose a day. So it was settled, and when Johnny hurried off to his work, Bob Smallpiece took the opportunity to leave too, for he must go and see his sister, he said. He went and saw his sister, and took tea with her, and his sister found him even duller than Nan May had done. For in truth, Bob Smallpiece was in a mire of doubt and hesitation, in a frame of mind so foreign to his simple habit, he grew fretful and left things to chance and impulse. With no definite design in the world, he wandered back to Harbour Lane after tea, and there met, for the first time, Uncle Isaac and Mr. Butson. This company proved incongenial, and indeed the distinguished Butson was indisposed to be cordial with an Essex bumpkin in a velvety uniform. So, though Nan May was all kindness, Bob Smallpiece soon took himself off to the train, where his savage moodiness might not be seen. The whole thing was past hope now, though he might have found it hard to tell precisely what had occurred since midday to worsen the look of affairs. End of Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 18. Not for 6 weeks, at least, Johnny judged, could he beg the day's holiday that was to take him and Bessie back to the forest. And it might be more. That would be in July or even August, and probably the weather would be more trustworthy then. As for Bessie, she counted the days on the almanac and tapped the yellow-faced old barometer that had been Granddad's 12 times a day. Johnny laughed at her impatience and invented endless weather prophecies, just from America, putting the weather for the whole of July at every possible shade of unpleasantness, from blizzards to floods and thunderstorms. The days went quietly. They were even dull. Mr. Butson did what he could to make himself agreeable, and several times praised a set of calipers that Johnny had made. A set of calipers that Johnny, in fact, thought very well of himself. So that he seemed not such a bad fellow, perhaps, after all, though a bit of a sponge. There was nothing to cause it, to all seeming, but it was a fact that just now Nan May grew thoughtful and absent of manner. She would pause in the midst of needlework, as though to think, and more than once, at such a time, Bessie, looking up from her own work, saw that her mother's troubled gaze was fixed on herself. Nan May put away the anxious look as well as she might, and bent to her work again. But Bessie wondered. Johnny, too, fancied that his mother was scarce so cheerful as was her wont, though he thought of it less than Bessie. But one Sunday afternoon, meeting her by her bedroom door, he took her cheeks between his palms and looked hard in her face. "Mother," he said, "I believe you've been crying. What's up?" She put a hand on each of his wrists and made a shift to smile. "That's nonsense," she said, and tried to pull his hands down. "You're getting too strong for your poor old mother to keep you in order." But she brightened always when Mr. Butson came in the evening, though Mr. Butson's conversation scarce seemed of so inspiring a character as to account wholly for the change. Still, it interested her. It was mostly about his grievances at the hands of the world, and Nan May was a ready sympathizer. It was very near to the day, at last fixed, for the excursion, when Bessie woke in the night at the striking of a match. Her mother was lighting a candle, her back toward the bed. She took the candle and passed out into Johnny's room at the back. Bessie listened, but she heard no talk, heard nothing, indeed, but Johnny's heavy breathing. So still was the night. Presently her mother returned and stood over her, still with the candle, gazing on her face. It seemed to Bessie, as well as she could see through half-closed eyes, much as she had gazed when she paused in her needlework, though now her cheeks were wet with tears. With that, Bessie opened wide her eyes, and, "Mother," she said, "what's the matter? Are you ill?" Nan May turned and blew out the light. "No, Bess, no, I'm all right," she said, and crept into bed. "It's not much. I woke up, that's all, with a bad dream." She kissed the girl and put her arm around her neck. "You've always been a good girl, Bessie," she went on. "You wouldn't turn against me, would you?" "Why, no, Mother, but—" "Not whatever happened?" "No, of course not." She kissed her mother again. "But why?" "It's nothing. Only the dream. Just the dream, Bess. Go to sleep." End of Chapter 18. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 19 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 19. The longed-for holiday came with a fine Monday morning, and Bessie, in a muslin frock that her mother had helped to make for the occasion, was impatient, an hour too soon, because Johnny lingered in bed, enjoying the luxury of losing a quarter without paying the penalty. But Johnny was ready for breakfast before 8, and, seeing the shop door open, ran to take down the shutters, a thing his mother commonly did herself, because of his absence at work. "I always put 'em up, and for once I'll take 'em down," he said, prancing in with the first. "Look out, Mother, or I'll bowl you over." "Oh no, Johnny," she said, "leave 'em. I'll only have to—" and at that she stopped. "Only have to what?" Johnny asked, going for another. "Only have to serve the customers, eh? 'Cause the shop's open. Of course you will. It ain't your holiday, you know. It's ours. Look out again. Shoo!" Bessie rattled at the old barometer still, though for half an hour it had refused to move its hand a shade, and she asked Johnny for the 50th time if he were perfectly sure that the proper train wasn't earlier than they were supposing. And when at last Johnny admitted that it was time to start, Nan May kissed them and bade them good-bye with so wistful an earnestness that Johnny was moved to pleasantry. "All right, Mother," he said. "We're coming back some day, you know." They were scarce halfway to the railway station when Bessie said, "Johnny, I don't think Mother's been very well lately. There'll be another train soon. Shall we go back and just see if she's all right, first?" Johnny laughed. "That's a good idea," he said. "And then I s'pose we'd better miss the next, and go back to see how she's getting on then, And the one after that, eh? Mother's all right. She's been thinking a bit about, Granddad and all that. And because we're going to the forest, it reminds her of it. Come on, don't begin the day with dumps. There was interest for both of them in the railway journey. They changed trains at Stepney, and after a station or two more came in distant sight of a part of the road they had traversed on Banks' cart when they came to London, 2 winters back. There was the great, low, desolate wilderness, treeless and void of any green thing, seen now from nearer the mist, with the road bounding it in the distance. And here was the chemical manure factory, close at hand this time, with its stink at short-hitting range, so that every window in the train went up with a bang, and everybody in the long third-class carriage coughed, or grimaced, or spat, or swore, according to sex and habit. Then, out beyond Stratford, through Leighton and Leytonstone, they saw that the town had grown much in 20 months, and was still growing. Close, regular streets of little houses, all of one pattern, stared in raw brick, or rose with a forlorn air of crumbling sponginess amid sparse sticks of scaffolding. Bessie wondered how the butterflies were faring in the forest, and how much farther they had been driven since she left. Then the wide country began to spin past, and pleasant single houses, and patches of wood. The hills about Chigwell stood bright and green across the Roding Valley, as the low ground ran away between, and the high forest land came up at the other side of the line, till the train stood in Lawton Station. Through the village Bessie, flushed and eager, stumped and swung at a pace that kept Johnny walking his best. Staple Hill was the nearest corner of the forest, and for Staple Hill they made direct. Once past the street end it rose before them, round and gay, deep and green in the wood that clothed it. Boys were fishing in the pond at its foot, and the stream ran merrily under the dusty road. "Come, Johnny," Bessie cried, "straight over the hill." Nor did she check her pace till the wide boughs shaded them, and her crutch went softly on the mossy earth among old leaves. Then she stood and laughed aloud, and was near crying. "Smell it, Johnny," she cried. "Smell it. Isn't it heavenly?" They went up the slope, across tiny glades, and between thick clumps of undergrowth gay with dog roses. Bessie's eyes and ears alert for everything, tree, bird, or flower, now spying out some noisy jay that upbraided their intrusion, now standing to hark for a distant woodpecker. Johnny enjoyed the walk too, but with a soberer delight, as became an engineer taking a day's relaxation amid the scenes of childish play now half forgotten. Down the other side of the hill they went, and over the winding stream at the bottom. Truly it seemed a tiny stream now, and Johnny wondered that he should ever have been proud of jumping it. He found a bend where the water rushed through a narrow channel by the side of a bed of clean-washed gravel, and got Bess across, though she scrambled down and up with little help, such was her enthusiasm. Then the trees grew sparser, and over the deep-grown flat of Debden Slade Bessie stopped again and again to recognize some well-remembered wild flower, and little brown butterflies skimmed over the rushes and tall grass. The sun mounted higher, and everything was brisk and bright and sweet-smelling. Brother and sister climbed the hill before them slowly, often staying to look back over the great prospect of rolling woodland, ever widening as they rose, till at last they stood at the point of the ridge, in the gap through the earthwork made by ancient Britons. This beyond all others was the spot that Bessie had loved best, this ragged ring of crumbling rampart and ditch, grown thick with fantastic hornbeams, pollarded out of all common shape, its inner space a crowded wonder of tall bracken, with rare patches of heather, its outer angles watching over the silent woods below, and dominating the hills that ranked beyond. This was the place where best an old book from the shelf would fill a sunny afternoon, for the camp was a romance in itself, a romance of closer presence than anything printed on paper. Here, 2,000 years ago, the long-haired savages had stood, in real fact, with spears and axes, brandishing defiance to foes on the hillside. Here they had entrenched themselves against the Roman legions, they and their chief, fierce Cassivellaunus, more to her than a name in an old history book, for had not she seen the wild prince 100 times in her daydreams, stalking under the oaks and the sheeted druids, till the wood grew alive with phantoms, and she hid her face in her book, and now she sat here again, in the green shade, and looked out over the 1,000 tree-tops, merry with the sunlight. How long had she left it all? What was that fancy of a ride to London, of shipyards, and of a chandler's shop? But Johnny whistled to a robin on a twig, and she turned and looked at him, to see that here was the engineer, indeed, and the painter of the chandler's shop. Still, which was the dream, that or this? Left alone, Bessie would have sat here all the day. But there were other places not to be forgotten, as Johnny reminded her. Over the heather they went, then, to Monk Wood, where the trees were greater and the flowers were more abundant than anywhere else in the forest. And they did not leave it till Johnny insisted on dinner. Now this dinner was a great excitement, for at setting out Johnny had repelled every suggestion of sandwiches in a bag, and now dauntlessly marched into an inn on the main road and ordered whatever was ready, with 2 glasses of beer. Bessie, overwhelmed by the audacity of the act, nevertheless preserved her appetite, and even drank a little of the beer, and the adventure cost Johnny 4 shillings. "Mother's having her dinner alone," said Bessie in a flutter of timid delight. "She doesn't guess we're having ours at the Red Deer." Hence it was not far, by the lanes, to the high churchyard, for the flowers gathered in Monk Wood were for Granddad's grave, and it was a duty of the day to mark the condition of the little headstone. All was well with it, and it surprised them to find the grass cut neatly, and a little clump of pansies growing on the mound. Bessie suspected Bob's Smallpiece, and so went a perfect day. Their tea they took in Bob Smallpiece's lodge. The keeper admitted having gone over old Mr. May's grave with the grass shears, just once or twice. He avoided making any definite reply to Johnny's and Bessie's invitations to come to Harbor Lane again. Perhaps he'd come again, he said, some day. Meanwhile, had they seen the cottage? As they had not, they set out all 3 together, and looked at it. The new tenancy had made little change. Down the glen the white walls first peeped from among the trunks, and then the red tiles, just as ever. The woodman was at work mending the old fence. It was always being mended somewhere. The turbulent little garden still tumbled and surged against it, threatening to lay it flat at any moment. Very naturally, the woodman and his wife, though perfectly civil, took less personal interest in Johnny and Bessie than Johnny and Bessie took in them and the cottage, so that it was not long ere a last look was taken at the old fence, and Bob Smallpiece went off another way on his walk of duty. Shadows grew long, and thickets dark. To revisit every remembered nook had been impossible, but they had seen and lingered in all them that had most delighted Bessie in old times. All but worm-laden pits. Johnny had turned that way once, thoughtlessly, but "No," Bessie said, almost whispered, with her hand on his arm. "Not that way, Johnny." And now they turned their backs on the fast darkening forest and took a steep lane for the village below. The sweet smells that go up at the first blink of the evening star met them on the breeze, and when they turned for the last look toward the woods, the trees on the hilltop, tall sentinels of the host beyond, barred the red west and nodded them and the sun good-bye. Out of the stony lane, Lawton was lighted, and at the end of a dusty road was a small constellation of gas lamps and railway signals. Now it was plain that both were a little tired, Bessie perhaps more than a little, but the train gave a welcome rest, and there were no passengers to see, even if she slept, for they were alone in their compartment. They had passed 2 stations, when Johnny, who had been standing to look out at the opposite window, turned and saw that his sister was dozing, with her head bent forward and her face hidden by the crutch handle. It was so wholly her figure as she sat in the cab at the old man's funeral, that Johnny started, and sat where he stood, though he had never once called the thing to mind since that day. And he took the crutch gently away, to look at her face, but it was calm and untroubled, and he put his hand at the farther side of it and pressed it to his shoulder, for plainly she was tired out, and there were no cushions in the carriage. It was nearing 10 o'clock when at last they turned into Harbour Lane. From a back street came the old watchman's cry, "Past 9 o'clock," as he went his round in search of orders to wake early risers, and lights in bedroom windows told of early risers already seeking sleep. Nobody was in the shop, but as they came in, Johnny thought he saw his mother's face vanish from beside the muslin curtain that obscured the glass in the back parlor door. They passed through the shop, and into the back parlor. There Mother and Mr. Butson sat facing them, side by side. Mr. Butson had a new suit of clothes, and their mother wore her best, and smiles and tears were in her face. Something had happened. What was it? Bessie and Johnny, scarce within the door, stood and stared. "Johnny, Bessie," Nan faltered, looking from one to the other. "Have you enjoyed your holiday? Won't you kiss me, Johnny?" She rose and made a step toward them, but something struck them still, and they looked, wondering, from Nan to Butson, and back to their mother again. What was it? Johnny moved first, and kissed his mother, absently, gazing at Mr. Butson the while. Mr. Butson, who was smoking, said nothing, but lay back in his chair and considered the ash of his cigar. Nan's anxiety was plain to see. She put a hand on Johnny's shoulder and an arm on Bessie's neck. You won't be vexed because I didn't tell you, will you?" she said, pale, but trying to smile. Mr. Butson, Johnny, Bessie, don't look so." Tears ran down her cheeks, and she bent her head on Johnny's other shoulder. "We've been married today." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. The shock left Johnny and Bessie numb, and, though Bessie was quicker, the change took Johnny 2 or 3 days to realize, even to understand. His first distinct impression was one of injury and resentment. He had been tricked, hoodwinked. His mother, even his mother, had deceived him and Bessie. Why? Why not tell them first? She would have told them. He was sure. She told them everything. Butson had persuaded her to keep them in ignorance till the thing was done, lest they should rebel, and perhaps bring her to a change of mood. And Johnny's guess was a good one. Forthwith his resentment became something more. Hate. Mere hate for this man who had come between him and his mother. This cadger of suppers thrusting himself into their intimate life. And yet, perhaps this was simple anger at the slight and the deception, jealousy at finding a stranger as dear to his mother as himself was. Butson might turn out none so bad a fellow. He was very decent over the calipers, for instance. Curse the calipers! Johnny's anger was not to be reasoned down. On Sunday he had his own mother. Now there was nothing but Butson's wife. More, the man was his father, his stepfather, chief authority in the house. with respect and obedience due to him, that seemed intolerable. For a moment Johnny had mad notions of leaving home altogether, and shifting for himself, going aboard ship, abroad, anywhere. But that would be to leave Bess alone, and his mother. His mother might need him yet. He told Long Hicks, as they tramped to work over the locks and bridges in the bright morning, early and still, and it surprised him to see Hicks' tacit concern at the news. The long man reddened and stuttered, and checked himself suddenly at an imminent outburst of speech. But that was all. He offered no opinion and made no remark. And as he was given to suppressed excitement on small occasion, Johnny presently forgot it. As for Bessie, her distress, quiet as it was beyond telling. Her association with her mother had been so intimate that this change was dark bereavement, and for Butson and his coarse pretense, her feeling was sheer repulsion. Neither boy nor girl had the habit of dissimulation, and though they said little, it needed small discernment to guess something of their sentiments. Poor Nan was dismayed to perceive that they did not take to Butson instant on the news of the novel relationship. Indeed, it perplexed her, for in her simple view he was a resplendent person of finer mold, sore hit by a cruel world, and entitled to the respectful sympathy, at least and coldest, of the merest stranger. Nobody could be more completely devoted than he to the interests of Johnny and Bessie. He had most vehemently assured her of it, again and again. But after all, the thing was sudden. They must realize his true worth soon, though meantime she was distressed extremely. Butson saw plainly enough, but for the present cared not at all. He had won his game, and for a little time unwonted plenty and comfort satisfied him, though he was not insensible that this was a place wherein he must do something more to make himself absolute master. Uncle Isaac got the news on Tuesday evening, when he came for supper. For a week or 10 days he had been little seen at Harbor Lane, because of an urgent job involving overtime, a thing not to be neglected in these lean years. He had suspected nothing. Moreover, supposing Butson to be so often attracted to Nan's by the mere prospect of supper, now, when he was told, he was near as astonished as Johnny had been. He sat at random, fortunately on a chair, and opened his mouth and eyes, but ere his mouth closed he had resolved on his own course. The thing was done, and past undoing. He sprang to his feet, and seized one of Butson's hands, the nearest, in both his own. "Mr. Butson," he said, "Butson, me old friend Ernie, me dearest hopes and wishes is rewarded. Nan, you're done most dutiful, the confidentialist o' my intentions." For what was my confidential intentions? I says, confidential to meself. Is my niece, a young woman as I wish every possible good fortune to, though I says it meself, a very suitable young woman o' some little property with 2 children and a business. 2 children and a business was my reflection. What's more, my very respected friend Butson, than which none more so, fashionable by a bit and connections, with no children and no business, them considerations bein' thus what follers. What's the cause and pediment to all matrimony? Far be it from me, says I, to dictate, but I'll take 'em in to tea anyhow, and I'll do whatever else is necessary. I'll do it, says I, as is my duty. I'll work if it's mortal possible. Whether grateful or not, I'll do it. And I done it. Uncle Isaac punched his left palm with his right fist, and looked from husband to wife, with the eye of the righteous defying censure. Nan flushed and smiled. and indeed she was relieved. No consideration of her unaccustomed secrecy had given her more doubt than that it must shut her off from Uncle Isaac's advice, loss enough in itself, and probably an offense to him. This, Uncle Isaac went on, taking his chair once more and drawing it up to the table. This is a great and 'appy occasion, and as sich it should be kep' up. Nan, is there sich a thing as a drop o' spirits in the 'ouse? There was most of a small jar of whiskey, the first purchase Mr. Buttson had caused on his change of condition. It was brought, with tumblers, and Uncle Isaac celebrated the occasion with full honors and much fragmentary declamation. He drank the health of bride and bridegroom, first separately and then together. He drank the health of the family, completed and adorned by the addition of Buttson. He drank success to the shop, long life to all the parties concerned, happiness to each of them, and a certain forgetfulness ensuing. He began his toast list afresh, in conscientious precaution lest something had been omitted. "See there, Bess, see there, me gal," he exclaimed, with some thickness of utterance, turning to Bessie, whose one desire was to remain unnoticed, and making a semicircular swing of the arm in Butson's direction. "Your father, new stepfather, local 'prentice. As a cripple and a burden, it's your duty to be grateful for the circumstance. Bein' a widower o' long experience meself, I'm grateful for us surroundin' privileges, which is your duty to respect. See, duty to respect and obey, likewise honor, 'cause if shillin' don't, spec and bay wash good catechism. Bay washed catechism, eh?" Uncle Isaac's voice grew loud and fierce. "Wash become catechism, I say. Null avoid. Catechisms null avoid." Here, pausing to look round at Mr. and Mrs. Buttson, he lost his argument altogether, and stared owlishly at the wall. "'Ow so, me deaver? Occasion bein' the state and pediment o' early matrimony, 'cordin' to confidential tensions, nothin' remains but esk you all join me in drinkin'. Drinkin'? They'll drop more." Uncle Isaac subsided with his face on the table, and his eyes closed, so that it grew necessary for Mr. Buttson to shake him and bring him to a perpendicular, whereupon, being duly invested with his hat, he was safely set in his way on the narrow pavement of Harbour Lane. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Twice or thrice more Uncle Isaac came to supper, though he was dimly aware that his visits were in some way less successful than they had been their wont, insomuch that he took nothing home with him for breakfast, nor even went so far as to hint his desire in Butson's presence, for Buttson welcomed him not at all, and his manner grew shorter at each meeting, and this with full intent, because Mr. Buttson perceived that, as first step toward being master in his own house, he must get rid of Uncle Isaac. Mere curtness of manner, even gruffness, would never drive Uncle Isaac from his prey. It operated only to make him more voluble, more strenuously grandiloquent, till one evening after supper, as he lay back in his chair sucking noisily at lips and teeth, he resolved to venture a step in the matter of the lapsed grants in aid of breakfast. Johnny and Bessie were out of the house. They went out more often now. Nan was serving in the shop, and Mr. Buttson sat with his back partly turned, and smoked, in uncivil silence. "Ah," quoth Uncle Isaac, with a sly glance at his ungracious host, That's a uncommon nice tin o' spiced beef we just 'ad a cut of. Uncommon." Mr. Buttson made no answer. "It's a great credit to your business instincts, that tin o' spiced beef. I almost wish I 'ad took another slice or so, now." As a fact, Uncle Isaac had not been offered a further helping, perhaps because he had already taken 3. "I almost wish I 'ad. Never mind, it'll do another time. Come now, I've 'alf a mind to get Nan to whop it up for my breakfast." The suggestion was made as of a novel and striking idea, but Mr. Buttson showed no flash of enthusiasm. He swung his chair slowly round on one leg till he faced Uncle Isaac. Then he put his cigar carefully on the mantelpiece and said, "Look 'ere, Mr. Mundy." The sudden severity of his voice drew Uncle Isaac's eyes from the ceiling and his feet from under the table simultaneously. "Look 'ere, Mr. Mundy. You're been so kind as to celebrate this 'ere weddin' o' mine with 4 good 'eavy suppers and about a pint o' whiskey at my expense. I'm very grateful for that, and I won't trouble you no more. See, this is the end o' the celebration. I'm goin' to eat my supper in future, me and my wife, without your assistance, and breakfast too, understand." Uncle Isaac's feet retreated under his chair, and his eyes advanced to an alarming protrusion. "See what I mean?" Buttson went on, with growing offence in his voice. "Just you buy yer own suppers and eat 'em at 'ome, or else go without." Speech was denied Uncle Isaac. He blinked and choked. What did it mean? Was it a dream? Was he, Uncle Isaac, respected and deferred to, the man of judgment and influence? And was he told, thus outrageously, to buy his own supper? "Use," said Buttson, as though in answer to his thoughts. "I mean it." Whereat Uncle Isaac, with a gasp and a roll of the eyes, found his tongue. "Mr. Buttson," he said, in a voice of dignified but grieved surprise. "Mr. Buttson, I think I must 'a' 'eard wrong. Otherwise I might put it as you may be sorry for sich words." "P'raps," remarked Buttson, cynically laconic. "In which case," replied Uncle Isaac the adroit, "it is freely took as offered, and nothin' more need be said atween of friends after sich handsome apologies give and took, and reconciliation resumes its 'armony accordin'." Buttson glared. "Grr," he growled. "Apologies! What I say I mean. You've done very well at cheap suppers and what not and tonight you've 'ad your last. I'm master 'ere now, and you can get out as soon as ye like." "What? Get out? Y'ought to be ashamed o' yourself," cried the disinterested Buttson indignantly. "Comin' Cajun suppers." "Get out? Me? Suppers? Why, in 'urry, Buttson. I brought you 'ere out o' the gutter, and fed ye." "Ah, a lot you fed me, and mighty anxious to do it, wasn't ye? You clear out o' 'ere." "Oh, I'll go, and I'll see about countermandin' a paper or two 'fore I go to bed, too, and my small property." "Yer small property," put in Buttson, with slow scorn. "Your small property. Where is it? What is it? Want to know my opinion o' you? You're an old 'umbug, that's what you are, a old 'umbug." Uncle Isaac grew furious and purple. "'Umbug," he said. "'Umbug! Them words to me, as saved ye from starvation? 'Umbug yourself, you and yer connexions, and mares and what not. Why, ye dunno yer own trade. I wouldn't trust ye to grind a café mill." With that the shop door opened, and Nan stood between them. She had heard high voices, and at the first cessation of custom she came to see. "Uncle Henry, what is it?" she asked, with alarm in her face. "This is what it is," said Butson, now near as purple as Uncle Isaac. "This 'ere uncle o' yours, Mrs. Butson, or whatever 'e is, ain't comin' 'ere cagin' 'is grub any more. Not so long as I got a say in it 'e ain't. See? So now you better say good bye to 'im if ye want to, 'cause he's goin', quick." "Oh use," said Uncle Isaac, speaking to his niece, but glaring at Butson. "I'm goin', Mrs. Butson, and much better may you be for it, after what I done for you and all sort o' gratitude I might a expected." "Oh, Uncle!" exclaimed the distracted Nan. "Why, whatever's the matter? I know you've always been very good. Henry, what's it all about?" "About puttin' a end to this 'ere bloodsuckin', that's all." "Bloodsuckin'!" exclaimed Uncle Isaac. "Use, you know somethin' about that. Pity ye don't know yer trade 'alf as well. Then p'raps you'd earn yer livin' 'stead o' spongin' on people and deludin' a fool of a woman to keep ye lazy." Go on," commanded Butson, with increasing wrath. "No, Uncle, stop a minute," entreated poor Nan. "Don't, Henry, don't let's quarrel. Go on." "Oh use, I'll go. P'raps you'd like to call the p'lice." Butson caught breath at the word, and something crossed his face like a reflection from a white screen, but he repeated, "Go on," with a gesture toward the door. Use," said Uncle Isaac, with his hat on his head. "I'm goin', and not sorry neither. Ho, you're a bright sort for a local 'prentice, you are." Uncle Isaac may have been at odds with the phrase in loco parentis, "a uncommon neat pattern," and he walked out into the dark street, a small model of offended dignity. "Oh, Henry," cried Nan in tears, "what have you done?" "I've done," answered Butson, reaching for his cigar, "jist what I meant to do, that's all, 'cause it suited me. See?" Nan felt the coarse overbearance of his stare, and dropped her gaze beneath it. And with that misgiving fell upon her, the shadow her punishment flung before it. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Mr. Henry Butson had fallen on good fortune. No more would he endure the humiliation of begging a job of an unsympathetic gaffer. In future his life would be one of ease, free from ignoble exertion and unashamed by dungaree overhauls. And he made it so. For a little while, his wife seemed to indulge in an absurd expectation that he would resume his search for occupation of one sort or another. Once she even hinted it, but he soon demolished that fancy, and in terms that prevented any more hints. He had little patience with such foolishness, indeed. The matter was simple enough. Why did a man work? Merely to get shelter and food and clothes and comfort and hair oil, whatever he wanted to drink and smoke, and his necessary pocket money. A man who could get these things without working would be a fool to work. More, he would behave inhumanly to his fellow man by excluding him from a job. As for himself, he got what he needed easily enough, without the trouble of even taking down the shop shutters, a vulgar act repellent to his nature. So he rose at 10 or 11 or 12, as the case might be, and donned fine raiment, the most fashionable suit procurable from the most fashionable shop in Aldgate. He began at Aldgate, but in time he grew more fastidious, and went to a tailor in Leadenhall Street, a tailor whose daily task was to satisfy the tastes of the most particular among the shipbrokers' clerks of St. Mary Axe, his toilet complete, his curls well oiled, Mr. Buttson descended to a breakfast of solitary state. Nan's had been hurried over hours ago. The rest of the day was given as occasion prompted. When the weather was fine, nothing pleased him better, nor more excellently agreed with his genteel propensities, than to go for a stroll up west. When Harbour Lane was quiet and empty, he seemed to choose such times for going out. He would slip round to the station, and by train and omnibus gain the happy region. He was careful to take with him enough money to secure some share of the polite gratifications proper to the quarter, and minutely acquainted himself with the manners and customs of all the bars in the Strand and about Piccadilly Circus. And although he was a little astonished when first he was charged 18 pence for an American drink, he was careful not to show it, and afterwards secretly congratulated himself on the refined instinct that had pitched on so princely a beverage in the dark, so to speak. He took air, too, in Hyde Park, to the great honour of his whiskers, and much improved his manner of leaning on a rail and of sitting in a green chair. In the evening he tried, perhaps, a music hall, but always some of the bars, and arrived home at night rather late, sometimes a trifle unsteady, and usually in a bad temper. Bad temper was natural, indeed, in the circumstances. After so many hours' indulgence in the delights of fashionable society, it revolted his elegant nature to have to return at last to a vulgar little chandler's shop in a riverside street, where a wife in a print bodice and a white apron was sitting up for him, sometimes even crying, for nothing at all, as if the circumstances were not depressing enough for him already. These little excursions cost money, of course, but then what was the good of keeping an ignoble little shop if you couldn't get money out of it? And the shop did very well. Mrs. Buttson and the girl, the cripple, were boiling bacon. The smell was disgusting, all day long, and they sold it as fast as it was cold, and other things sold excellently too. From the time when she took the shutters down in the morning to the time when the lad Johnny put them up at night, Mrs. Buttson was unceasingly at work serving, unless she were boiling, and scarce had 5 minutes for her meals. And often the girl had to leave the bacon and help in the shop too. Very well. All that meant profit. The woman couldn't make him believe that it didn't, merely because the wretched details of trade failed to interest him. That was the way of people in that class of life. There was a touch of the miser about all of them. No matter how the money came in, they persisted in their narrow views as to spending it. And there was other income, in addition. The lad Johnny, he was almost a man to look at, brought his mother 8 shillings a week at the time of the wedding, and then 10 shillings, and then 12. More. It would increase 2 shillings a year. But in truth his mother was unduly extravagant in buying him clothes. Still at any rate there was something, and there might be more if only Mrs. Buttson would turn the girl out to earn a little, instead of letting her waste her time reading, and confirming her in habits of idleness. And there was the rent from the cottage. This came every week by postal order from Bob Smallpiece, and since it was fitting that a husband should open letters sent his wife by a single man, Mr. Buttson cashed the orders without troubling her in the matter at all. So that indeed he was not at all wasteful, considering both his income and the society he moved in, for he was not slow in making acquaintances among the affable gentility of the bars. In fact, he would have done it cheaper still, but for the pestilent uncertainty of spring handicaps. It would seem impossible for him to put half a sovereign on any horse without dooming it to something very near the last place. The distinguished society of the bars was profoundly astonished, indeed distressed, at his ill luck, but gave him more excellent information for future events. Information, however, that brought even worse luck with it. His wife showed no sympathy for his troubles, and of course there are vexations and disappointments, such as those of the spring handicaps, which are inseparable from fashionable life, but rather aggravated them with hole and corner snivelling, and ridiculous attempts at persuading him to a mean and inglorious way of life. She even hinted vulgar suspicion of his West End friends, and suggested that he should associate with a long fool called Hicks, living next door, a common working man. For a long time, many months in fact, he bore it with what patience he might, retaliating only in such terms as seemed necessary to close her mouth, and to convince her of his contempt for her low habit of mind, and indeed for herself. And when at last it grew plain that personal punching was what was needed, he was so considerate as not to punch her about the face, where Marks would advertise the state of his domestic affairs, careful, also, to operate not other than quietly, when they were alone, on the same grounds of decency. And he knew that she would tell nobody, for at least she had self-respect enough for that. Of these things Johnny knew nothing, and Bessie only a little. Both were glad that their stepfather was so much from home, and though Johnny's sentiment toward him was a mere sullen contempt, the lad made no parade of the fact, rather aimed indeed at keeping things quiet for his mother's sake, but Bessie fretted in secret. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Johnny's months went on eventfully. At Maid, Mint, and Hurst's he applied himself zealously to his trade, the more because home was a dull place now, and he was as smart a lad as any in the shop of his age, or perhaps of a few months older. He could turn back an eyelid, too, and whip away an iron filing, or a speck of emery grit, with such address and certainty as might astonish a surgeon. The operation was one that every engineer's apprentice grew apt at, and exceptional dexterity like Johnny's was a matter of pride, a distinction zealously striven for, an accomplishment to exercise at every opportunity. Johnny felt that he had passed with honors on the memorable day when Cottam, the gaffer, roared to him from the other end of the shop to come and attend to his eye, afflicted with a sharp grain of brass. "No, not you," quoth Mr. Cottam, in answer to instant offers of help from those hard by. "This air'll stick like a nail in a barn door. Where's young May? D'ye hear? Where's young Jack May?" Much of his practical knowledge Johnny owed to Long Hicks, that recluse, whose sole friend hitherto had been his accordion, now declared for a second hobby, which was to turn Johnny into the best workman at Maid, Mint, and Hurst's before his time was out. "You've got all the chances," said Long Hicks. "You're servin' yer time on small work. Always best for trainin' a first-rate man. I'm reckoned a good fitter, but I serve time mostly on big work, or I'd a been better." He recommended Johnny to qualify as a marine engineer when his apprenticeship was over, even if he intended to live a shore life. "You get your certificates, and then you're all right," he would say, "and the better certificates you get the better you'll do, afloat or ashore. So as soon as your time's out, off you go and serve your year at sea as fourth or fifth of a good boat, if you can get the job. The rest'll be easy as winkin' to a quick young chap like you. You can draw nice and neat. I can put a thing down accurate enough, but I can't draw it neat. And what with one thing and another, I believe you could pass your second now. I ought to 'a done it, p'raps, but I loose me'd at anything like a examination, and I never 'ad over much schoolin'. Them compound multiplications 'ud 'ave me over every time. I s'pose you don't think nothin' of a compound multiplication?" Johnny admitted that he had gone a long way beyond that rule of arithmetic. "Use," Hicks answered. "I've got beyond it, too, teachin' myself. I know 'ow to do 'em well enough, but Lord, what a strain they are. Tons, hundredweights, quarters, pounds, ounces, and grains, and multiply 'em by 527,683. There ain't no end to a job like that, and your brain on the stretch all the time, 'cause a tick out'll make it about 1,000,000 tons wrong in the end. It 'ud send me foamin' mad, at a 'examination and all, with a chap waitin' for the sum. Phew!" And long Hick's forehead went clammy at the fancy. "But there," he proceeded, "you're all right. You'll knock off your second's examination easy as marbles, and then you'll do your chiefs and extry chiefs all in one, and then you'll do the board o' trade, and be a guarantee chief or anythin' ye like. You will, by George!" And the lank man gazed in Johnny's face. Johnny was sitting on Hicks's bed, with much respect and admiration, being fully persuaded, in the enthusiasm of the moment, that the lad had already as good as achieved the triumphs he prophesied. But there was work to do, and Johnny did it. Mechanical drawing, when its novelty had worn off, was less delightful than the fancy-free draftsmanship he had practiced as a schoolboy, and it had an arid twang of decimals and vulgar fractions. Still, for a time there was a charm in the gradual unfolding of the inner principles of his work, and in the disclosure, piece by piece, of the cunning complication that stood ministrant on the main simplicity of a great steam engine, till the beauty of the thing in its completeness came in sight, with something of surprise in it, though this, too, grew a commonplace as familiarity cheapened it, and then his work was work merely. And so it went till half the time of his apprenticeship was over, and he was 18, and a sinewy young fellow. Sometimes he drew at home, and sometimes in Hicks's room. Hicks had a few books, editions a little out of date, some of them, but all useful, and these were at Johnny's service. Seaton's Manual, Reed's Handbook, Donaldson's Drawing and Rough Sketching, and the like. Hicks's room was inconvenient for drawing, but nothing would tempt Hicks next door, and once or twice Mr. Butson had come home when Johnny's drawing board and implements littered the table in the shop parlor, and made objections. "My eye!" exclaimed Hicks one evening, in face of a crankshaft elevation and sections, as Johnny held it up on the board. "Why, that's a drawin' good enough to put in a frame. I tell ye what, me lad, with a bit more practice, and a bit o' the reg'lar professional touch, you'll be good enough for a draftsman's job. Lord, you'll be a master some day, and I'll come and get a job of you. Look 'ere, no more o' this gropin' about alone. Round you go to the Institute, and chip into the mechanical drawin' class. That's your game. They'll put you up to the reg'lar drawin' office capers." Thus urged, Johnny went to the Institute. This was an evening school, founded by a shipbuilder 20 years earlier. Here a few lads, earnest as Johnny, came to work and to learn, and a great many more, differently disposed, came to dabble. There was a gymnasium, too, and a cricket club, and plenty of boxing, and girls came to learn cookery and dressmaking, and there were sometimes superior visitors from other parts, oozing with inexpensive patronage, who spoke of Johnny and his companions as the degraded classes, who were to be raised from the depths. And so in the Institute Johnny drew, and learned the proper drawing office manner of projection. learned also the muscle grinder and the long arm balance on the horizontal bar, and more particularly learned to pop in a straight left, to duck and counter, and to give and take a furious pounding for 3 minutes on end without losing wind or good humor, so that his attention was diverted from home, and for long he saw nothing of the misery his mother suffered in secret, nothing of the meek endurance of Bessie, and for the more reason because both studied to keep him ignorant, and to show him cheerful faces. But there came an evening when his eyes were opened, in some degree, at least. Perhaps something especially perverse had happened in a spring handicap. Spring handicaps were just beginning. Perhaps it was some other of the vexations that beset a gentle manly career. But certainly Mr. Henry Butson came into Harbour Lane in no amiable mood. At the corner, where a public house shed light across the street, he ran into a stout bare-armed girl in a faded ultramarine hat, and made to push her roughly aside. But the girl stood her ground, and planted an untender elbow near the spot where his watch chain hung resplendent. "Garn!" she cried. "Bought the street, 'ave yer?" And then as he sought to pass on, "D'ye hear, ye got yer collar and yer chain. Where's yer muzzle?" Nowise mollified by this outrage, Mr. Butson came scowling in at the shop door, and taking no notice of Nan, who stood at the counter, entered the back parlor and slammed the door behind him. It was barely 9 o'clock, and so early a return was uncommon. Bessie sat by the fireside, sewing. Mr. Butson was angry with the world, sorely needing someone to bully, and Bessie was providentially convenient. He put a cigar into his mouth and strode across to the shelf in the corner, shoving the girl and her chair and her crutch out of his way in a heap. The shelf carried Bessie's tattered delight of old books, and, dragging a random handful of leaves from among them, while a confused bunch fell on the floor, he twisted up one leaf and thrust it into the gas flame. Bessie seized his arm. "Oh, don't!" she pleaded. "Please don't. Not out of the book. There's a lot I made on the mantelpiece. Don't, oh, don't." Indeed, a glass face stood full of pipe lights, but he jerked his elbow into her face, knocking her backward, and swore savagely. He lit his pipe with the precious leaf, and then, because Bessie wept, he took another handful from the shelf and pitched it on the fire. At this, pleading the harder, she limped forward to snatch them off, but Mr. Butson, with a timely fling of the foot, checked her sound leg, and brought her headlong on the fender. "Use!" he roared, furious at the contumacy. "You take 'em off when I put 'em on. Go on, and see what I'll do to ye. Damn lazy skew shanked effer." He took her by the shoulder as she made to rise, and pushed her forward. "Go and earn your livin', ye idle slut." Nan, in the shop, heard from the beginning, and trembled. Her impulse to interfere she checked as she might, for she knew well that would worsen Bessie's plight, but it was choking hard. In the midst Johnny burst in from the street, whistling. "Why, Mother," he said, "what's up? Ill? You look. What's that?" "No, nothing. Johnny, don't go in. I'll go. Stay." But there was a cry and a noise of falling. Johnny flung open the parlor door and stood aghast. Butson pushed the girl forward. "Go and earn your livin', ye little slut. Get out o' this." For a second Johnny stared. Then he reached Butson at a spring and knocked him backward with the swing of his right fist. The crutch lay behind the man's heels and tripped him, so that he sat backward on the floor, mightily astonished. Johnny snatched the poker and waved it close about Butson's head. "Don't you move," he cried, white with passion. "Don't you try to get up, or I'll beat your head in." Mr. Butson raised his arm to save his skull, but caught a blow across the bone that sent it numb to his side. "Johnny, don't," cried Nan, snatching at his arm. "Oh, Henry, pray don't." "Get away, Mother," said Johnny, "or I'll have to hit his head." You blackguard coward. You're a meaner hound even than I took you for. You'll touch my sister, a lame girl, will you?" At the thought he struck, but again Nan caught at him, and only Mr. Butson's shoulder suffered. "Don't, Johnny," his mother entreated. "Think o' the neighbors. They can hear next door." So they could, and for the sake of trade the proprieties of Harbor Lane must be respected. To have a row in the house was a scandal unpardonable in Harbor Lane. In the height of his anger Johnny remembered, and instinctively dropped his voice. "Very well," he said. "Then call a policeman. I'll lock him up." Johnny's anger kept his reason half astray yet, or he would have remembered that to have a member of the household taken off by a policeman would be more disgraceful than 20 rows. But Mr. Butson's consternation, though momentary, was plain. "Johnny, Johnny," pleaded poor Nan, "think of the disgrace. Do let's make it up. For my sake, Johnny." Bessie was crying in a corner, and Nan was choking and sobbing. Johnny wavered, and the poker stopped in midair. Butson took heart of grace and moved to get up, though he kept his eye on the poker. "Better take 'em away," he growled to Nan, "if you don't want me to smash 'em." Straight away the poker waved again, and Mr. Butson changed his mind as to getting up. "Smash me?" Johnny asked. "Smash me, eh? Keep a civil tongue, or you shall have it now. See?" And he thrust the point against Mr. Butson's nose, leaving a black smear. "Don't think I care for you. If this was anywhere else I'd a broken your head in 20 places. Now you sit there and listen to me, Mr. Butson. What you are we know. You came here starving, with about half a suit o' boiler clothes in the world, and my mother fed you, out o' charity, and worse luck, she fed you, and she put clothes on your lazy carcass, and you cadged and begged as a mongrel dog wouldn't. Stop where you are, or you'll have it." This with another flourish of the poker and another smear on the nose. Mr. Butson sat up again, a figure of ignominy. "You talked my mother over, and you married her, and you've lived on her ever since, like a gentleman, or like what you think's a gentleman. You, not worth boy's pay on a mud barge. Now see here, I'm not a boy now, or at any rate I'm not a little one. I'm within half a head as tall as you. I'm not so strong as you now perhaps, and I know I'm not as big, but some day I shall be stronger, because you're rotting yourself with idleness and booze, and then I'll give you a bigger hiding than you can carry, for what I saw just now. You look forward to that? Until then, if you put your hand within a foot of my sister again, I'll brain you with this poker, or I'll stick something into you. I'll go for you with whatever I can lay hold of. Now you remember that." Johnny's voice was loud again, and once more Nan appealed. "All right, mother," he answered, more quietly, "but I'll make him understand. I shall keep a little more at home in the evenings now, my fine fellow, and I shall take all this table to draw on, whether you like it or not, unless my sister or my mother want to use it. I've got more right here than you. And if I go out, I'll ask about your behavior when I come in. I've kept quiet and knuckled under you for the sake of peace, and so as not to worry mother. There's been enough o' that. If you want rows, you shall have 'em. I'll make you as frightened of me as you are of the police. Ah, you know what I mean?" Johnny had no idea of what he meant himself, but he had been sharp enough to observe the effect of his earlier allusion to the police, and he followed it up. "You know what I mean. You look a deal more at home in jail than here, in a white shirt, eating other people's victuals." Mr. Butson decided that bluster would not do just at present. He wondered if Johnny really did know anything, and how much, but surely not, or he would go a good deal farther. Anyway, best be cautious. So Mr. Butson growled, "Oh, all right. Damn lot of fuss to make over nothin'. I don't want no words." And Bessie, still crying, took hold of her brother's arm and said, "Don't say any more, Johnny, please. Perhaps I oughtn't to have done what I did." "What you did?" Johnny answered, not so cheaply appeased. "You do what you like, Bess. I'll see he don't interfere. He says he don't want any words. He shan't have 'em. He'll have something harder if he touches you. Let go my arm a minute. Go on, you can get up now." This to Butson, with the black nose. "You better go and wash yourself. But none o' your tricks. If you try to lay hold o' me from behind, or anything like that, you'll get it, with anything I can catch hold of. So now you know." And Mr. Henry Butson, growling indistinctly, went out to wash his face, closely watched by Johnny, poker in hand. Next door, on one side, heads were thrust out at the back door to listen to the unwanted noise of quarreling at the chandler's, and on the other side other heads were thrust out at the front door, because the law of irregularity in the building of Harbour Lane decreed a back garden to the one house and a front garden to the other. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. His home in Harbour Lane grew less sufferable than ever to Mr. Butson's tastes. His contempt remained for the sordid surroundings, the vulgar trade, the simple wife, for everything about the place in fact, with the reasonable exceptions of the money he extracted from it and the food he ate there. And now there was the new affliction of an unsubmissive stepson, a stepson, moreover, who watched, and who kept alert ears for any expedient assertion of authority whereat he might raise mutiny, a most objectionable stepson in every way, far too big, and growing bigger every day, who would not forget bygones, and who had a nasty, suggestive way of handling the poker, a large poker, an unnecessarily heavy poker for a sitting room, and he seemed to suspect things too, and talked unpleasantly of the police, a thing that turned one hot and cold together. So Mr. Butson went more up west, and sought longer solace in the society of the bars. As for Johnny, finding Butson ceasing, so far as he could see, from active offence, he gave thought to other things, though watching still. His drawing was among the other matters that claimed his care, but chief of them all was a different thing altogether. For at the Institute he found the girl he first saw on the dark morning when he set out to be an engineer. He had seen her since, once as he was on his way to a ship launch, and twice a little later, then not at all for 18 months at least, till he began to forget. But now that he saw her again and found her a woman, or grown as much a woman as he was grown a man, he wondered that he could ever have forgotten for a moment. More, when he had seen her twice or thrice, and knew the turn of her head and the nearing of her step, he was desperately persuaded that nothing in the world, nor time nor tide, could make him forget again, so that he resolved to learn to dance. But the little society that danced at the Institute saw nothing of her, this radiant unforgettable. She came twice a week to the dressmaking class, wherein she acted as monitor or assistant to the teacher, being, as Johnny later discovered by vast exertions, a dressmaker herself in her daily work. She made no friendships, walked sedately apart, and was in some sort a mystery, being for these reasons regarded as stuck up by the girls of the class, and so made a target for many small needle thrusts of spite. Johnny had a secret notion that she remembered him, because she would pass him with so extreme an unconsciousness in her manner, so very blank and unacquaintanced in her eyes, neat and grey in her dress. She had ever a placid gravity of air, almost awed by contrast with the unceasing smirk and giggle of the rest of the girls of the Institute, and her name, another happy discovery, attained at great expense of artless diplomacy, was Nora Sansom. And now for a while the practice of orthographic projection suffered from neglect and abstraction of mind. Long Hicks, all ignorant of the cause, was mightily concerned, and expostulated, with a face of perplexed surprise, much poking of fingers through the hair, and jerking at the locks thus separated. But it was a great matter that tugged so secretly at Johnny's mind, and daily harder at his heartstrings, till he blushed in solitude to find himself so weak a creature. Nora Sansom did not come to the dancing. She knew nobody that he knew. She was unapproachable as a Chinese empress. How to approach Nora Sansom? And at the thought he gulped and tingled, and was more than a little terrified. He was not brought to a stand by contemplation of any distinct interposing labyrinth of conventional observance, such as he who can see can pick his way through in strict form, but by a difficulty palpable to instinct rather than figured in mind, an intangible barrier that vexed Johnny to madness, so that he hammered the Institute punching ball with blind fury. And again, because the world was now grown so many heavens wider, he would sit and dream of things beyond its farthest margin yet, and between plan and section, crankshaft and piston, he would wake to find himself designing monograms of the letters NS and JM, altogether becoming a sad young fool, such as none of us ever was in the like circumstances. But an angel, 2 angels to be exact, both of them rather stout, came one night to Johnny's aid. They came all unwitting, in a cab, being man and wife, and their simple design was to see for themselves the upraising of the hopeless residuum. They had been told, though they scarce believed, that at the Institute, far east, much farther east than Whitechapel, and therefore, without doubt, deeper sunk in dirt and iniquity, the young men and women danced together under regular ballroom conventions, neither bawling choruses nor pounding one another with quart pots. It was even said that partners were introduced in proper form before dancing, a thing so ludicrous in its incongruity as to give no choice but laughter. So the 2 doubters from the West End, it was only Bayswater, really, took a cab, to see these things for themselves. But, having taken no pains to inform themselves of the order of things at the Institute, they arrived on an evening when there was no dancing. This was very annoying, and they said so, with acerbity. They were, indeed, so very indignant at the disconformity of the arrangements to their caprice, and so extremely and so obviously important, and the lady waggled her gilt-handled lorgnon with such offended majesty, that it was discussed among those in direction whether or not something might be done to appease them, and in the end, after a few hasty inquiries, the classes were broken up for the evening, and an off-hand dance was declared, to the music extracted from the Institute piano and the fiddle of a blushing young amateur. The girls came in gay and chattering from the dressmaking class, and the lads rushed to exchange gymnasium flannels for the clothes they had come in, all unconscious that they were to be made a show of. They who kept their dancing shoes on the premises triumphed in their foresight, and Johnny was among them. As for him, he had seen Nora Sansom coming in with the others, alone and a little shy, and he resolved to seize occasion with both hands. And he did so very gallantly, with less trepidation than at a calmer moment he would have judged possible. First a quadrille was called, and Johnny's courage rose, for as yet he had no great confidence in his dancing in general, but he did know the figures of a quadrille, having learned them by rote, as most boys learn Euclid. He laid hands on the mild young shopman, who had unexpectedly found himself appointed master of ceremonies, and in 2 minutes he was standing in a set with Nora Sansom at his side. The sheer pride of it disorganized his memory, so that it was lucky they were a side couple, or they would have been a rout in the first figure. Johnny's partner knew very little or nothing of dancing, but she was quick to learn, and Johnny, a rank beginner himself, had a proud advantage in his knowledge of the figures, unstable as it was, so that the thing went very joyfully, and the girl's eyes grew brighter and her face gayer each moment to the end, for her life had been starved of merriment, and here was merriment in plenty, of the sort a girl loves. 4 or 5 dances were all there were, for the play shut at 10. To dance them all with Nora Sansom were impossible and scandalous, for everybody was very particular at the Institute. But Johnny went as far as 2 and a sit-out, and extracted a half-promise that she would come and dance some other time. More, he walked 2 streets of the way home with her, and the way was paved with clouds of glory. Why he might go no farther he could not guess, but there he was, dismissed, quite unmistakably, though pleasantly enough. Fair, very fair were the poor little streets in the moonlight as Johnny walked home, and very sweet the air. It was a good world, a kind world, a world as one may see it who has emptied a bottle of good champagne. Johnny would have shaken hands with anybody on the way, probably even with Butson if he had met him, but nobody made the offer, and even the baked chestnut man, he was still there, by the high wall, growled merely when Johnny gave him good night. And so Johnny went to dreams of gentle gray eyes in a dimpled face with brown hair about it, for few of the song-book beauties were Nora Sansom's. Her hair was neither golden nor black, but simple brown like the hair of most other people, and her eyes were mere gray, yet Johnny dreamed. As for the 2 angels from Bayswater who caused all these things to come to pass, they looked at the dancing from the gallery, and said that it was really very credible, considering, quite surprising, indeed, for people of that class, and they hoped it didn't lead to immorality, and they went home virtuously conscious of having done their duty toward the submerged. But the lady left her gilt-handled Lorchnon in the cab, whereof the gentleman hadn't thought to take the number, and the lady said a great many times before they went to bed and after that it was just like a man. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 25. The weeks went, and the time neared when dancing at the Institute would end for the season. Would end with a bang and a dazzle in a long night, when dancing would be kept up shamelessly till something nearer 1 o'clock than 12. Johnny counted. First the weeks, then the days, and last the hours. Not because of the dancing, although that was amusing, but because he was to take Nora Sampson with his double ticket. For himself she may have counted days and hours, or may not. But true it was that she sat up late on several nights with nun's veiling and ribbons, making a dress for the occasion. The first fine frock that had been hers, and every night she hid it carefully. Each dressmaking class night of late, it had been Johnny's privilege to guard her home going to the end of that second street, never farther. Twice she had come to dancing, and by that small practice was already Johnny's superior at the exercise. For a big-shouldered novice of 11 stone 2 is a slower pupil than any girl of 18 in the world, and they were very welcome one to the other, and acquaintance bettered day by day. Once Johnny ventured a question about the adventure of the morning, now more than 3 years ago, but learned little from Miss Sansom's answer. The lady who was ill was her relation, she said, and she found her, and then she talked of something else. And so till the evening before the long night. It was the rule of the Institute to honor the long night with gloves and white ties, by way of compromise with evening dress. And Johnny bought his gloves with discretion and selected his tie with care. Then he went to the Institute, took a turn or two at the bars, climbed up the rope, and gave another member a lesson with the gloves. Thus refreshed, he dressed himself in his walking clothes, making sure that the tie and gloves were safe in his pocket, and set out for home. There was no dressmaking class that night, so that he need not wait, but outside and plainly waiting for him was Nora Sansom herself. Johnny thought she had been crying, as in fact she had. "Oh, Mr. May," she said, "I'm very sorry, but I thought you might be here, and I'm afraid I shan't be able to come tomorrow." "Not come? But why?" "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Mr. May, but I can't tell you, really." There was a quiver of the lip, and her voice was a little uneven, as though there were danger of more tears. But Johnny was not disappointed merely, he was also angry, and it was hard to conceal the fact. So he said nothing, but turned and walked a few steps by her side. "I hope you won't mind," she pursued, uneasy at his silence. "I'm very much disappointed, very much indeed," and it was plain that she was. "But there'll be a good many there, and you'll have plenty of partners." This last she found a hard thing to say. "I don't care how many'll be there," Johnny replied. "I shan't go." It was said curtly, almost angrily, but Nora Sansom heard it with an odd little tremor of pleasure, though she merely said, "But why not? There's no reason why you should be disappointed, too." "Anyhow, I'm not going," he said, and, after a pause, added, "Perhaps you might have gone if I hadn't asked you." "Oh, I shouldn't," she answered with tears in eyes and voice. "You know I shouldn't. I never go anywhere." Johnny instantly felt himself a brute. "No," he said, "I know you don't. I didn't mean anything unkind, but I won't go." "Do you really mean it?" "Of course. I'm not going without you." He might have said something more, but a little group of people came straggling past, and the girl with her eyes on this group said the first thing that came to her tongue. "Where will you go then?" "Oh, anywhere. I don't know. Walk about, perhaps." She looked shyly up in his face and down again. "I might go for a walk," she said. Johnny's heart gave a great beat. "Alone?" he asked. "I don't know, perhaps." But she would be questioned into nothing definite. If she took a walk, she might go in such and such a direction, passing this or that place at 7 o'clock or 1:30. That was all. And now she must hurry away, for she had already been too long. What mattered the dance to Johnny now? A fig for the dance. Let them dance that liked, and let them dance the floor through if it pleased them. But how was it that Nora Sansom could take a walk tomorrow evening, yet could not come to the Institute? That was difficult to understand. Still, hang the dance. For Nora, it would be harder to speak. Howbeit indeed the destruction of the looked-for evening's gladness in her first fine frock had been a bitter thing. But that day her hiding place had been discovered, and now the dress that had cost such thoughtful design and such hopeful labor was lying rolled and ticketed on a pawnbroker's shelf. End of chapter 25. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 26 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 26. That they must come to Blackwell Pier was assured, for there were no streets, no crowds, no rumbling wagons. There were the wide sky and the unresting river, the breeze, the ships, and the endless train of brown-sailed barges. No unseamanlike garden seats dishonored the quay then, and strolling lovers sat on the bollards or chains, or sat not at all. Here came Johnny and Nora Sansom, when the shrinking arc of daylight was far and yellow in the west, and the Kentish hills away to the left drew dusk and mysterious. The tide ran high and tugs were busy. A nest of them, with steam up, lay under the wharf wall to the right of the pier barge, waiting for work. Some were already lighted, and on the rest men were trimming the lamps or running them up, while a cheerful glow came from each tiny cabin and engine room. Rascal boys flitted about the quays and gangways, the boys that were always near boats and water, ever failing to get drowned, and ever dodging the pestered men who tried to prevent it. The first star of the evening steadied and brightened, and soon was lost amid other stars. Below, the river set its constellations as silently one after another, trembling and blinking, and meteor tugs shot across its firmament, in white and green and red. Along shore, the old Artichoke Tavern, gables and piles, darkened and melted away, and then lit into a little Orion, a bright cluster in the bespangled riverside. Ever some new sail came like a ghost upreach out of the gloom, rounded the point, and faded away, and by times some distant voice was heard in measured cry over water. They said little, for what need to talk? They loitered a while near the locks, and saw the turning Trinity light with its long, solemn wink, heard a great steamer hoot, far down Woolwich Reach. Now the yellow in the sky was far and dull indeed, and a myriad of stars trembled over the brimming water. A tug puffed and sobbed and swung out from the group under the wharf, beating a glistening tail of spray and steaming off at the head of a train of lighters. Out from the dark of Woolwich Reach came a sailing ship under bare spars, drawn by another tug. In the middle of the river the ship dropped anchor, and the tug fell back to wait, keeping its place under gentle steam. They walked on the wharf, by the iron cranes, under the windows of the abandoned Brunswick Hotel. Here they were quite alone, and here they sat together on a broad and flat-topped old bollard. Presently said Johnny, "Are you sorry for the dance now, Nora?" and lost his breath at the name. Nora, he called her Nora. Was she afraid, or was she glad? What was this before her? But with her eyes she saw only a twinkling river with the lights and the stars. Presently she answered, "I was very sorry," she said slowly. "Of course. But now, Nora." Still she saw but the river and the lights, But she was glad, timid too, but very glad. Johnny's hand stole to her side, took hers, and kept it. "No," she said, "not sorry now." Say, Johnny. What was before her mattered nothing. He sat by her, held her hand. "Not sorry now, Johnny?" Why came tears so readily to her eyes? Truly they had long worn their path, but this was joy. He bent his head and kissed her. The wise old Trinity light winked very slowly and winked again. So they sat and talked, sometimes whispered. Vows, promises, nonsense all. What mattered the words to so wonderful a tune? And the eternal stars, a million ages away, were nearer, all nearer, than the world of common life about them. What was for her she knew now and saw. She also, a new heaven and a new earth. Over the water, from the ship, came swinging and slow a stave of the chanty. "I'm a flying fish sailor straight home from Hong Kong. I blow the man down. Blow the man down, bully, blow the man down. Oh, give us some time to blow the man down. You're a dirty black baller just in from New York. I blow the man down. Blow the man down, bully, blow the man down. Oh, give us some time to blow the man down." Time went, but time was not for them. Where the tug engineer, thrusting up his head for a little fresh air, saw but a 'prentice lad and his sweetheart on the bollard, there sat man and woman, enthroned and exultant in face of the worlds. The ship swung round on the tide, bringing her light square and her stem for the opening lock. The chanty went wailing to its end. "Blow the man down, bully, blow the man down. To my eye, blow the man down. Singapore harbor to gay London town. Oh, give us some time to blow the man down." The tug headed for the dock, and the ship went in her wake with slow state, a gallant shadow amid the blue. Soon the tide stood, and then began its ebb. For a space there was a deeper stillness, and the dim wharves hung in mid-mist, and water and sky were one. Then the air stirred and chilled, stars grew sharper, and the Thames turned its traffic seaward. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter number 27 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Tink. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 27. Happiness never stayed long with Nora Sansom. Little indeed had been her portion, and it was a poor sort at best. But this new joy was so great that it must needs be short of life. And in truth she saw good reason. From the moment of parting with Johnny, doubts had troubled her, and doubts grew to distress, even to misery. She saw no end but sorrow. She had been carried away, she had forgotten, and in measure as her sober senses awoke, she saw that all this gladness could but end in heartbreak and bereavement. Better then end all quickly and have done with the pang. But herein she misjudged her strength. Doubts and perplexities assailed Johnny also, though for a time they grew to nothing sharper. He would have gone home straight away, proud and joyful, if a little sheepish, to tell his mother the tale of that evening, but Nora had implored him to say nothing yet. She wanted time to think things over, she said, and she left him at the familiar corner 2 streets beyond the Institute, begging him to come no farther, for this time at any rate. Next evening was the evening of the dressmaking class. He saw her for a few minutes on her way through those 2 familiar streets, and he thought she looked unwell. A few nights later he saw her again. Plainly she had been crying. When they came to a deserted street of shut-up wharves, he asked her why. Only I've been thinking, she said. What about? About you, Johnny. About you and me. I think, we're very young, aren't we? That had not struck him as a difficulty. Well, he said, I don't know about that. I suppose we are, like others. But I shall be out on my time in 2 years and a half, or not much more, and then. Yes, then, she said, catching at the word. Perhaps then it will be different, and, we shall be older and know better, Johnny, and now we can often see one another and talk like friends, and... She looked up to read his eyes, trembling. Something cold took Johnny by the throat and checked his voice. But, what, you don't mean that? Yes, she said, though it was bitter hard. It'll be best, I'm sure. Johnny. Johnny gulped, and his voice hardened. Oh, he said, if you want to throw me over, you might say so in straight English. Oh, don't talk like that, Johnny, she pleaded, and laid her hand on his arm. It's unkind. You know it's unkind. No, it's only plain and honest. I don't understand this half and half business, seeing each other like friends and all that. One more effort she made to hold her position, but her strength was near gone. It'll be better, Johnny. Truly it will. You might meet someone you'd like better, and that's my lookout. Time to talk about that when it comes. The other night you let me kiss you, and you kissed me back. Told me you loved me. Now you don't? Maybe you've met someone you like better. She held out no more. Her head fell on his shoulder, and she broke into an agony of tears. Oh, Johnny, Johnny, that is cruel. You don't know how cruel it is. I shall never like anybody better than you, never half so much. Don't be unkind. I've not one friend in the world but you, and I do love you more than anything. With that, Johnny was ready to kick himself for a ruffian. He looked about, but nobody else was in the shadowy street. He kissed Nora, he called himself hard names, and he quieted her, though she still sobbed. And there was no more talk of mere friendship. She had tried her compromise and had broken down, but presently Johnny ventured to ask if she foresaw any difficulty with her parents. Father's dead, she said simply. He's been dead for years. This was the first word of her family matters that Johnny had heard. Should he come to see her mother? The question struck her like a blow. No, no, Johnny, she said. Not yet. No, you mustn't. I can't tell you why. I really can't. At any rate, not now. Then, after a pause, Oh, Johnny, I'm in such trouble, Johnny. And she wept again. But tell her trouble she would not. At any rate, not then. And in the end she left Johnny much mystified, and near as miserable as herself, because of his blind helplessness in this unrevealed affliction. Inexpert in mysteries, he was all incomprehension. What was this trouble that he must not be told of? He did not even know where Nora lived. Why shouldn't she tell him? Why did she never let him see her as far as home? This much he knew, that she had a mother, but had lost her father by death, and this he had but just learned from her under stress of tears. He was not to see her mother, at least not yet, and Nora was in sore trouble, but refused to say what the trouble was. That night he moped and brooded, and at Maidment and Hurst's next morning, it was Saturday, Mr. Cottam, the gaffer, swore and made remarks about the expedience of being thoroughly awake before dinner time. More, at 1 o'clock, Johnny passed the pay box without taking his money, and turned back for it, when reminded, amid the chaff of his shopmates, many offers of portership, and some suggestions to scramble the slighted cash. Not far from the yard gate, he saw a small crowd of people about a public house, and as he neared, he perceived Mother Born drunk in the midst of it. The publican had refused to serve her, indeed, had turned her out, and now she swayed about his door and proclaimed him at large. "Sholtin' a lady," she screamed hoarsely. "Can't go in places thou being sholtered. Sholtered by lowly common public house. I won't have it." "Don't you stand it, ducky," sang out a boy. "You give 'em what for." For a moment she seemed inclined to turn her wrath on her natural enemy, the boy, but her eye fell on a black bottle with a broken neck, lying in the gutter. "Give 'em what for," she hiccuped, stooping for the bottle. "Yesh, I'll give 'em what for," and with that flung the bottle at the largest window in sight. There was a crash, a black hole in the midst of the plate glass, and a vast spider of cracks to its farthest corners. Mother Born drunk stood and stared, perhaps a little sobered. Then a barman ran out, tucking in his apron, and took her by the arm. There were yells and screams and struggles and cheers from blackguard boys, and Mother Born drunk was hauled off, screaming and sliding and stumbling between a policeman and the publican. Johnny told his mother, when he reached home, that her old acquaintance, Emma Pacey, was like to endure a spell of jail, but what occupied his mind was Nora's trouble, and he got Mother Born drunk for 3 or 4 days. Then came the next evening of the dressmaking class at the Institute, and he went, never doubting to meet Nora as she came away. At the door the housekeeper, who was also hall porter, beckoned and gave him a letter, left earlier in the day. It was addressed to him by name, in a weak and straggling female hand, and for a moment he stared at it, not a little surprised. When he tore open the envelope, he found a blotchy, tear-stained rag of a letter, and read this: "My dearest Johnny, it is all over now, and I do hope you will forgive me for not telling you before. This is to say goodbye, and God bless you, and pray forget all about me. It was wrong of me to let it go so far, but I did love you so, Johnny, and I could not help it, and then I didn't know what to do. I can never come to the classes again, with all this disgrace and everything printed in the newspapers, and I must get work somewhere where they don't know me. I would rather die, but I must look after her as well as I can, Johnny, because she is my mother. Burn this at once and forget all about me, and some day you will meet some nice girl belonging to a respectable family, and nothing to be ashamed of. Don't try to find me. That will only make us both miserable. Goodbye, and please forgive me. Yours affectionately, Nora Sansom." What was this? What did it all mean? He stood in the gymnasium dressing room to read it, and when he looked up, the gaslight danced and the lockers spun about him. The one clear thing was that Nora said goodbye and was gone. Presently, his faculties assorted themselves, and he read the letter again, and then once more. It was all over, and she asked him to forgive her for not telling him before. Telling him what? She told him nothing now. She would never come to the Institute again, and he didn't know her address, and he mustn't try to find her. But then there was everything printed in the newspapers. Of course, he must look at the newspapers. Why so long realizing that? He went to the reading room and applied himself to the pile of papers and magazines that littered the table. One paper after another he searched and searched again, but saw nothing that he could connect with Nora by any stretch of imagination, till he found a stray sheet of the day before with rings of coffee stain on it. The police intelligence lay uppermost, and in the midst of the column the name Emma Sansom in italic letters caught his eye. She was 41 and was charged with drunkenness and wilful damage. A sentence more, and everything stood displayed, as by a flash of lightning, for he had witnessed the offence himself on Saturday. Emma Sansom was the married name of Emma Pacey, whom the boys called Mother Born Drunk, and the woman was Nora's mother. Now it was plain all, from the very beginning, when the child wandered in the night seeking her strayed and drunken mother, and inquired for her with the shamed excuse that she was ill. This was why he was not to call to see Nora's mother, and it was for this that Nora hindered him from seeing her home. There was the shameful report, all at length. The publican's tale was simple and plain enough. He had declined to serve the prisoner because she was drunk, and as she refused to leave, he had her turned out, though, he said, she made no particular resistance. Shortly afterward he heard a crash, and found a broken bottle and a great deal of broken glass in the bar. He had gone outside and saw the prisoner being held by his barman. His plate glass window was smashed, and it was worth £10. There was little more evidence. The police told his worship that the prisoner had been fined small sums for drunkenness before, but she was usually inoffensive, except for collecting crowds of boys. This was the first charge against her involving damage. She was the widow of a ship's officer lost at sea, and she had a small annuity, but was chiefly supported of late by her daughter, a dressmaker, a very respectable young woman. The daughter was present. The reporter called her a prepossessing young female in great distress, and she wished to be allowed to pay the damage in small installments. But in the end, her mother was sent to prison for a month in default of payment of fine and damage, for indeed the daughter was a minor, and her undertaking was worthless. One thing Johnny looked for eagerly, but did not find, the prisoner's address. Whether consideration for the daughter had prompted the reporter to that suppression, or whether it was due to accident, Johnny could not guess. In other reports in the same column, some addresses were given, and some not. But straight away Johnny went to beg the housekeeper that he might rummage the store of old papers for those of the day before, for to desert Nora now, in her trouble, was a thing wholly inconceivable, and so far from burning the letter, he put it, envelope and all, in his safest pocket, and felt there, more than once, to be assured of its safety. But the address was in none of the papers. In fact, the report was in no more than 3, and in one of those it was but 5 lines long. What should he do? He could not even write her one line of comfort, and he had been going on with his work placidly all Monday, while Nora had been standing up in a police court, weeping and imploring mercy for her wretched mother. If he had known, he could scarce have done anything to aid her. But helplessness was no consolation, rather, The cruelest of aggravations. Well, there stood the matter, and raving would not help it, nor would beating the table, nor even the head with the fist. He must somehow devise a way to reach Nora. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 28. He resolved first to try the Institute. Nora's name and address must be on the class registers. But what business had he with the girls' class registers? As diplomatist, his failure was lamentable. He could invent no reasonable excuses, and ignoble defeat was his fate at the hands of the rigid lady who managed the girls' department of the Institute. Then he took to prowling about all the streets that lay beyond that second corner that had marked the end of their evening walks, watching for her, searching also desperately for some impossible sign about a house that might suggest that she lived in it. Thus he spent the daylight of 2 evenings watching a little muslin-hung window, because the muslin was tied with a ribbon of a sort he remembered her to have worn, and because he chose to fancy a neatness and a daintiness about the tying that might well be hers. But on the second evening, as dusk fell, the window opened, and a hairy, red-bearded man in blue shirt-sleeves put out his head and leaned on the sill to smoke his pipe and watch the red sky. Johnny swung away savagely and called himself a fool for his pains. And indeed, he could ill afford to waste time, for Maidment and Hurst claimed him till 5 each day, and a few hours in the evening were all that remained. More, Nora could change her lodgings, perhaps had done so already. After this, he screwed his courage so high as to go to the police station where the charge against Nora's mother must have been taken, and to ask for her address. But the cast-iron-faced inspector in charge took his name and address instead, as a beginning, and then would tell him nothing. And at last, maddened and reckless, he went to the publican and demanded the information of him. Now, if Johnny had a little more worldly experience, a little more cunning, and a great deal more coolness, he would have done this at first, and beginning by ordering a drink, he would have opened a casual conversation, led it to the matter of the window, and in the end would have gained his point quietly and easily. But as it was, he did none of these things. He ordered no drink, and he made a blunt request, taking little thought of its manner. None of the publican's point of view, and perhaps forgetting that the man was in no way responsible for the rebuffs already endured. The publican, for his part, was already in a bad temper because of the clumsy tapping of a barrel and ensuing cheek of the potman. So he answered Johnny's demand by asking if he had come to pay for the window, and receiving the negative reply he had expected, he urgently recommended the intruder's departure outside, in such terms as gave no choice but compliance. So that now in extremity, Johnny resolved on a last expedient, one that had been vaguely in his mind for a day or two, though he had yet scarce had courage to consider it seriously. This was to tell his mother the whole thing, and to induce her, if he might, to ask the address at the Institute, perhaps on some pretext of dressmaking business. He was not hopeful, for he well knew that any hint of traffic with the family of one such as Nora's mother would be a horror to her. But he could see nothing else, and to sit still were intolerable. Moreover, he guessed that his mother must suspect something from his preoccupation and his neglect of his drawing, though indeed poor Nan was most at pains just then to conceal troubles of her own. Mr. Butson, in fact, began to chafe under the restraints of narrow circumstances. Not that he was poorer than had been his habit. Indeed, he was much better off. But that his needs had expanded with his prosperity and with his successes in society. And it was just now that his wife began to attempt retrenchment. Probably she was encouraged by the outrageous revolt of her son, a revolt which had made advisable a certain degree of caution on the part of himself, the head of the household. She spoke of a rumor that the shipyard opposite might close, as so many other Thames shipyards had closed of late years. That, she said, would mean ruin for the shop, and she must try to save what little she might meantime. An absurdity, of course, in Mr. Butson's view. He felt no interest in the rumors of old women about shipyards, and petty measurement of the sordid chances of trade irritated him. If his wife found one source of profit running dry, she must look out and tap another. That was all. So long as he got what he wanted, he troubled little about the manner of its getting. But now he ran near having less than he wanted, and his wife was growing even less accommodating. She went so far as to hint of withholding the paltry sum the lad earned. He should have it himself, she thought, to buy his clothes and to save toward the end of his apprenticeship. More than this, Mr. Butson much suspected that Johnny had actually had his own money for some while past, and that Mr. Butson had descended to the mean subterfuge of representing as his earnings a sum which in reality she extracted each week from the till, an act of pure embezzlement. And then there was the cottage in Epping Forest. She wouldn't sell it now, though she wanted to sell when she first left it. What good was there in keeping it? True, there was 3 and 6pence a week of rent, but that was nothing. It would go in a round of drinks, or in half a round in any distinguished bar, and there were deductions even from the 3 and 6pence. Sold, the cottage might produce a respectable sum, perhaps £100. At any rate, 80. The figure stirred his blood. What a magnificent dash a man might cut with £80. And a fortune might be made out of it, too, if it were used wisely and not buried away in a wretched 3 and 6penny cottage. Properly invested on judicious, flat-rate certainties, it would double itself about twice a week. So he made it very plain to Nan that the sale of the cottage for what it would fetch, and the handing over of the proceeds, was a plan he insisted on. But the stupid woman wouldn't see it. It was plain that she was beginning to overestimate her importance in the establishment, by reason that of late she had not been sufficiently sworn at, shoved, thumped, and twisted and pinched on the arms. That was the worst of kindness to a woman. She took advantage, so that he was obliged to begin to thump again. There was no need to do it so that Johnny might know, and so cause a low disturbance. In fact, Johnny took little notice of things at home just now, no longer made inquiries, nor lifted the poker with so impudent a stare, and he was scarce indoors at all. Wherefore Mr. Butson punched and ruffianed, being careful to leave no disreputable marks in visible spots, such as black eyes, and sometimes he kicked, and he demanded more money, and more, but all the while insisted on the sale of the cottage. The monstrous laws of conveyance made it impossible for him to lay hands on the deeds and sell the place himself, or he would have done it, of course. And he made it advisable, too, for Bessie to avoid him. And that had a better effect than any direct attack on Nan. Till at last the woman was so far reduced that she was near a very dangerous rebellion indeed. Nearer than Mr. Butson suspected, for she began to think of attempting a separation by magistrate's order, shameful as it would be in the neighborhood, though she feared greatly. So it was when Johnny turned toward home on an evening a little before 9 o'clock, sick of blind searching and ready to tell his mother the story of Nora Sansom, first to last. At Harbor Lane corner, he saw Butson walking off, and wondered to see him about Blackwall so early in the evening. Nobody was in the shop, and Johnny went through so quietly that he surprised his mother and Bessie in the shop parlor, crying bitterly. Nan sat on a chair, and Bessie bent over her, and no concealment was possible. Johnny was seized by a dire surmise. "Mother, what's this?" he said. "What's he been doing?" Nan bent lower, but answered nothing. Johnny looked toward Bessie, almost sternly. He's beaten Mother again," Bessie blurted between sobs. "Beaten Mother again?" Johnny's face was white, and his nostrils stood wide and round. "Beaten Mother again?" "He's always doing it now," Bessie sobbed. "And wanting more money. I'd a good mind to tell you before, but... Beaten Mother. The room swam before Johnny's eyes. Why... Nan rose to close the door. "No, Johnny," she said meekly. "I'm a bit upset. But don't let it upset you, don't you?" "What's the matter with your leg? You're limping." "He kicked her. I saw him kick her at her ankle," Betsy burst out, pouring forth the tale unrestrained. "I tried to stop him, and then he hit you?" asked Johnny, not so white in the cheeks now, but whiter than ever about the mouth. "Yes, but it was Mother most," and Bessie wept afresh. Perhaps his evenings of disappointment had chastened Johnny's impatience. He knew that the man was out of reach now, and he forced his fury down. In 10 minutes, he knew the whole thing between Bessie's outpourings and Nan's tearful admissions. "When's he coming back?" They did not know. Probably he would be late as usual. "But don't you go doing anything hasty, Johnny," Nan implored. "I'm so afraid of you doing something rash. It's not much, really. I'm a bit upset, but—" "I'll have to think about this," Johnny said, with such calmness that Nan felt somewhat reassured, though Bessie was inwardly afraid. "I'm going out for an hour." He strode away to the Institute, walking by instinct and seeing nothing till he was under the lettered lamp. He went to the dressing room and hurried into his flannels. In the gymnasium, the instructor, a brawny sergeant of grenadiers, was watching some lads on the horizontal bar. Johnny approached him with a hesitating request for a free spar. "Free spar, my lad?" said the sergeant. "What's up? Getting cheeky? Want to give me a hidin'?" "No, Sergeant," Johnny answered. "Not such a fool as that. But I never had a free spar with a man much heavier than myself, and I just want to try, that's all." There was a comprehending twinkle about the sergeant's eyes. "Right," he said. "You're giving me near 2 stone. That's if you're a bit over 11. Fetch the gloves." At another time, Johnny would never have conceived the impudence of asking the sergeant, once champion of the army, for a free spar. Even a light spar with the sergeant was something of an undertaking, wherein one was apt to have both hands full and a bit over. But the lad had his reasons now. He dashed at the professor with a straight lead, and soon the blows were going like hail on a window pane. The sergeant stood like a rock, and Johnny's every rush was beaten back as by hammer blows on the head. But he came again, fresh and eager, and buzzed his master merrily about the head, getting in a very respectable number of straight drives, such as would knock an ordinary man down, though the sergeant never winked, and bringing off one on the mark that did knock out a grunt, much as a punch in that region will knock one out of a squeaking doll. "Steady!" the sergeant called after 2 long rounds had been sparred. "You'll get stiff if you keep on at that rate, my lad, and that's not what you want, I reckon." This last with a grin. "You haven't been boxing regular, you know, just lately. But you're all right," he added, as they walked aside. "Your work keeps you in good condition. Not quite so quick as you would have been if you'd been sparring every evening, of course, but quick enough for your job, I expect." And again Johnny saw the cunning twinkle. It was about closing time, and when Johnny had changed his clothes, he found the sergeant leaving also. He thanked him and bade him good night. "Good night, May," the sergeant called, and turned into the street. But he swung back along the footpath after Johnny and asked, "Is it tomorrow?" "What sergeant?" "Oh, I ain't a sergeant. I'm a stranger. There's a sergeant goes to that moral establishment, p'raps," with a nod at the Institute, "but he behaves strictly proper. I'm just a chap out in the street that would like to see the fight, that's all." "When is it?" "I don't quite know that myself," Johnny answered. "Oh, like that, is it? The sergeant was thoughtful for a moment, perhaps incredulous. Then he said, "Well, can't be helped, I suppose. Anyhow, keep your left going strong, but don't lead quite so reckless, with your head up and no guard. You're good enough, and the bigger he is, the more to hit." End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 29. Mr. Butson was perhaps a shade relieved when he returned home that night and found all quiet and Johnny in bed. He had half expected that his inopportune return might have caused trouble, but the night after, as he came from the railway station, a little earlier than usual, Johnny stopped him in the street. "I want to speak to you," he said. "Just come round by the dock wall." His manner was quiet and businesslike, but Mr. Butson wondered. "Why?" he asked. "Can't you tell me here?" "No, I can't. There are too many people about. It's money in your pocket if you come." Mr. Butson went. What it meant he could not imagine, but Johnny usually told the truth, and he said it would be money in his pocket, a desirable disposition of the article. The dock wall was just round a corner, a tall raking wall at one side of a sparsely lit road that was empty at night, and a lower wall at the other. The road reached by a flight of steps rising from the street, and a gateway in the low wall. "Well, what is it now?" Mr. Butson asked suspiciously. As Johnny stopped under a gas lamp and looked right and left along the deserted road. "Only just this," Johnny replied with simple distinctness. "You wanted Mother to give you my money every week, though in fact she's been letting me keep it. Well, here's my last week's money." He shook it in his hand. "And I'll give it you if you'll stand up here and fight me." "What? Fight you? You?" Mr. Butson laughed, but he felt a secret uneasiness. "Yes, me. You'd rather fight a woman, no doubt, or a lame girl. But I'm going to give you a change and make you fight me here." Johnny flung his jacket on the ground and his hat on it. "Don't be such a young fool," quoth Mr. Butson loftily. "Put on your jacket and come home." "Yes, presently," Johnny replied grimly. "Presently I'll go home and take you with me." Come, you're ready enough to punch my mother without being asked, or my sister. Come and punch me and take pay for it." Mr. Butson was a little uncomfortable. "I suppose," he sneered, "you've got a knife or a poker or something about you like what you threatened me with before. I haven't even brought a stick. You're the sort of coward I expected, though you're bigger than me and heavier. Come." He struck the man a heavy smack on the mouth. "Now fight." Butson snarled and cut at the lad's head with the handle of his walking stick. But Johnny's arm straightened like a flash, and Butson rolled over. "What I thought you'd do," remarked Johnny, seizing his wrist and twisting the stick away. "Now get up. Come on." Mr. Butson sat and gasped. He fingered his nose gently and found it very tender and bleeding. He seemed to have met a thunderbolt in the dark. He turned slowly over on his knees and so got on his feet. "Hit me! Come hit me!" called Johnny, sparring at him. "Fancy I'm only my mother, you cur! Come, I'm hitting you, see? So." He seized the man by the ear, twisted it, and rapped him about the face. The treatment would have roused a sheep. Butson sprang at Johnny, grappled with him, and for a moment bore him back. Johnny asked nothing better. He broke ground, checked the rush with half-arm hits, and stopped it with a quick double left, flush in the face. It was mere slaughter. Johnny was too hard, too scientific, too full of cool hatred. The wretched Butson, bigger and heavier as he might be, was flaccid from soft living, and science he had none. But he fought like a rat in a corner, reeking nothing of rule, but kicking, biting, striking, wrestling madly, though to small purpose, for his enemy, deadly calm and deadly quick, saw every movement ere it was made, and battered with savage precision. "Whenever you've had enough," said Johnny, as Butson staggered and leaned against the wall. "You can stop it, you know, by calling the police. You like the police. There's always one of 'em in the next street, and you've only to shout. I shall hammer you till you do." And he hammered. A blow on the ear drove Butson's head against the wall, and a swing from the other fist brought it away again. He flung himself on the ground. "Get up!" cried Johnny. "Get up! What you won't? All right, you went down by yourself, you know, so's to be let alone. But I'm coming down, too." And with that he lay beside Butson and struck once more, and struck again. "Chuck it!" groaned Butson. "I'm done. Oh, leave me alone." "Leave you alone," answered Johnny, rising and reaching for his jacket. "Not I. You didn't leave my mother alone as soon as she asked you, did you? I'll never pass you again without clouding your head. Come home." He hauled the bruised wretch up by the collar, crammed his hat on his head, and cut him across the calves with his own walking stick. "Go on, march!" "Can't you leave me alone now?" whined Butson. "You done enough, ain't ye?" "No, not near enough. And you'll have a lot more if you don't do as I tell you. I said I'd take you home, and I will. Go on." 2 or 3 dark streets led to Harbor Lane, but they were short. It was past closing time, and when they reached the shop the lights were turned down and the door shut. Nan opened to Johnny's knock, and he thrust Butson in before him. "Here he is," said Johnny. "Not thrashed half enough." Dusty and bleeding, his face nigh unrecognizable under cuts and bruises, Butson sat on a box, a figure of shame. Nan screamed and ran to him. "I did it where the neighbors wouldn't hear," Johnny explained. "And if he'd been a man, he'd have drowned himself rather than come here, after the way I've treated him. He's a poor cur, and I'll buy a whip for him. There's the money I promised you," he went on, putting it on the box. "It's the first you've earned for years, and the last you'll have here, if I can manage it." But Nan was crying over that dishonorable head and wiping it with her handkerchief. End of chapter 29, recording by John Brandon. Chapter 30 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 30. "Why, what's that?" said Long Hicks on the way to work in the morning. "Got cuts all over your hands." "Yes," Johnny answered laconically. "Fighting." "Fightin'?" Long Hicks looked mighty reproachful. "Just you be careful what company you're getting into," he said severely. "You're neglectin' your drawin' and everything lately, and now fightin'." "I ain't ashamed of it," Johnny replied gloomily, "and I've got other things to think about now besides drawing." Hicks stared, stuttered a little, and rubbed his cap over his head. He wondered whether or not he ought to ask questions. They went a little way in silence, and then Johnny said, "It's him, Butson." "No," exclaimed Hicks, checking in his stride and staring at Johnny again. "What, been fightin' Butson?" Johnny poured out the whole story, and as he told, Hicks's eyes widened, his face flushed and paled, his hands opened and closed convulsively, and again he blew and stuttered incomprehensibly. "Job is to drive the brute away," Johnny concluded wearily. "He'll stop as long as he's fed. And Mother thinks it's a disgrace to get a separation, goin' before a magistrate and all. I'm only tellin' you because I know you won't jaw about it among the neighbors." That day, Long Hicks got leave of absence for the rest of the week, mightily astonishing Mr. Cottam by the application, for Hicks had never been known to take a holiday before. "All right," the gaffer growled, "seein' as we're slack. There's one or two standin' off a bit already. But what's up with you wantin' time off? Gettin' frisky? Runnin' arter the girls?" And indeed Long Hicks spent his holiday much like a man who is running after something or somebody. He took a walking tour of intricate plan, winding and turning among the small streets, up street and down, but tending northward, toward Bromley, Bow and Old Ford, and so toward Homerton and the marshes. Meantime, Johnny walked to and from his work alone and brooded. He could not altogether understand his mother's attitude toward Butson. She had been willing, even anxious, to get rid of him by any process that would involve no disgrace among the neighbors, and no peril to the trade of the shop. He had made his life miserable. Yet now she tended the brute's cuts and bumps as though he didn't deserve them, and she cried more than ever. As for Johnny himself, he spared Butson nothing. Rather, he drew a hideous solace from any torture wherewith he might afflict him. "When are you going to clear out?" he would say. "You'd rather be kept than work, but you don't like being thrashed, do you? Thrashed by a boy, eh? You'll enjoy work a deal better than the life I'll lead you here, I can tell you. I'll make you glad to drown yourself, mean funk as you are, before I'm done with you. Don't be too careful with that eye. The sooner it's well, the sooner I'll bung it up again." Bessie marveled at this development of morose savagery on her brother's part. With her, though he spoke little, he was kinder than ever. But it was his pastime to bully Butson, who skulked miserably in the house, being in no fit state for public exhibition. As to his search for Nora Sansom, Johnny was vaguely surprised to find himself almost indifferent. It would have been useless to worry his mother about it now, and though he spent an hour or two in aimless tramping about the streets, it was with the uppermost feeling that he should rather be at home bullying Butson. He had no notion why, being little given to introspection, and he was, as it were, unconscious of his inner conviction that after all Nora could not be entirely lost. While Butson's punishment was the immediate concern, and as the thing stood, the creature seemed scarce to have been punished at all. End of Chapter 30. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 31 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 31. Long Hick's holiday had lasted 3 days, and Mr. Butson's minor bruises were turning green. It was at the stroke of 5 in the afternoon, and Bessie was minding shop. From the shipyard opposite, a score or so of men came in dirty dungaree, for it was Friday, vanguard of the tramping hundreds that issued each day, regular as the clock before the timekeeper's box. Bessie rose on her crutch and peeped between a cheese and a packet of candles out of window. Friday was not a day when many men came in on their way home, because by that time the week's money was run low and luxuries were barred. Bessie scarce expected a customer, and it would seem that none was coming. Peeping so, she grew aware of a stout, red-faced woman approaching at a rapid scuttle. And then, almost as the woman reached the door, she saw Hicks at her heels, his face a long figure of dismay. The woman burst into the shop with a rasping shriek. "I want my husband!" she screamed. "Where's my husband?" "Come away," called Hicks, deadly pale and nervously snatching at her shoulder. "Come away. You know what you promised." "Take your hand off me, you long fool. Where's my husband? Is it you what got him?" She turned on Bessie and bawled the words in her face. No, it ain't," cried Hicks, near beside himself. "Come away, and we'll talk about it outside." "Talk? Oh, use, I'll give him talk." The woman's every syllable was a harsh yell, racking to the brain, and already it had drawn a group about the door. "I'll give him talk, and too. Would anyone believe?" She went on, turning toward the door, and haranguing the crowd that grew at every word. "Is our woman calling herself respectable and keeping her shop like any lady, or take away a respectable woman's husband? A lazy, good-for-nothing scoundrel has run away and left me 13 years ago last Whitsun." Voice sprang from everywhere and pelted in to swell the crowd, drawn by the increasing screams. Many of the men who knew the shop so well stopped to learn what the trouble was, and soon every window in Harbor Lane displayed a woman's head or two. "My husband! Where's my husband? Show me the woman as took my husband." Nan came and stood in the back parlor doorway, frightened but uncomprehending. The woman turned. You, is it?" she shrieked, oversetting a pile of tins and boxes and clawing the air above her. "Gimme back my husband, you shameless creature! Where you got him? Where's my husband?" Hicks put his arm around the woman's waist and swung her back. He was angry now. "Get out," he said. "I don't bring you to make a row like that. You swore you wouldn't." Finding his arm too strong for her, the woman turned on Hicks and set to clawing at his face, never ceasing to scream for her husband. And then Johnny came pushing in at the door, having run from the far street corner at sight of the crowd. Hicks, as well as he could for dodging and catching at the woman's wrists, made violent facial signals to Johnny, who stared, understanding none of them. But he heard the woman's howls for her husband, and he caught at her arm. "Who is your husband?" he said. "What's his name?" "What's his name? Why, Butson. Henry Butson, his name. Give me my husband, my husband. Let me go, you villain." It was like an unexpected blow on the head to Johnny, but save for a moment, it stunned not at all, rather roused him. "I'll fetch him," he cried, and sprang into the house. Here was release. The man had another wife. He would drag the wretch down to her, and then give him to the police. No wonder he feared the police. The load was lifted at last. Butson's punishment was come indeed. Fiercely glad and thinking of nothing but this, Johnny swung into each room in turn. But there was no Butson. His pipe lay broken on the front bedroom fender, and his coat hung behind the door. But there was no other sign. Johnny dashed into the backyard. That, too, was empty. But in the yard behind, the old lighterman, paint pot in one hand and brush in the other, just as he had broken off in the touching up of his mast, stood and blinked and stared with his mouth open. His house doors, back and front, stood wide because of wet paint, and one could see through to the next street. It was by those doorways that Mr. Butson had vanished a minute ago, after scrambling over the wall, hatless and in his shirt-sleeves, and the old lighterman thought it a great liberty and told Johnny so with some dignity. Johnny rushed back to the shop. "Gone!" he cried. "Bolted out the back." He might have offered chase, but his mother lay in a swoon, and Bessie hung over her hysterical. "Shove that woman out," he said, and he and Hicks between them thrust the bawling termagant into the street and closed the door. Without, she raged still, and grew hoarser, till a policeman came to quiet her, and in the end she marched off with him, talking at a loud scream all the way. And Harbor Lane flamed with the news of Nan's shameless bigamy. End of Chapter 31. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 32 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 32. Long Hicks raved and tore at his hair, striding about the shop and cursing himself with whatever words he could find. Johnny was excited still, but he grew thoughtful. There was more in this business, he saw now, than the mere happy riddance of Butson. What of the future? His mother was prostrated and lay moaning on her bed. No one was there to tend her but Bessie, and there was no likelihood of help. They had no intimacy with neighbors, and indeed the stark morality of Harbor Lane womankind would have cut it off if they had. For already poor Nan was tried and condemned, as was the expeditious manner of Harbor Lane in such a matter, and no woman could dare so much as brush skirts with her. "It's my fault, all of it," said the unhappy Hicks. "I shouldn't have been such a fool. But how was I to know she'd go on like that, after what she'd agreed to? Oh, damn me, I shouldn't have meddled." Johnny calmed him as well as he might, pulled him into a chair in the shop parlor, and sought to know the meaning of his self-reproaches. "Why not meddle?" Johnny asked, "when you found her kicking up that row?" "Ah, but I didn't, protested Hicks, rolling his head despairingly and punching his thigh. "I brought her here. It's all my fault. I thought I was doing something clever, and I was silly fool. Oh, I'd like to shoot myself." "Brought her here? Well, tell us about it. No good punching yourself. When did you find out he was married? Knew it years ago. Didn't know the woman was alive, though. Thought she must have been dead when you told me he'd married your mother. Some light broke on Johnny. And you took these days off to look for her? Was that it? That's it. And I was a fool. Made things wuss instead of better. Never mind about that. Anything's better than having that brute here. What changed your mind about her being dead? Oh, I don't know. I'll tell you all there is to it. Long time ago, when I was working at Bishop's and lodging in Limas, the landlady, she knew Butson and his wife, too, and she told me that they led a pretty cat-and-dog life. And one day Butson hops the twig. Well, his missus wasn't sorry to lose him, and she sets to washing and ironing to keep herself and the kid. But when Butson gets out of a job, he was never in one long. He goes sniveling round to her and wants to go back and be kep. Well, the missus makes it pretty hot for him, you may guess, but she stands him for a week or two, giving it him pretty thick all the time till Butson, he cuts away again, and never comes back. His missus never bothered about him. Said she was well quit. This was all before I went to live at Limas. But she used to be pals with my landlady. I kept a bottle of whiskey then, case of a friend comin', and them two give it what for, between 'em on the quiet. And did you know her then, his wife? Only by sight, and not to say to speak to, me being a quiet sort. I knew Butson since, in the shops, most took him for a bachelor. Well, I wasn't at Limas very long. I came away to this part and see no more of her, though of course I see him often. When you told me he'd married your mother, it took me aback a bit at first. But then, thinks I expect the first one's dead, must be. But after that the other day, when you told me what a right down bad 'un he was, I begun to think wuss of him. I knew he'd been livin' idle, but I didn't guess he treated her so bad. And when you talked of wantin' to get rid of him, I got a notion. If he's bad enough for what he's done, thinks I, he's bad enough for anything. P'raps his first wife's alive after all, and if she is, why, the job's done. Anyway I puts it, I'll risk a day or two off on it. And I did. And here's a nice old bloomin' mess I made. Oh, I ought to be poleaxed. Well, of course, there's been a row, Johnny said gloomily, and I expect it'll knock trade to pieces here, and half kill Mother. But you couldn't very well help a row in a thing like this. I've been 3 days finding her. My old landlady's dead, and I had to try and find her sister. Nobody knew where the sister was, but after a lot of bother, an old woman sends me to a cousin in the workus. Cousin in the workus thinks the sister's dead, too, but tells me to go and ask at a newspaper shop in Bromley. Newspaper shops shut up, people gone. Find the man as moved him. And he sends me to Bow, another newspaper shop. People there send me back to Poplar. Party o' the name of Bushel. Party o' the name of Bushel very friendly and sends me to Old Ford. Then I went to Bow again. And so I dodged about up and down till I run across Mrs. Butson up on Omerton Marshes, keeping a laundry. That was today, that was. Well, she took it mighty cool at first. When I told her I knew where her husband was, she told me I might keep my knowledge to myself, for she didn't want 'em. Very cool she was, till I told her he'd married again, and at that she shut her jaw with a snap and glared at me. So I just told her what I knew, and how it'd be a charity to give him a scare on the quiet, and send him away from here, and all right, she says, just you show me where they live, she says. I'll give 'em a scare. Right, says I, but I made conditions. She was to wait at the street corner, and I was to send in a message for him to come out. Then we was to give him 10 minutes to go and get his clothes if he wanted any, make any excuse he liked, and clear out, so as to do it all quiet and peaceable, nobody the wiser. All right, she says, just you show me the place, that's all. So I brought her, but when we got to the corner and I told her which house, off she went at a bolt, and set up all that row 'fore I could stop her. Who'd have thought of her actin' contradictory like that? It was not altogether so dense a mystery to Johnny as it was to the simpler Hicks, twice his age, though more a boy than himself. But he assured Hicks that after all he had done a good turn, and no price was too high for riddance of Butson. Mother'll be grateful to you, too, when she's a bit quieter and knows about it, he said. And presently he added thoughtfully, I think I ought to have guessed something of the sort, with his sneaking in and out so quiet, and being afraid of the police. There's lots of things I see through now, that I ought to have seen through before, not wanting the new name over the door for one. Till the shutters were up that night, and the door well bolted, Nan May was urgent that that horrible woman must be kept out. And when at last she slept in mere exhaustion, she awoke in a fit of trembling and choking, beseeching somebody to take that woman away. Bessie, like Johnny, had a sense of relief, though she slept not at all and dreaded vaguely. But with all she was conscious of some intangible remembrance of that red-faced woman with the harsh voice. And it was long, days, ere it returned to her that she had heard the voice high above the shouts of the bean-feasters in the forest, on the day when Uncle Isaac had brought Butson to the cottage. End of Chapter 32. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 33 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. To London Town by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 33. Mr. Duncan's notice to quit arrived early the next morning. The service of that notice was a duty owed to society, morality, conscience, virtue, propriety, religion, and several other things which he enumerated without hesitation. He could not have sat in his pew the next day with any comfort, knowing that such a duty remained unperformed. He would have felt a hypocrite. The notice might have come before, for the trade had been good and steady. But Mr. Duncan also had heard the whispers that the shipyard might be shut, and he had hesitated long. Now, however, there was no alternative. If Mrs. May were left to flaunt her infamy, the trade must decline under the scandal, and the place fall worthless again. More, her expulsion at this time would seem less a seizure of the new branch than a popular vindication of righteousness. Johnny was at home when the notice came. He had sent a message to Mr. Cottam, pleading urgent family matters. "Might have expected it," Johnny said, giving the paper to Hicks, whom he had called into counsel. "Anyway, Mother swears she can't show her face in the shop again. She seems almost afraid to come out of her bedroom, talks wild about disgracing her children, and wishes she was dead. She's pretty bad. And as to the shop, that's done up. Question is, what to do now?" Then Hicks rose to his feet and met the occasion face to face. "We'll do this thing between us," he said, "and damn everybody. I ain't a man of business, not special, but I got you all into this 'ere mess, and I'll see you out of it, or I'll bust. Fust thing, this 'ere Mr. Duncan's game's plain enough. Here's a very decent business goin' on, and he takes this excuse to collar it hisself. You ain't took the shutters down yet, and we won't take 'em down. We'll stick up a big bill. Business come to a end, or such other words, and let the customers go where they like, and hope they won't come back. Then p'raps he'll come along in a day or two and offer to buy the stock, thinking he'll get it for next to nothing, you being all at 6s and 7s. We won't sell it, not one farden candle. But we won't say so, no. We'll fight Kokum. We'll ask him to think over it for another day or two and see if he can't make it a quid or two more. He'll let it slide all the week, if we do it right, expectin' to land us at the last minute and make us take anythink. But we'll just be walking the stuff all away very quiet in the evenings in a barrer, and then he'll come into a empty shop, unexpected, and he won't know what the customers is used to, and that'll give him fits for another week or two. See? But where shall we take the stuff?" "Take it? Lord, anywhere," replied Hicks, with a sweep of the hand. "There's plenty o' empty shops ready to be took everywhere. Why, the number I've seen these 2 or 3 days would surprise ye. Some ain't as good as others, p'raps, but that we'll settle in the week. It's just beginning again, that's all. Same as what you did 3 or 4 years back. Lord, we'll do it, I tell you. Do it flyin'." Long Hicks waved his arms enthusiastically. "As to the ha'pence," he went on, "perhaps your mother's got some, perhaps she ain't. Don't worry either way. I'm a single man and been in good work years, and I got a bit in the savings bank. All right? I ain't going to offer no favors, so don't sing out. 6 in the pound's all I get of the post office, and that ain't much. I'm open to make it a bit more, 3%. If ye like, on loan, any security or none, there's plenty in the place in the forest, and the stock and all. Have it your own way. Business, hard business. That's all it is. And now we'll clear decks. Fust, get your mother and sister out of this, somewhere out of Harbor Lane, where they ain't known, and where they'll quit frettin'." "Where?" Hicks impetuously left Johnny's wits lagging. "Temporary lodgin's. Needn't be fur. Next parish is as good as 50 mile off in London." "Better, and by George, now I think of it, I see the very place when I was going round. Party of the name o' Bushel, in Poplar. House too big for 'em. Got a furnished bedroom to let. Showed it me. Case I might know someone and send 'em them, havin' done me a turn sendin' me to Old Ford. What's more, there'll be 2 more rooms unfurnished next week. Tenant going out. Young gal, a dressmaker. So we can take them, too, if we get pushed, and run the sticks in there. There's luck to begin with. Why, things'll go like clockwork." Hicks rushed off to make sure of the lodging, and in half an hour was back with a 4-wheeled cab. "Get 'em down and pop 'em in sharp," said Hicks. I've told the cabby where to go. You go with 'em and make 'em comfortable, and I'll wait 'ere till you come back. Mind, people at the 'ouse only know she's in trouble 'cause her 'usband run away, and I paid a week in advance. Go on. I'll keep out of the way in the back till they're clear off. They don't want to see me." Nan and Bessie wore veils and hurried into the cab while Johnny glowered fiercely at every face he could see turned toward them. To Johnny, the streets seemed unreasonably familiar as the cab jolted through them, unreasonably like what they were a day ago, before this blow fell and knocked the world out of shape. They went out through Blackwall Cross, by the High Street, and past the Institute, where the familiar housekeeper, the housekeeper who had given him Nora's farewell letter, stood on the steps with a broom. Through the 2 streets and past that corner where they had parted, it seemed years ago. As to when they might meet again and how, that was not to be thought of now. His head was too full already. End of Chapter 33. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 34 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. "Oh, give me some time to blow the man down," roared Mr. Bushel, splashing and puffing amid much yellow soap and cold water in the wash-house, whither he had gone for a wash on coming home from his tug. The voice thundered and rolled through the house, and on the first floor, strangers not used to it grew muddled in their conversation. "Blow the man down, bully, blow the man down. To my eye, blow the man down. Singapore Harbour to gay London town. Oh, give us some time to blow the man down." Up on the first floor landing. "Ah, poor dears," said Mrs. Bushel, fat and sympathetic, looking up at Johnny with her head aside and her hands clasped. "Poor dears. No, nobody shan't disturb him. Lord, how I do feel for him. And you too, Mr. May. Lucky you've grown up to be a comfort to your poor ma. There, I won't say nothing about your father, running away so disgraceful and all, but I can't think what parents is coming to, some of 'em. There's the poor girl as leaving the other 2 rooms on Monday now. Such a quiet, well-behaved young lady. We wouldn't have let him stop a week if it wasn't for her sake being so hard to find a respectable lodgings with such a mother. But there, her mother worries the poor thing's life out. Always drinking. And now she's actually in gaol for breaking a public house window. And I says, "Public house window?" Johnny's breath came short and thick. "What's her name?" Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned it to a stranger. But Lord, I don't suppose you know her, and it's Sansom. But where is she? Show me. In here? Is she in now? Johnny made dashes at divers' door handles with one hand, while Mrs. Bushel, confounded and scandalized, restrained him desperately by the opposite arm. It took some impatient moments to make it plain to the landlady that he intended no violent assault, nor, on consideration, even the rudeness of dashing into a lady's rooms unannounced. Whereupon Mrs. Bushel went to a door and knocked, Johnny close at her heels. And presently the door opened. "Nora? Oh, Johnny, I wish you hadn't. We shall only—" But with that The words died on the breast of Johnny's coat. Mrs. Bushel's eyes opened round, and then her mouth. And then Mrs. Bushel went off very quietly downstairs. Eyes and mouth and face all round, and out into the wash-house, and blow the man down, stopped in the middle. "Oh, but you know what I said, Johnny. We can't. You know we can't." "Nonsense. I shan't let you go now. I've got a disreputable mother now, or so they say. Have you heard of yours since?" "She's in the infirmary. Very bad. Something's been forming on her liver for years, the doctor says. And when she couldn't get anything to drink, she broke down at once." "But what did you say about your mother?" Johnny told her the tale. "And now," he added in the end, "she's in there, worn out and broken down, and not a woman in the world to comfort her but my sister. Come in and help." And they went in together. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. At the end of a week, Long Hicks stood astonished at his own performances. At the end of a year, he was still astonished, and proud, inordinately. Until the end of his life, he will never forget the smallest particular of that week's exploits. The policeman who came with a warrant for Butson, the young man from Mr. Duncan who came about the stock, the other young man that came the next time. He polished them all off, and half a dozen others, in the most dashing and businesslike manner. He found a new shop, found a score of shops in fact, so that Nan May was fain to rouse herself and choose. Lest some hopeless sepulchre of trade were rented without her knowledge. And this was good, for it gave her work to do, and to think of, and once set going, she buckled to her task with all her old energy and a world of riper experience. The shop was not so fortunately placed as that at Harbour Lane, and trade was never quite so good as it had been there when at its best. More, its place was in a dingy street, out of sight of the river and the ships. But it was a fairly busy thoroughfare, and things could be sold there, which was the main consideration. And it was Hicks's triumph to stock this shop with the stock from Harbour Lane, conveyed secretly by night on a truck with many chucklings, after cunning putting off of Mr. Duncan, the tale whereof he would tell ever after with bashful glee, together with the tale of the sad emptiness and disorganization of Mr. Duncan's new branch at its opening on Monday morning. And Uncle Isaac, who found his niece's new shop ere long, assured the listener by frequent proclamation that Mr. Hicks was a gentleman of vast business ability and a genius at enterprise. Yes, a genius. That's what I say, Mr. Cottam. A genius of uncommon talent. It was a wet afternoon when Cottam and Hicks had taken 10 minutes' shelter in the roundhouse by the quayside, and presently were joined by Uncle Isaac on his way across from the docks. Mr. Cottam grunted. He had met Uncle Isaac twice before. "Lord," Uncle Isaac went on, gazing at the uneasy Hicks with steadfast admiration. Lord, if he was ony ambitious, he might be anything. What an ornament he'd be to a diplomatic corps. Talk about enterprise. Why, at enterprise and any sort of circumventions, he's, why there, as I always say, he might be ambassador to Her Majesty's possessions. The shower flagged, and men came out on the quays. Mr. Cottam rose from the coil he had been sitting on, took his gaze out of space, and fixed it on the wall over Uncle Isaac's head. "Mr. Mundy," he trumpeted, in the manner of a man beginning a speech to an expectant multitude, raising his forefinger to his shoulder and lowering it till it rested on Uncle Isaac's chest. "Mr. Mundy." Then he paused, and Uncle Isaac said, "Yes, Mr. Cottam." The pause endured and grew impressive, till at last the foreman's face relaxed. His gaze descended till it met Uncle Isaac's, and he chuckled aloud, stabbing him playfully with the forefinger. "Why, what a windy old kidder you are, Mr. Cottam," and stamped off along the quay, croaking and chuckling all over. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of To London Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. So with the days and the months Nan's sorrows fell from her, and their harder shapes were lost in her remembrance, and the new days brought a new peace, perhaps even a new dullness. For this was a dull place, this street of flat walls and grime and anxious passengers. But what mattered mere dullness of externals when she had hard work to do and a son to take pride in? For Nora's sorrows who shall speak? There was a hospital bed that she knew well, a pillow whereon a slatty face wasted and grew blank of meaning, and in the end there was a day of driving wet in a clayey cemetery, a day of loneliness and wonder and dull calm. But that day went with the others, and that year went. The streets grew sloppy with winter, dusty with summer, and smoky geraniums struggled into bloom on window sills and died off. Miles away, the forest gowned itself anew in green, in brown, and in white. And in green, the exiles saw it once a year. But all its dresses were spread for Bessie still, in her dreams. 2 years were gone, and Johnny was within 5 months of 21, and the end of his apprenticeship, when on a brave August day he walked in the forest alone. There would be no forest excursion for him next year, for then, with good fortune, he would be upon the seas. For the firm had promised him the recommendation that would give him a year's voyaging as fourth engineer. Bessie and Nora were sharing the holiday, but they were left to rest at Bob Smallpiece's cottage. Bob, vast, brown, and leathery, was much as ever. He had seen Johnny and Bessie once each year, but not their mother, since he had gone to London to see his sister. He was not sure whether he should go to London again soon, or not. Meantime, he made tea for his visitors. They had climbed the hill to Grandad's grave, and they found it green and neat. They had seen another, fresh close beside it, and wondered who was buried there. They had gathered flowers in Monk Wood, and they had stayed long in Lawton Camp. They had come again to the cottage on the glen side, and Johnny had had to stoop to the door to save his hat, for indeed he was within 2 inches as big as Bob Smallpiece himself, and now Johnny, being alone, took the path to Wormleyton Pits. It was 6 years since he had gone that way last, and he might never go that way again. Mainly, his way lay as it had lain when he carried the basket of sloes, that night when his grandfather had hunted his last moth. Johnny had left childish fantasies years behind him, and now the trees were trees merely one much as the rest, though green and cheerful in the sunlight. But even as on that night, his mind had run on London, the longed-for London that was his home now, and stale with familiarity. So now he turned over once more the mystery of the old man's cutting off, and with as little foreknowledge of the next chances in life's hatful. Here branched the track by which he had made for Thaden. There was the tree under which he had last seen the old man's lantern light, and then the slade opened, glorious with heather. Brambles and bushes about the pits were changed, this grown higher and wider, that withered off. And the pits, the smaller pits at least, seemed shallow enough holes under the eyes of a man of near 6 feet. The deepest pit, the pit, was farthest, and Johnny could see a man whose figure seemed vaguely familiar, sitting on its edge. He picked his way across the broken ground and came to the pit on the side opposite to the stranger. There was the hole where the old man had taken his death blow. Perhaps the bottom had risen an inch or so because of gravel washings, but the big stone in the middle was still plain to see. The man opposite was trimming wooden pegs with a pocket knife. He wore corduroys, of a cut that Johnny held in remembrance. Johnny watched for a few seconds, and then the man turned up a leathery brown face, and Johnny knew him. It was Amos Honeywell, notable as a poacher, and chief of a family of poachers. Amos put a peg into his pocket, and began on another. "Well, Amos," called Johnny across the pit, "you don't know me?" The man looked up and stared. "No," he said, "I don't." Johnny gave him his name. "What?" answered Amos, putting away his peg unfinished. "Johnny May?" "The boy who used to be along old May, the butterfly man, as died in an accident in this here very pit?" "Yes, if it was an accident." "Oh, it was that all right enough. But why, you're twice as tall, and t'aren't so long neither." Amos paused, staring mightily at Johnny, and slapped his thigh. "Why," he said, "it's the curious thing in nature seeing you now. And here too. Did ye see her a funeral last Wednesday?" "No, where?" "Up to church, where your grandfather's buried. But no, ye aren't living hereabout now, of course." "Well, it is the rarest conglomeration ever I see. Me seeing you here at this here very pit, and him buried only last Wednesday, and died in an accident too. Fell off a rick he did. And who was he? Coopersale chap he was, Nemo Styles, lived here 'bout 6 year. But course you wouldn't know about him. 'Twere he as did the accident. Did the accident? What do you mean? Amos Honeywell got up from his seat and jerked his thumb toward the pit bottom. This here one, he said. Your grandfather. Do you mean he killed him? Don't much matter what you call it now. The chap's dead. But I wouldn't put it killed. Not meaning. Amos Honeywell came slouching along the pit edge, talking as he came. See, he was a Cooper cell chap. And new here, and knowed few. Well, he sees this here's a likely spot for a rabbit or so, and he puts up a few pegs and a wire or two, just after dark. You know. In the middle of it, he sees a strange odd chap coming with a lantern, searching. Searching? What for? Why, for wires, he thinks, of course. He hides in some brambles, but the old chap gets nigher and nigher, and presently Styles, he sees, is about caught. So he ups on a sudden and knocks the old chap over, and grabs the wires, and then he bolts. Old chap goes over into a bit of a lump, and he falls awkward. And well, there ye are. And how long ha you known this? Knowed it? Knowed it all time. Same as others. And never said a word of it? Nor told the police? Why, no, Amos answered, with honest indignity. Wouldn't have us get the poor chap in trouble, would ye? And this was the mystery. Nothing of wonder at all. Nothing but a casual crossing of ways. Just a chance from the hatful, like all the rest of it. And Amos? Well, he was right too, by such lights as he could see. Light was low behind the hills, and dust dimmed the keeper's honest face as he waved his friends goodbye. Yes, he would come to them in London, one of these days. Soon? Well then, soon. Together the three went down the scented lanes, where the white ghost moth began to fly, and so into the world of new adventure. End of chapter 36. End of To London Town by Arthur Morrison.